Well, unlike Shadir Sanders, you don't have to wait any longer because the Dragon's Den podcast is now live on the air tonight. Welcome, everybody. My name is Eric Hopkins, a.k.a. Jill. Welcome to the Dragon's Den podcast, episode number 49. Tonight, we're joined tonight by Miranda Nicole in the top right and Sir Splibbington the third, Brandon on the bottom. Probably get Aaron at some point here tonight as well. Our buddy Matt is not going to be here tonight, doesn't sound like, because he is on his anniversary dinner with his lovely bride. So hopefully we'll see him again in the near future. But hey, we got a show for you guys here tonight. We got some pro wrestling talk, quite a bit actually, and we got very little movie stuff though. There's not a whole lot of movie stuff, so it'll kind of counteract a little bit there. And then we got, of course, our full draft report. We'll talk about Shadir Sanders a little more later, and of course, we got some news and politics around at the show. How's everybody doing tonight? I haven't talked to you guys in a while.
I know, man.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Oh, the first time I seen you was what, Thursday?
Yeah, and then before that, it was 2 weeks ago on the podcast.
Yeah.
So yeah, just kind of that's the way our work schedules are now, and we're not doing the podcast. It's like we don't talk much sometimes anymore. Sucks. We got to fix that. But yeah,
we do.
I hear you. Well, we'll get together and do something though for sure. Well, next week we'll see each other. We're going to a wedding, so that'll be got to do that. So we'll talk about podcasts and see how that goes. I may have to do a separate one. I don't know. It depends on what time we get back. But what do you guys think on that? I don't know. This is kind of on air, but yeah.
I don't care.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all old. I don't think we'll be out real late. So
yeah, let's be honest. We're not about to be like, yeah, let's go party. Nah.
Well, I think the stuff starts early anyway, so we might be able to be back in time for it. But
do we know who's all going?
I think the people that we know, us three. That's what I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
Well, I've been afraid to ask.
Yeah. Well, she already told me, she's like, I sat you three together at the reception. I was like, okay, good.
Yeah,
at least I'll have somebody to talk to. And I was like, if I know Brandon, he'll make friends with anybody there. So yeah.
I'm a lovable guy. People want to talk to me for whatever reason. They want to talk to me. I mean, it's a terrible decision on their part because, so you can't talk to me and expect me not to say the first thing that comes to my head. And we know what that's like. So
well, I mean, as long as I find something in common with somebody, I can talk to them all day about it. Like me and you, we hit it off on pro wrestling, football, Yeah,
easy. But like that's the thing. Like, but even if there's nothing to talk about, if you're sitting next to me, like okay, for example, when I was on my trip, I don't talk to strangers like at all. Mm-hmm. But when I was on that plane, stuck there between like it was me and two. I'm already a big guy. It was me and two big other guys, and I could clearly tell where they were going because I was going there too. And I had my Game Boy on me, and I'm like, I'm just gonna play some Pokemon, while I sit here. And the moment I turned it on, and the little intro sound came on, both heads whipped towards me, and I was like, all right, here we go. And then, but yeah, dude,
that was all she wrote after that.
Just know what you're getting into.
Yeah. And of course,
I hate being out in public with him when he starts talking to somebody. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be here another hour.
We might be there all day.
Sometimes it's usually the other way around. Like sometimes, like the girl will get talking. Maybe somebody or girlfriend. And you don't talk.
Miranda doesn't like to talk to me for a long time, so she's not going to talk to a stranger for any amount of time.
Yeah, outside of the podcast and people I know, I don't want to talk to anybody either. I really don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like making small talk. Like you can only talk about the weather so much. Like stop.
Yeah. I think small talk is what does it though. Like it depends. Like Eric, you said it. If there's something in common, like a neutral ground to start the conversation on, then that's starting a conversation. But like small talk, where it's just like even with people you do know, like you're both in the middle of doing something, right? Like or you're both out and about, but you run into each other in public. And it's always that, hey, how you doing? It's weird. It's awkward because you're just trying to figure out what to talk about. And then, all right, I'm going to go ahead and get up out of here.
Yeah, listen. I had to go to the store tonight. And I'm sitting there and finishing a cigarette before I go inside. And I look up and it's like, oh, my God, I am so glad I waited to go in there because I saw someone come out that would probably still have me down there talking. And y'all work with
man. Those are always the best. And if anybody who knows me from like high school and stuff probably are looking at me on this podcast going, wait, this guy has a podcast? Because I was like the shyest, quietest guy, unless I knew you real close, you know.
See, but that's the thing. Like, I guess it's sort of the same way for me. Like, outside of my circle that I had, and it wasn't that many in that circle to begin with, in high school and in my back when I was younger, I didn't talk to people. Like, I didn't. You know what I mean? It just outside of that group, that was it. Like, for me to sit here and talk to a screen, but see, I don't see it like that because I can see your guys' faces. I just feel like I'm talking to y'all. So like, it's different. You know what I mean? Now, solo dolo, like to sit here and just have a conversation,
that's harder.
Like, it's a little harder.
I don't know if you saw, but I posted a bonus podcast last week when we were off. I kind of thought maybe on the weeks that we can't do it all together, maybe I'll just post like a show here on the normal time, and then with me just talking about some of the news items, you know. That's harder to do when you literally got nobody to bounce off of, you know. You're just kind of coming up with something, and you don't want a lot of dead air, you know, because that becomes boring too. And I really don't want to like start, got to edit for 3 hours just to get a show. So I'd rather do it live. So I did that last one all in one take. So I was kind of happy about it. But at the same time, it's like, that's not easy to do when you're by yourself. So I totally get it. But yeah, it's so much easier when there's somebody to talk to, no doubt about it. So pressure's off too, because you got somebody to kind of like fill the void, you know?
Yeah. I think that's one of the things that I like when we do this is like that part of it. Like, we'll be talking about something and like, you know, you'll say something and the opportunity for somebody else to chime in on a thought that you have helps propel even the conversation, but that thought even more, you know what I'm saying? So like, I think
it's like one of the biggest things I like about Badlands is they'll start on one subject and then they'll do live freaking digs on some things because you know, they're bouncing ideas off of each other and stuff.
I mean,
there are a lot of times you'll say something, I'll think of another thing. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna need to, you know, mention that. So, you know,
but like, that's too, like, we do that in like real conversations we have even off camera. Like, we'll be sitting here like talking. How many times we've been hanging out talking, and then like somebody says something, reminds them of this memory, and then it's like, oh yeah, hold on, let me look that up real quick. Like, it's you know what I mean?
Snowballs.
Like, our conversations that we have even off camera though, like, they go from being some mundane subject that we get into.
We go down rabbit holes there.
Yeah, and then we just go off this fucking. But I think that's, you know, but I think that's how you make yourself relatable too, even if you do that solo. You know what I mean? Because now you're engaging the audience in the aspect of like you're asking a question, which makes somebody else think about it, and then it's, you know. But that's how conversations work, obviously. But it's like I feel like you get more out of it that way. But
and if we continue to grow, I'll be interested to get more like chats and things like that. Now, there's going to come a point if we got big enough to where, you know, it might be too overwhelming to include everybody's chat in the show like we currently do. Right now, if somebody like Mike or Slara, you know, our loyal listeners, comment, we usually bring them up and talk about it. But if it got to the point where it was just like, okay, we can't get there, we may have to do like super chats or something like that, you know. Then we make Mike pay to have comments like this. But Mike is in the chat. He said Matt's still able to get the kids discount at restaurants.
That's wild.
I assume if he can, he will definitely doing that on his anniversary, and he'll be supersized to French fries for his wife. So yeah, that's awesome. He'll be getting that extra large chili tonight. You know what I mean?
I'm about to say, what's the over under there with the steak and shit?
Or Wendy's or somebody like that. Wherever he went, I guarantee you he was looking for chili. He's always got a bowl of
chili or spaghetti.
Yeah.
Miranda, this kid came. This is one of the last times I had lunch with these guys. Matt pulls out this big Tupperware bowl of what looks like chili, but also has spaghetti noodles in it, right? But it was watery as shit. What is that? He said it's chili, and I go, no, it's not. He goes, yes, it is. He had a spork.
Oh, there was another one. I don't know I think you were on the late shift when this one happened. There was another one a couple weeks back. He brought what he said was pudding. It was too runny for pudding. It was like a really loose gravy, but he ate it. I'm like, dude, if you like it, knock yourself out. But that ain't even Nate was like, that's not pudding. I don't know what that is. It's like a chocolate syrup.
I haven't had pudding in. I haven't had pudding in some time. Like a long
Good
time.
I just made you freaking pudding thing at the
Oh,
Super Bowl
yeah.
or something. It wasn't that long ago. Well, it was a couple months back, but yeah.
That's
Even
right.
that one was a little on the not as
It's more ice cream than fucking pudding.
yeah, it's a little more ice cream than pudding.
But I'm just saying, like, I haven't had like
consistency wasn't right for me.
just a bowl of pudding in like
Mm.
it's been years.
You gotta add a little flair to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. There was pudding in the cupboard, but it expired, so I threw it away.
Boo.
You could have had pudding.
Yeah, you're right. You're true.
Does that stuff not last beyond the expiration date at all? I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't know, but like it's full of preservatives, so like I might as well just throw it away anyway.
That'd be all right. Mike said, in all seriousness, I remember my mom making pudding at times. It was pretty runny. Really? Well, maybe just some people like it like that. I don't know. I mean,
I've always my pudding. I'm about to say my pudding. Hold on. Pause. The pudding I've had, it's usually pretty, pretty thick and firm. Again, pause.
Do you remember the Jello pudding pops?
Jello pudding pops.
Yeah. But
There was
sounds like
fudge
Moscow
and there was
Pete
like
Coltrane.
strawberry.
Yeah,
They were good.
Yeah, I remember those.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, and no offense to Matt, we're not really making fun of him. We're just
Yes,
we kind of are. We don't miss an opportunity to kind of give him a little bit of a dig.
I explained this
He
because
does it better.
he shows up at work today, right? And he went for.
I forgot he worked today, didn't he? Yeah.
So, Randall's one of the temps I have, right? And so he's never met Matt, and I see Matt. Randall has his back to we're working at the thing, and like I see Matt come beeline right for me, and I'm like, all right, here we go.
Of course he is. It's the day after the drafts. Of course he is.
And Randall has no idea who Matt is, obviously. And I'm like, I'm trying to figure out what is Matt opening line going to be with this complete stranger right
It's going to be a troll, whatever it is.
And as soon as he comes over there, he goes, man, must suck to be named Sanders and get dropped and don't get picked in the second round either. And I was like, bro, because me and Randall were just talking about this situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Randall feel for the kid not being drafted or whatever. So literally, Randall's last words to me were, it sucks that he hasn't gotten drafted, but I'm just hoping, blah, 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 that, he gets drafted. So I think Matt heard him say Sanders and then adjusted accordingly.
Yeah, that's all he heard. Yeah.
And you know how I am with Matt, but it's early. I'm tired.
Right.
Matt comes over, he says what he says, and I go, get the fuck away from me.
I have my coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Randall looks at me like, yo, what the hell? Like, why would you talk to him like that? So I then explained to Randall, like, listen, when Matt first started here, he was a shy kid, didn't really talk to anybody.
And then he met you.
Yes. And he warmed up to all of us, and he became like a little brother. So we treat him as such. And I go, that right there was probably the most nicest thing I could have said to him this early in the morning.
And he gets it, so that's a cool thing. He just moves accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Matt. There's no way in any shape or form that I would do anything to intentionally hurt Matt's feelings or anything like that. Like, I mean, I was in this kid's wedding. Like, we've been a part of his life for 5 years?
I've still got my freaking wedding bobble dolls sitting over there in their suits. He got us these custom-made bobblehead groomsmen bobbleheads. Mm-hmm. I'm like, these were cool, man. Like, they looked legit.
Shades. Yeah, we had custom shades. We had
cigars.
The boxes was really fucking cool too. Yeah, cigars and socks.
Did you get a watch?
Yeah, a watch.
There's a watch in there too.
And we got Looney Tunes socks. I still have my Daffy Duck. I wore them.
Yeah, I got my Sylvester maybe.
Yeah,
I don't think Tweety's on there. Yeah,
Matt's. We give him shit. He gives us shit, but like he is genuinely like a little brother. Like just.
I ain't gonna lie. It feels awkward talking nice about him. We may have to stop.
Oh, it's weird.
I don't I can't take it no more.
Yeah, I'm done.
And the one time we talk about him nicely is when he's not here. Is when we do it. It's not.
See, because he doesn't affect us.
Hold on.
He's not here. Things.
Did he say that he was at his anniversary dinner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember their exact anniversary.
Well, he didn't get like.
It's around May.
Yeah, it's early.
Maybe they're just doing it early.
Maybe it's their dating anniversary, like when they met. type shit.
Well, maybe, but
My guess
in
is
2
they're still
weeks,
breaking.
if they go on another date, we're gonna have to.
Yeah, I'll be like, all right, now you just
Like-
skip it out on the podcast. We see how it is. We know where your priorities are. That's what I told him in the chat. But yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about Shadur Sanders a little bit later. Like I said, I'm actually going to kind of make the argument that maybe the Browns are geniuses right now.
I think they are.
I think this could actually work out really well for them. We'll see how it goes. But we'll talk about that later. But we got other stuff to talk about. So you guys want to get into the stuff?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get into it. Let's start with WrestleMania. Let's talk about that. We didn't get a chance to talk about that yet, so here we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. I just want to say something. I've watched more freaking wrestling.
I know. Me too.
Okay, go ahead.
A lot.
Yeah. All right. Before you get into that, I just want to say this, and then I'll say something afterwards.
Okay.
Overall, night one, the only thing I really cared about night one was the triple threat.
And we're going to talk about all that, break it down. So
great.
So you know.
Night two, the only thing I cared about was both championship matches.
Except for that last one.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah.
There was,
which we're going to talk about in depth here in a second. But yeah.
The women's match was.
Yeah, that was great. The Bianca, I still hold that the Bianca Belair, Io Sky, Rhea Ripley triple threat match for the Women's World Championship was the best match on the entire weekend for us.
Man, it was great.
It was. Storyline wise, I'm going to go with the triple threat match with Seth, Roman, and Punk.
Oh my Lord, the way that ended though.
But yeah, wrestling alone, the women's triple threat match for sure. Book ended night one and began night two for sure. But yeah, so I guess that being said, let's get into some of the news and stuff. That is, like I said, there's going to be a little bit of wrestling extra tonight because obviously a big weekend for WWE. But it all kind of started on Saturday afternoon when WWE announced the acquisition of AAA Lucha Libre Worldwide over WrestleMania weekend. WWE made a big deal out of it and brought in all the Lucha Libre stars, including Vikingo, to announce the deal. As you can see, Vikingo right there with the big old
he was the only one
thing on in the middle there
with his gear on, truly with his gear on, and also had an appearance at WrestleMania itself.
Yeah,
he's gonna be the next. You're gonna see him on TV soon.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. But there is some speculation and discussion apparently going on that WWE may be rebranding AAA as NXT Mexico, much like they did NXT UK. So that does make a lot of sense if you're WWE, ain't gonna lie, because this is not a partnership. This is a flat out bought out acquisition. So I can see that being a thing, and maybe you get another program kind of like NXT UK out of it. I'm not sure. And maybe some of the stuff you saw with Vikingo with Ray Phoenix, or I'm sorry, it was El Grande Americano. Maybe that takes place in NXT Mexico. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how that ends up going. But yeah, I think Brandon's probably right though. Vikingo will probably show up on the main roster at least to kind of until NXT Mexico kind of
yeah.
But yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But it is kind of interesting to me though. So AEW partners with New Japan Pro Wrestling. So WWE partners with Noah and TNA. AEW partners with Stardom. So WWE partners with Marigold. AEW partners with CMLL. WWE now acquires AAA. And AEW also announced a UK tour. So WWE announced a UK tour starting right before theirs. Also, not to mention, WWE announces a Worlds Collide PLE event that will take place with AAA and NXT talent 11 days before AEW does a cross-promotional Dynamite with CMLL that they announced about a week or so before the AAA announcement. So more counter-programming here from WWE, top to bottom here. Surely this is all coincidence, Ryan. I thought WWE didn't consider AEW competition. This sure feels like a lot of stuff that AEW is doing. Thoughts on that? Just kind of...
Business is business, dude. Like,
it is. I agree with that too.
Why is that an issue? Business is business. Like,
I get to me
where we work. Think about where we work. The field that we're in. How many other ones is that? How many do you think do the same thing that we do?
I agree with you.
Like, it is business is business.
I guess it kind of rubs me the wrong way just a little bit because when all this stuff when Tony Khan does it or AEW does it, no one cares. But WWE does it, it's like, oh my God, this is the greatest idea ever. But all these ideas have been done recently.
Yeah, before too. WWF did it.
Oh yeah.
Like
again, I'm not saying any of these are bad things. I'm just saying it's awful and convenient that recently everything that WWE just did, it's already happened again.
But maybe I'm already happened before.
Maybe
WCW did it. when WWE did it. Like it's the same situation.
Okay.
Like
well,
business is business.
I'm just pointing it out, but no, like I said, I got no problem with the business aspect of it because that's great for WWE. And it'll get the AAA guys a lot more, unless they all get like fired or something and they
They
put
were
their
all on YouTube.
luchadors down. I don't know. I don't know what their talent pool looks like there. I know Alberto Patron was there, but
Conan
yeah,
used to work there.
I think he still does, and I'm pretty sure that they said he might probably stay on.
Oh, really?
But again, I know Alberto Del Rio was down there at one point as their champion.
Rio got fired.
Did he get? Well, see, I heard that. Then I heard it was fake news, so I don't know which one it was.
Yeah, right.
Either way, but yeah, WWE's got a history there, and of course Del Rio's got his own.
I don't think they would keep him there. But also, Matt Riddle's part of the AAA roster.
So, I don't know how this is going to shake out, but I guess time will tell on the matter. But yeah, I mean, these shows can be good. Don't get me wrong. I'm definitely looking forward to both. But yeah,
who's the guy in the blue mask?
Oh, that's Hologram on the right. You mean?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I've never seen his mask. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, that's one of the new guys AEW's got. So both companies got some good Lucha Libres, and of course, like I said, the
Grand Metal League too.
No, I believe that's Commander on the left with Osprey, and then you got I think that's Gravity.
The one next to
Hologram. I'm pretty sure that's Gravity. I'm not positive, but
but what about the one next to
Mystico? I think
Mystico.
I could be wrong on that, but anyway, I'm a little.
He looks like
he does look like Sin Cara's mask, doesn't it?
Yeah, the mask looks like Sin Cara's mask. That's why. Well, it might be, and he's back under his name in that he used in before.
Yeah, wasn't it Mystico, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
Be. But I have to look into that. I know there's been a few people use that name, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't know.
See,
either way,
with the luchadors, they like because it's like a family thing. Someone may have. I mean, like Rey Mysterio. Exactly. That's his grandfather's name, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like.
But all the masks a lot look similar too a lot of times. So sometimes
for sure.
Like you just called Commander somebody else a while ago. So
that's who I thought that was, but no, you're right.
Yeah, it's just some of the masks are very similar, but yeah, that's part of what makes it great too is the subtle differences between them as well. But the only reason I bring this up too is Vince McMahon may not be involved with the company anymore, but his mentality still may loom large with TKO via Nick Khan and Paul Levesque buying up other companies like Vince did the old territories back in the day. Yeah. This does concern me just a little bit because unlike AEW, that's a partnership within New Japan Pro Wrestling and CMLL, this is a straight up buying out. If this keeps up, history could repeat itself, and WWE could continue to buy out independent companies to the point they own a monopoly in the wrestling industry again. And that's not good for business for wrestlers or the fans. Hopefully AEW, Ring of Honor, GCW, and New Japan Pro Wrestling, CML, Rev Pro, and TNA won't go the way of WCW and fold into the WWE umbrella because competition breeds success. Are you concerned about that at all? Since this is a while?
I did think about that too, but it in this aspect of like buying AAA, it's kind of the same way with the NWA. Like, yes, they have a following, but it's on the internet. You know what I mean? Unless you live in Mexico, it's on the internet. It's the only way anybody can. I know because I'm subscribed to it, and it's like not being able to have an English version, like a commentary version, to know who these guys are.
That will help with their WWE.
Yeah, this will help. And like I said, they already have their huge following on YouTube, so I'm pretty sure WWE is going to capitalize on that as well and not change that aspect of it. Maybe offer an English version of the shows that they pull off on there. So you're bringing more accessibility, and I think that's like an exposure. But I don't think they should buy every small independent company.
I don't want them to buy TNA. I don't need them buying. We'll talk about it a little bit later too, but Rock was wearing a New Japan Pro Wrestling shirt not too long back. I don't need them purchasing these other companies. But I mean, this one, I guess if you're going to turn it into NXT Mexico or something like that, I get it. And it's a smaller company, so I'd be okay with it. But we don't need big acquisitions because that's not good for the business at all.
Yeah, but I think with the whole New Japan thing, first of all, I don't think WWE is going to buy New Japan. I mean, yeah, sure they could, but I don't think they are. But if you think about it now, New Japan is under a new regime as it is, and I think it's not going well. So, like, they might be interested in selling the company, but they probably would sell it to AEW. If anything else, they've had the longer working relationship with those guys.
Recently, for sure.
But I do know, I want to say it was Naito's contract was up, and he was either going to AAA, or if that's the case, he'll probably go to WWE then.
I mean, I don't think New Japan would just dissolve and not exist, and then the wrestlers would go to different companies they choose. But I don't think New Japan is going out of business anytime soon. But maybe you know something more about that than I do. I'm not sure. I get
the newsletters.
Yeah. Gotcha. I hear you. Well, that notwithstanding, let's talk about WrestleMania itself, shall we? As for the showcase of the Immortals itself, this WrestleMania, to me, I'll be interested to hear what Brandon thinks, and Miranda too. I'm sure she said she watched a bunch of it. It felt like a bit of a cluster F at times, and even cursed at a lot of times too. And let me explain why. First of all, at the Hall of Fame ceremony Friday night last week, had multiple wrestlers falling asleep during induction speeches, especially Triple H's, which went, I believe, over an hour long. Now, granted, this was late, too, on the West Coast. So on the East Coast, we're talking like 1 a.m. in the morning when this thing started. So I get it. I'm not I'm not begrudging these wrestlers or, at all for this. But it just kind of looks rough on camera.
The fact that they cut the Booker T so much, I was like, this has got to be on purpose.
And Jay Uso and I think maybe a few others wore sunglasses. They were the smart ones.
Yeah,
Jay looks like he's awake, but he's asleep, bro. So good on him for that. But so right from the jump, we had some interesting things happening on this weekend shows. On top of Kevin Owens being hurt. That kind of sucked. Then Rey Mysterio the night before on SmackDown also gets hurts his groin, so takes him out of the match at WrestleMania. Then, of course, Bayley fakes an injury in storyline, so WWE could get Becky Lynch on the WrestleMania card as a surprise. But in my opinion, you didn't have to book it so Bayley was removed, especially since the following night on Raw, Becky and Lyra Valkyria dropped the titles back to Liv and Raquel. So it was like Becky and Lyra didn't even need to win the titles at Mania to start with. So Becky could have showed up and attacked Lyra on Raw and gotten the same effect, and Bayley, who's worked hard, could have still been on the Mania card, but for whatever reason, Bayley herself has been on record expressing frustration and wondering why the company won't push her to the level of Becky Lynch and Charlotte Flair. I don't, disagree
I
with her
listened
frustration.
to that interview, and what she said is taken out of context.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember the context? Just so we
know.
Yeah,
she said that she said herself she's not on the same level as Charlotte, Becky, and them like
she did say that. You're right.
Working to get there,
but she also went on to say like there's times that she'll do anything they ask, and she's like, "Why? I'm doing everything without much of a fight. So why am I the one?" Not? So she did still kind of, but yeah, she did say that.
Well,
you're right.
Obviously there's going to be that. But she said also too, like her injury, she can't do certain things anymore because of the injury she had. It was far worse than anybody thought. And it's still an ongoing thing. So like some of the worry and concern is justified in the sense of like, yeah, we can give you the opportunity, but if you're just as worried about this injury and it is bad and you are now limited to what you can and can't do, it's like, what do you do in that situation?
Yeah, I guess so, but I still don't understand the booking call of
booking
her to win a gauntlet match, and you pull her out, the day before the Sunday match, and then they have Becky come and win the titles with Lyra, and then you drop the titles back on the following. Just like you really didn't have to go through all that. You really did.
Yeah, no, you could have. I 100% agree with you. You could have had the match the way it was, still get the same effect with Becky afterwards.
Becky could have just showed up and attacked Lyra for whatever reason. And it's almost a lot of people online. I don't know if I go this far, but a lot of people online were like, Becky Hogan, she's got to, get her way and be on the Mania card. I don't know if I go that far, but I could see like the surprise return could have just happened on Raw and it would have just the same effect. You know what I'm saying? Maybe she just wanted to be on WrestleMania, which led to that speculation. But Mike said in the chat, the Hall of Fame needs to be held on its own weekend. Give the inductees the time they deserve. And those induction ceremonies used to be, I know some wrestlers are like it should be shorter. But yeah, they deserve, and like half of them, like the like Koloff and stuff, like he didn't even get a speech on camera. So like it's like I agree with Mike. They should at least get their time. But I understand sometimes those shows do go long. I'm not gonna lie to you, they do.
Yeah, Brett and Austin didn't even get that long.
No. So yeah, I don't know. They need to work on that format. I think, no doubt about it. Night one. I don't know about you. I told you in a private chat that the crowd felt quiet to me. Now night 2, in my opinion, was significantly better. Don't know if it was an acoustics issue or what, but the presentation did feel better during night 2, but that didn't stop WWE from WWEing and declaring a massive sellout from all reports, and it was, but the numbers are always inflated by 4,000 to 5,000 almost every single year, especially with WrestleMania. But they'll combine the number for both days, despite it more often than not being the same people buying combo tickets for both nights. They obviously reported the 61,467 number on night 1, and then of course if you look up WrestleTix, they had them distributing about 55.9. So again, about 6,000-7,000 less than what they say. It's just kind of WWE shtick. They've been doing it for years, for like the last 3 decades, so it's nothing new. But yeah, this is something they were doing. But like I said, they just kind of sounded quiet on night 1. I don't know what the reasoning was.
Like I said, I listened to audio from like cell phone recordings and shit like that. I think it was an acoustic issue, but they got it figured out for night 2. It was loud, and a lot of matches that like didn't seem like it should have been. People popped for a lot of, so I was like, maybe that's what it was.
Night 2 definitely felt better until the main event, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. But yeah, it definitely was far better. Like, even some of like the graphics and cuts and stuff were different from night 1. So it's almost like they realized we have some serious issues here. We got to start tweaking some stuff, and they finally did. But either way, night 2 was definitely presented better. But to kind of continue on with the weirdness of the weekend, Jey Uso showed up drunk as a skunk after winning the World Heavyweight Championship at the post-show media scrum. I'm sure he was just celebrating a bit hard, but yeah, he was on one.
Yeah, he was.
I'd play the interview here, but it would definitely probably get copyrighted. But yeah,
it was
it was something. It was like not long back, him and Cody also had something similar. I think they might have had a little puff of the marijuana before they came out there. I don't know what it was, but they were.
He said they had a few libations.
Vitamins.
Yeah, there you go. So but yeah, so yeah, anyway,
when they won the tag titles, that's how the whole Yeet thing got started.
Kind of. Well, yeah, I mean, wasn't it wasn't there beforehand?
It was when they won the, it was
might have been elevated.
It was when Cody and him won the tag titles, and they were sitting there, and somebody said something, and Jay was like, Yeet. And then every time Cody answered a question,
Cody was dying.
Yeah, he would say yeet, and it was
pretty hilarious. So yeah, I don't know if someone. I ain't gonna lie though, I kind of dig his blue. Oh
yeah, I like his side plates.
It looks pretty dope. I ain't gonna lie to you. Also at WrestleMania, TNA World Champion Joe Hendry filled in for Kevin Owens versus Randy Orton. And do not get me wrong here, okay? Let me put that out here. It's great that TNA got the exposure from WrestleMania. It is. More people know who Joe Hendry is now more than they did before the event. But Randy Orton then proceeds to squash the TNA World Champion in 3 minutes, which that wasn't even a big deal to me because it's Randy effing Orton, okay, number one. 14-time world champion. He's going to beat this young kid rather quickly. To me, the bigger issue was Randy Orton then RKOs him after the match again as well. And that to me just kind of felt unnecessary because it kind of made the TNA World Champion look a little weak, in my opinion. Now, Randy did stand him up, give him the handshake and all that sort of stuff before the RKO. But it did lead to some criticism of WWE and their partnerships like TNA. And maybe there's no ill intent here, but it kind of subtly looked like a little bit of a burial. Am I off here?
You guys use the word burial in the dumbest way possible.
Well, like I said,
he stood Joe Hendry up. He literally says to him, "You stepped up. Nobody else in the back decided to do this. You did." And he says, "I thank you for that." And he goes, "Look at all these people."
And I'm still gonna drop you on your face.
The dude got massive praise from the top stars in the company, whether you like him or not. John Cena said what he said. Paul Heyman said what he said. Hell, even Randy Orton said what he said. There's literally a video of Joe Hendry walking around after the fact that it happened and says it's the best day of his fucking life. All of TNA put out a statement saying that no way, shape, or form are they upset about what happened. They were happy. TNA is on a massive fucking stage.
I do.
And their heavyweight champion is right there. Like this, there's certain shit in wrestling that isn't what people think it is, but that's what they want to make it. He got more exposure from this 3-minute fucking match than TNA has had in a long fucking time.
That's why I prefaced it with that, because you're right. It did. But yeah, it still got a little bit of that criticism, but yeah, I think for the most part, it came off well, for Joe Hendry. But yeah, I knew that was going to set you off. I just knew it.
Like the man's music hit
Oh
and
yeah, that place went
fucking
nuts.
erupted.
Well, that I didn't expect him. I expected, we talked about Solo Sikoa, we talked about Jeff Hardy, we talked about a bunch of different options there.
It being him was like, you couldn't have asked for a better fucking reaction. Hell,
I actually thought he was hurt.
Who, Joe? Oh yeah, because that's what he said on TNA. I thought he had the drop title and everything.
I thought I was reading reports he was vacating the belt, so apparently those were wrong. I don't know where I read that, but anyway.
When he shows up, Randy looks. The camera cuts to Randy, and you see him go. He was thoroughly fucking impressed.
Well, and according to reports, I believe Randy asked for Joe Hendry.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken. So so good on him.
Again, that lets you know this guy. Whenever he decides to make that transition over, like he's already established himself there. But that's there.
Yeah.
Not many people from WWE, but he's been on NXT a couple of times. He was at the fucking Rumble.
Yeah, that was great at the Rumble too. I was there live for that.
Man.
Yeah.
Joe Hendry, when I first saw the gimmick, I was like, what the fuck is this? But
I still don't know fully what it is. I know he's a singer.
Yeah, it grew on me. And I'm like, so even when his music hit, I even popped. I was like, oh shit, it's Joe.
Not only that, even and again, to kind of put a point on this and move on, but not everything has to be like uber serious on wrestling shows either, especially a show like WrestleMania. Some things can be just fun, and I think this was that, especially even after the RKO thing that some people weren't happy with. Randy Orton did the whole turn around and look at the camera thing, which was hilarious. So Randy was having fun with it. Hendry had fun with it. TNA has no problem with it, apparently. I get it to some degree what you're saying, and that's why I'm bringing it up. But at the same time, I think for the most part this was all right.
I think really wrestling. I think we missed that part now with wrestling.
Now we're going to talk about something serious here in a minute, in my opinion.
Yeah,
but
that's
this was not it.
I think you need that humor every once in a while in wrestling to bring you back to reality. They're like, hey, this is all the show.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize this too, real quick. Randy's tights and color
I didn't. You're right.
Was the same way that he was a throwback to his debut.
Yeah.
I thought that was really cool.
I didn't even notice it either. Someone pointed it out to me, but I was like, wow, okay. That's really cool. That was really cool. Especially on his 20th WrestleMania. So I think that was a really cool moment to do that. But
also, other side note, small nitpick. American crowds, like we need to figure this chant shit out. Like, these overseas crowds, when they do Randy Orton's theme and he comes out, they go in, and we look so bad when he comes out, and like because they only sing the I hear a voice, and it's like you fuckers are doing it wrong, and then you hear him stammer off. Like I'm like, I hate you.
I mean, I'll give the crowd at WrestleMania a little slack just because that building is so big. Like sound travels, you can't quite get on the same page. I'll give them that, but the smaller arenas though, get it together, guys. We got our loyal listener Slara in the chat. Hey, good to see you, Slara. She says, "Hey, my dragons." So good to have you on the show. Continuing with WrestleMania here. Some other weird things ended up happening. Poor Jade Cargill was dealing with wardrobe malfunctions her entire match against Naomi. She kept pulling her top up as her areolas kept popping out a bit, but luckily she had skin-colored top that covered her a bit further. But she was noticeably conscious of this during her match. So
there was a couple times that you could actually see it. I was like, that's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to show those here, but
no,
a little bit of an issue that she was having there, and it was definitely causing. I thought for the most, there was one spot with the Naomi on her back and she spun around into a power bomb. I thought she about killed Naomi, but it ended up going all right, I think, all things considered. So good for Jade Cargill.
And she was too, like, I loved her outfit. Like it was Shazam. She wore a Black Adam one, she wore a Flash one, but this one was Shazam.
I love how all the wrestlers are actually nerds like us. It's really cool.
It is so cool sometimes.
Speaking of the last bit of weirdness here at WrestleMania, Stone Cold Steve Austin, which he's known for driving his ATV down the ring and going around the ring a few times. Well, this time he crashed his ATV against the video board at ringside. That angered at least one fan who took a pause and kind of went down. I don't know if she saw money and she was ready to go to court.
Champion.
But
he hit the board. First of all, she wasn't even that fucking close. he hit the board, and you just see her step back and then fall. I said, no fucking shot.
Now, everybody in the first row basically took a step back because the board did move a bit.
Yeah,
but it wasn't. Nobody was getting seriously hurt off of this, though. That board stopped most of the impact. But this woman went down like she'd been murdered, and then, of course, Nick Khan and Stone Cold, to his credit, even gets off the ATV and goes, "You okay?" And then he goes into the ring. And he even went back over there after his segment. So good on Stone Cold there. But not only that, Stone Cold crashed his ATV, but he didn't screw up once. He screwed up twice on his ATV. Did you see this? This is a video. Now, when he comes to the ring, his music starts playing, and I noticed it took him a little while to get onto the ramp. Well, here's why. Stone Cold missed the ramp, and he started to get hung up. There's the ramp, and he went below. And he had to back up, and he gets stuck. And he has to get security and these backstage hands to get him unstuck on this entrance ramp while his music is playing. Luckily, the camera's not picking up any of this stuff. This was from cell phone footage. Poor Stone Cold. Stone Cold may have, in fact, been drunk on this night. I'm not going to lie to you. He finally finds the ramp here, and he goes off without edge.
The way he came out, it's hard. Like, if you've driven, first of all, he's got wide tires on that bitch, too. Yeah. It's hard to steer these fucking things.
Oh, I'm sure.
So, yeah, missing that first turn, I understand. Now, when he got around the ring, he came in hot. And he came. Once soon as he went down the ramp, it was on. But he had to swing that son of a bitch. So I'm not surprised. I'm more surprised he didn't go fucking right over the handlebars when he hit that thing.
Yeah, he kind of went upward, like, "Hey, sorry, man." But now, I don't think most people saw the second miscue there.
No, that's fucking hilarious.
But yeah, I saw that on X. I'm going, "You got to be kidding me!" He screwed it up twice. But anyway, good on Stone Cold. I'm glad to see him though. And by the way,
I'm glad he made it down the ramp. Shit,
I like this. I like this T-shirt, by the way. Austin,
I like that shirt
with the American flag. I kind of want one of those. So that looks pretty cool. But yeah, good on it. But yeah, all that notwithstanding, those were kind of the miscues.
That's hilarious.
Any other thoughts on those? I got to switch over here.
No, I mean, Stone Cold is Stone Cold. You know what you're going to get. Like,
it's like a box of chocolates. You just don't know what you're going to get. It's one of those deals. But so it's good to see Stone Cold, though. I mean, I'm glad he was able to be at this WrestleMania. I thought it was going to be in the main event, but we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
But that ended up not happening. But anyway, as for the actual WrestleMania Night 1 matches, like we said, the first night was not real good, in our opinion, until the main event. The main event was outstanding. But quick thoughts on Night 1, not talking about the main event. We're going to go into that separately.
Jey Uso, no, that's Night 2. Jesus Christ.
Jacob Fatu.
Jacob Fatu.
Oh, Jay. Well, no, Jay's right there on that one. He was the opening match. Yeah. So
the best match for me, though, seriously, was that triple threat. Storyline wise, like it was.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. But that Charlotte Tiffany match, that was a disaster.
That was
Americano, that was great, but it missed up without Rey Mysterio because it was built around Rey Mysterio a little bit. But Rey Fenix, good on him. Boy, did he luck out. He fell right into a WrestleMania spot, only being there for a few short weeks.
That's what I said, too. I said it's so dope, though. Like, think about it. He just showed up, and then, unfortunately, Rey gets hurt, but he gets put in that spot. The trust that they had to have and belief they had to have in this kid to go out there in front of that many people at WrestleMania and do this match. And I don't give whoever Americano is, the way he can adapt to any style of wrestling, and I love the way he intermingles catch wrestling, into luchador wrestling. Like, that is fucking phenomenal. I'm not gonna lie to you.
He's clearly a fan of Chad Gable and American Made. He wears that mask. They need to add him to the group. Seriously.
They should. I think they should. Somebody should get on.
Chad and Americano as a tag team. Buys.
Man.
Buys. I mean, just take my money now. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like the merchandising opportunity you could pull off.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen them together before. So why not? You know they can do it. So bring it on. I'm all down for it.
That's what I said.
But Mike in the chat, he did make a good point. At least Tiffany Stratton won. We talked about that when Charlotte won the Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
So right call there, no doubt about it. So good there. And some of the other things like Jacob Fatu, well deserved. We'd call that. Ironically enough, the night one, Actually, most of night 2, we called just about every one of these right. And I think I said CM Punk in the main event, but we even said Rollins made the most sense. Based on where it was going. So, but all this other stuff, we called every single one of these correct. You can go check out our prediction show and go check that out there. Night 2, we'll get into in just a minute. But before we do that, night 1's main event, like I said, best storyline of the weekend. In my opinion, not the match. No, the match was the Triple Threat Women's match, like I said. But this double cross by Paul Heyman, was one of the best storyline elements of course, we all kind of mentioned this could possibly happen. And I actually didn't know if it was going to happen until he low blowed CM Punk. And then he looked over at Roman Reigns and Roman started smiling. I'm going, he's going to low blow Roman too. Yeah. And sure enough, this was one of the greatest low blows I've ever seen in my life. He gets in there and then he just shakes it around to make sure, he was angry. But Roman was, this is a great photo, by the way.
Oh my God.
And then of course the camera actually missed it when Rollins knew what happened. He stuck his arm out to take the steel chair. He got it after he already stuck his hand out. This was great. God. Paul Heyman, Seth Rollins is the new Paul Heyman guy, and we'll get into Raw here in a minute. But yeah,
it was. Paul, if you could see Paul on the outside the whole time. Paul is great at the whole saying things without saying things. His body language. Even when he pushed the chair to CM Punk, he says to Roman, "I'm sorry." And then eventually, when he low blows Punk and he yells, "You expect me to go against my tribal chief? He's everything." You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And then even Roman is so good with the micro expressions, his facial. He looks like he's about to start crying. You know what I mean? His bottom lip quivers. He's smiling, and then he gets the chair, and then to see Rollins with his back turned, and you hear Paul Heyman say, "Just like the Shield, remember." Man, it was, and then when he low blows him, you could just see the anger, the frustration, everything. And
they shouldn't be though. If you follow Paul Heyman throughout his years, he's turning against Big Show, Brock Lesnar, multiple people throughout his career. But he shouldn't be surprised. But anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
But like, it's the one thing nobody thought he would ever do: turn on Roman. You could see the CM Punk thing, that's fine. But Roman?
Well, when we talked about it a couple weeks ago before the big show, I didn't even consider it until he did not curb stomp Paul a couple weeks on Raw. Mm-hmm. But before that, I'm like, oh, he's probably just going to help Punk. And I didn't think anything of it. Then once that happened, I'm going, wait a minute. They kept that pretty close to the chest.
That whole conversation, you could see in Paul's face, even when Seth was in his face, yelling at him. And he's like, they abandoned you. They weren't there for you when you needed them. Like, and again, I said this from the beginning of this whole fucking feud. He was the only person that was right in the whole thing.
Telling the truth. The only one.
But yet now he is the bad guy. Do you understand that? Like,
yeah. He is now hopefully what Roman Reigns was with the bloodline. And that's going to only get further expand, which we're going to talk about in a minute too. But
he's going to do the whole, it's going to be like a newer version of that whole Monday Night Messiah thing.
I've heard he may be forming his own version of Evolution, which we'll have to we'll see where that goes. But
especially with who he's got now. I ain't gonna say that until we talk about it.
Yeah, we're going to get there. Yeah, for sure. It's so far so good. That's all I'll say. So the biggest problem for WrestleMania before I get to that, that does mean though now this pretty much means the Bloodline story is officially over after almost 5 years or so. So that's a bittersweet thing to think about. But with Heyman now officially leaving Roman all by his lonesome, we'll see what happens with Roman. I'm assuming he's going to be teaming up with Punk, but we'll talk about that in a minute. But this is one of the best 5-year runs of a storyline, probably in recent memory, definitely in the last 2 decades, I would think. What do you thought? What are your thoughts on the Bloodline officially being over?
First of all, I need that picture so I can frame it.
Yeah,
that is probably one of the dopest photos. You have the whole bloodline in this.
Sammy with that big grin on his face.
Yes, and Sammy Uso. Oh my God. This was some of the best. When you think about everybody involved, how it rolled out. And then you had that whole comedy phase but still turned very fucking serious.
Yeah.
In this story with Sami Zayn, I feel like everything Sami Zayn was doing up until this point, this was like literally the pinnacle of a storyline and his career than he had in NXT. When he hit the main roster and Vince did what he did with him, Sammy was in a bunch of bullshit. No, not like it was so fucking weird to see him go from where he was in NXT to ended up on the main roster. Yeah, he was getting featured in this, and this, but like at one point he kind of just dropped off the map. And then this storyline, when he got involved, I think we saw a side of Sammy that like nobody knew was there with the comedy deal, but when it got serious, to see that angle and that side of Sammy was fucking dope.
Yeah. And I agree with Mike in the chat. Unlike WCW with the NWO, WWE did not F up the bloodline from the beginning to the end. I agree with that too. And I'm going to say that, and I know Brandon's mentioned it before, whether they do it on the network, Netflix, Peacock, whatever it might be, give us a, from the beginning to the end, bloodline, special DVD thing, whatever it might be, because that will sell or whatever, like hotcakes, or people will watch that.
I would love to see
chronicle that.
Yeah,
just tell us the story, because I remember one of my favorite DVDs and VHSs growing up was the Awesome versus McMahon feud from beginning to end. It chronicled the entire storyline. Bring that, do that with the bloodline, and I'll watch that thing for certain.
It was, dude, it was so cool. This was a good, and 5 years is a long time.
And give credit where it's due too. Vince McMahon got this started. I know he gets a lot of flack, and for good reason, but he got this, and Triple H brought it home. And a lot of people kind of, we'll get into a little bit about the main event of WrestleMania here in a minute, but a lot of people were talking about how Triple H got handed the bloodline story, so to speak. And now that that's kind of gone, people were wondering if the main event with Cena and Cody was a result of Triple H not having that to lean on any further. That may be a talking point going forward, but we'll wait and see. But he did all right in NXT without it too, so we'll see about Hunt. But
I think, but like I said, a large part of this story was storyline in general and the way it was rolled out, because it was all of Roman and Paul. Roman had the ideas, Paul helped him facilitate it. Now you're correct in the sense that Vince helped produce it and nurture the story.
Right. Paul did. Yeah.
But man, the way it culminated, it had its ups and downs. And the emotional parts of this story hit hard. And I think that's why when Jay winning the title, that's a full circle moment for him too. Even, as this story all came to an end at one show, WrestleMania, it all came to an end at one show at WrestleMania for all the players involved. Like it was.
Sammy was the only one not on the WrestleMania show, but his story kind of picked up on Raw, which we'll talk about in a minute too.
Man, I feel like I know where that's going.
Yeah, I do too. Mike said WWE sadly doesn't do DVDs anymore. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, nobody really does. Only put things on Peacock and Netflix probably. But yeah, either way, I'll watch it no matter where they put it. So definitely get that to work and access it. No doubt about it. But WWE's biggest issue with WrestleMania in general, for the most part, if I get this image to go away, is of course their wait times between matches. Though on a 4-hour show on night one alone, total match time was 1 hour and 45 minutes, meaning that wait time between bell times was a grand total of 2 hours and 11 minutes and 57 seconds.
Holy shit.
This is a problem, because I'm all about letting things breathe. Don't get me wrong, but this is a prime example of why WrestleMania and any other show does not need to be 2 nights. Cut off the fluff and add more matches to night one, in my opinion, and be done with it. This is, you pay for this WrestleMania show. They were charging thousands of dollars. Even in the nosebleeds, you were paying $400 or $500 a seat. You sit there and wait 2 hours and nothing really happens. Now, there were some entrances in here and things like that, but bell time alone, matches, 2 hours at 11 minutes out of 4 hours, there was nothing happening. That's unacceptable.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're a sports entertainment company, a pro wrestling company, your fans are paying big money and you're not giving anything to them during this time outside of video packages and ads, which is another thing that needs to stop too. That's just my opinion.
So many fucking ads.
Oh my God. And not only that, just every match is a sponsor now at WrestleMania, these big shows too. But beyond Well, I was going to go back to night 2 a little bit. Sorry. But beyond that, though, night 2, we'll start about that. It was a complete reversal of night 1, in my opinion. Great until the main event, including the match of the weekend. Like we said, the women's triple threat match here with Io Sky retaining her women's world championship, which I think she did need. And of course,
she did not just need, she didn't need it.
Well, no, but to validate her in the story.
She's been killing it for a while, even from NXT and her time in the women's division. Deserved, and she finally got rewarded for that. Like Io is very good at what she does, but all 3 of those women were. But man, I was happy she won. I truly was. I was truly happy that she retained the title. And even though Miranda is a huge Rhea Ripley fan,
right?
She was honestly happy that Io won too. So,
see, Mike, I don't know about that one. Mike said,
I guess.
He said his opinion of Lex Luger ditching WrestleMania for WrestleCon because they paid him more. Actually, you're asking us if that's our opinion. Actually, no. From what I heard after the Hall of Fame ceremony, I heard he had a setback with his health due to obviously the physical exertion of going to the show, standing up for the speech and all that sort of stuff. That's why he wasn't at night 1 when they announced the induction and the inductees. That's what I heard. I could be wrong on that. Maybe I hadn't heard about maybe ditching for WrestleCon thing. Maybe they paid him more. I don't know about that, but I'd be curious what you think about it. If you want to comment, let us know. But yeah,
I mean, that's wild.
That was I wouldn't think he would ditch out on his own induction or his own Hall of Fame thing, but that's just me. Now back to we want to talk about the one I was probably the most happy for was Dominic Mysterio.
Oh, brother, I listen. I know the women's triple threat was the match of the fucking show there, but like I thoroughly, and I mean thoroughly, enjoyed this 4-way match. But Dominic winning, I popped. I ain't gonna hold you. I did.
Crowd was probably behind him for the first time in his life too, or at least on the main roster.
They said there were people that were like, it was fun to boo him. That's why they did it.
Yeah,
they couldn't knock his work in the ring, and they actually enjoyed watching him wrestle. But it was fun to boo him. Winning,
go ahead. Sorry,
was that crowd fucking erupted?
Oh yeah,
when he won. Even in the manner he won. That
pinning
crowd,
Finn Balor at that.
Oh my Lord!
Which is going to lead into things, and I actually got a theory based on what happened on Raw, which we'll talk about in a second. That the Judgment Day sans Finn Balor will turn babyface.
Yeah,
at some point down the line here.
I can see
Finn maybe. I don't think he's going to be with them much longer for sure. Mike said in the chat too. Fun fact: Io Sky is the first Japanese female wrestler to win at WrestleMania, and the first Japanese wrestler since Takamichi Noku. I'm assuming to win since WrestleMania 14.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I heard about the female Japanese wrestler be the first one to win at Mania. So yeah, I didn't know that about since WrestleMania 14 though. So that's crazy to think about. But yeah,
Takamichi Noku was underrated.
Yeah, I agree with that too. And by the way, that was something. I did a video of the simulation of the Cena versus Cody match with WWE 2K25 on the channel, which you can find if you want to watch it. There was a point in that match where Cena did a Michinoku driver on Cody Rhodes. I'm sitting there going, when was the last time you saw Cena do one of those? That's what I don't know. For some reason, I thought he did it in the actual match a second ago. No, he did it in the simulation video.
Brother, that is awesome.
It was pretty crazy. But yeah, Drew McIntyre had a good match. Great spot with Damian Priest going through the table off the old school that he's now kind of adopted from Undertaker was cool. Logan Paul got a win. We kind of assumed all these we pretty well predicted outside of Becky. Well, we thought that Lyra. No, I think we picked Liv and Raquel to retain. I think that's the one we did miss.
Yep.
But yeah, everything else we pretty well predicted was going to be the case. So yeah, good on us. We know what we're talking about, guys. Who knew? So beyond the match not being the greatest, with Cena loudly calling spots during the match and being limited to what he can actually do at this point in his career, I'm curious what Brent has to think about this, but I'm going to give it a little bit of a spiel here. What I think, what happened here, in my personal opinion, it would have been better if they left Rock out of this entire situation completely and just let John Cena turn heel at WrestleMania in the dream match with Cody Rhodes. We would have been buzzing about that for decades, just like Stone Cold Steve Austin turning and joining Vince McMahon at WrestleMania 17. We said at the time of John Cena's heel turn that they better have something bigger planned to follow up at WrestleMania. Spoiler alert, they did not. Instead, they opted to do the heel turn at Elimination Chamber, and now all we're going to remember is how WWE botched this. Now, let me get into why I think this might have happened. Whatever is going on with The Rock, by the way, this 1 foot in, 1 foot out mentality, and now he's effectively ruined the overall story of the main event. He appears to show up when he feels like it. WWE rewrites the show around him, and then Rock leaves, and WWE is left carrying the bag without Dwayne. Either get in or stay the hell away is my personal opinion about The Rock right now. And Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer newsletter, he takes a lot of crap for some things he does get wrong at times, but he doesn't get near the amount of credit he should get for getting things right. And this is one of those instances where he deserves an apology. He reported that Rock was not going to be at WrestleMania last year, or for this, he reported it last year about this year's WrestleMania. And when asked about it, Dwayne Johnson stated on social media that don't believe any of that bullshit. Well, clearly Dwayne Meltzer was right. Now at this time you wrote this, maybe you intended to be there, but you weren't. So was Dave wrong and you were pointing it out, or was Dave right all along? You know, that's the question here. Looks like Dave was right all along. Now, The Rock went on full damage control mode on Pat McAfee's show this week and said that the only reason he showed up for Elimination Chamber was due to low ticket sales and they needed a boost, which is, I'm sorry, it's a lie, by the way. If you've been following WWE at all in the last year, you know that they have zero problem selling tickets. Now, while they may have been a little bit soft leading up to the Elimination Chamber, they had still already sold 27,000 tickets at that point when Rock said he had this conversation with management. Rock also said that he didn't show up at WrestleMania because he wanted to keep the focus on Cody Rhodes and John Cena, and that the final boss's job was done. Rock, your story was just beginning at Elimination Chamber when you inserted yourself into the main event segment. He said that they could revisit the selling of the soul storyline down the line, but first of all, just don't revisit it, especially if you have no intention on following through with it. Had The Rock not been involved, everything would have turned out the same, likely better. And here's how I think that. Here's a list of The Rock's appearances since last year's WrestleMania, okay? Raw after WrestleMania last year, The Rock engaged in an awkward segment with Cody Rhodes where the two exchanged belts, and Rock even handed him what I believe was a watch given to him by his father, Dusty Rhodes. The exchanging of the belts things really made no sense. Bad Blood last year, The Rock appears at the end of the show. He counts to 3, and then he just goes away. We don't see him for like 6 months. Solo Sikoa then states that this is all part of the plan, and it's never mentioned again. The 3, Raw on Netflix debut in January this year, The Rock does his babyface routine where he's acting like the CEO of the company or the board of directors guy, not in character, states that he and Cody have now become good friends following WrestleMania 40, which didn't really make a lot of sense. And The Rock then endorses Roman Reigns, and again, he leaves. Nothing comes of this. He does show up the following night on NXT after that backlash and says, y'all need to know your role, shut your mouths, and realize I'm 20 steps ahead of you, and just enjoy the ride that the final boss is going to take you on. Correct? And then the following month on TV, The Rock decides he wants to take Cody's soul at Elimination Chamber, and then he shows up at Chamber and assists John Cena in turning heel, and Cena officially sells his soul to The Rock, and then Rock goes away again, still not to be seen to this day, and Cena was off television for a few weeks. Still no explanation on why Rock and Cena even teamed up at Elimination Chamber. Nothing. So all this stuff that The Rock was showing up just randomly, there was no plan behind this. If there was, I'm sorry, I got a bridge to sell you if you think that. I can't, you can't convince me that there was. Yeah. And none of it needed to happen to get where we are today. Everything would be the exact same if Cena just turned heel on Cody at WrestleMania. We were in the same spot where we were.
Yep.
Secondly, I don't buy he wanted the spotlight to be on Cody and Cena. If this is true, WWE clearly didn't agree with The Rock. Otherwise, Cena would have won clean, and Travis Scott wouldn't have been booked to interfere by WWE too. And he took like 2 hours to get to the ring, by the way. Not to mention, by inserting himself into the storyline and not showing up at Mania, Rock had to know that would put the spotlight clearly on him, especially after Travis Scott showed up. And Rock did mention that during the Pat McAfee segment. But no one is focused on John Cena winning the 17 championship this week. It's all about what the hell happened during this main event that Rock didn't show up to. So in my opinion, Rock failed to read the room and should have known the story was just getting started and not finished like he said. This feels like corporate spin if I ever heard it. At the end of the day, there was no 20 steps ahead. There were no plans of his showing up or being involved in the road to WrestleMania, and selling his soul just meant nothing at the end of the day. This could have all been done without him. The Rock single-handedly screwed up WrestleMania 41's main event, in my opinion. The more likely scenario, what happened? WWE wanted Rock to be involved because they set it up at the Elimination Chamber and wrote it into WrestleMania. Rock either wasn't available and didn't want to, and what we got at WrestleMania was the best they could come up with the biggest spoke on the wheel not being there. But I also blame WWE for centering the entire main event storyline around a guy who isn't reliable to show up when it matters most for the storyline to be paid off. So Rock's mostly to blame here, but I blame WWE for this as well. All I know is I'm really starting to dislike Rock's ego. He tried to do a hostile takeover of DC with his Black Adam movie, by the way, then refused to be in the Shazam movie, despite Black Adam being a major role in the Shazam character. He did the same thing in the Fast and Furious franchise. We'll see if he lives up to his promise there, but he bailed there in the past too, and now this. The Rock did more promotion for New Japan Pro Wrestling and Rubik's Cube sales recently than he did for WrestleMania. Still don't know what this is all about. Internet thinks that he's just a fan of New Japan Pro Wrestling. I don't know what the Rubik's Cube thing is. That implies to me that he's trying to figure out a way to buy that company based on this, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But Rock can take his candy ass down to Egocentric Boulevard, which is on the corner of Part-Timer Drive, and check directly into the SmackDown I never show up to hotel at this point. Because I was so mad at this main event. Your thoughts on Rock's involvement here, real quick?
I think there was an easier way to do this. We did it as a storyline, back, when I was wrestling, where we took over the company. Like we, had all the championships like that. And then there's these videos that they put out of like someone coming to save them. In this aspect, you could have done the same thing where we never see The Rock, but there's, it's kind of a glimpse of who it is, but you don't know. The whole selling your soul thing could have been a phone call or a question from a sketchy voice that you kind of know who it sounds like, but you're not really sure. He could have sent Travis Scott out in the same manner at WrestleMania. You would again, there's ways to build up to this to where at the end of it all, he could have came out and did what he did at Bad Blood at the top of the ramp, but at WrestleMania, and then have John turn. The whole, everything could have been played out without him actually being there, to just that one moment where he is there. So where none of this is an issue, but you are 100% correct in him being inserted here, and here, but then there's nothing afterwards. I originally thought that whole thing with the 1, 2, 3 thing was for Roman. And what the fuck, you know what I mean?
Well, no, that after Seth Rollins turned the night before, everybody thought, okay, you got Paul Heyman, you got Rocks, Travis Scott, Paul Heyman, whatever you get the 3 guys out of however combination that you want. So that a lot of people were thinking that was what was going to happen at night 2. That didn't happen at all. So again, it just left a lot of people confused. Like, what the hell was this storyline that Rock was trying to put together? And it sounds like it's all on Rock with that part of the storyline. It really does. I mean, I'm not saying WWE didn't have a hand in that story. Maybe they did. And maybe we'll get lucky and it actually makes some sense in 6 months or something. But I'm not holding my breath with this at all.
We're not.
But and not only that, part of me feels like perhaps like The Rock's ego was so bruised last year when the fans wanted to see Cody Rhodes finish the story over him that maybe Rock intentionally torpedoed this. Maybe. Either that or there's some major backstage political rift happening between the board of directors team of Rock and Brian Gerwitz and Triple H's creative team. In this case, it appears Triple H was left to pick up the pieces of this debacle of a storyline once Rock refused to work WrestleMania. But all the blame doesn't fall solely on The Rock. Let me make that clear. While I put most of the blame on The Rock for the Cena-Cody main event, Triple H is still to blame for night 1 being lackluster outside of the triple threat main event. And like I said, I blame Hunter relying on Dwayne to be the catalyst that made the night 2 main event storyline work to begin with. If Tony Khan and AEW booked the ending of All In July like this,
brother, listen, Tony Khan's got enough to worry about.
He does, but I mean, he didn't screw up Daniel Bryan's winning the title, though. You know what I'm saying? Like
WWE also didn't screw up Cody Rhodes winning the title. That's irrelevant in this situation right now.
Well, I'm gonna get about Cody in just a second.
Going through some weird shit as far as
their I'm not saying AEW is perfect, but
But like,
I'm just saying it would have been a whole.
This one would have made sense with all the pieces that you had and a story to carry forward. But I honestly feel like Dwayne's involvement in having to slot him in certain sections is what's fucking this whole thing up.
Yeah,
it could have been a vision from Triple H of what he wanted, but when you can't rely on the one fucking dude who is kind of a big part afterwards, after your major storyline, but he's a big part of the latter part of that, not showing up or doing what he wants because of who he is. Like, that shit is ass. So regardless, if nothing else in Triple H's behalf, Dwayne is making it look bad altogether.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you take him out and we get progression in this story without him, how the fuck are you going to put him back in there? So now you have to rearrange what you're doing to insert him. So which makes the whole thing look chopped, edited, and shitty. Like, Dwayne, like, and the no accountability part is crazy to me. Like, bro, he does all these other fucking interviews where he seems like the most wholesome person, but business wise, either you are a complete asshole and nobody wants to work with you, which from a lot of accounts seems to be the fucking situation.
I just rattled off a few of them. Yeah.
Because like, literally, this is one of those situations where like, dude, like, I grew up watching you. Like, you were
he didn't have this ego
fucking ways. Like, yeah, like what happened to the pineapple haired fucking kid? Probably, yeah.
It feels like Hollywood happened. And Rock's now feels
and
like
it's shitty because like I praised this guy's early movies in Hollywood, his early stardom. You know what I'm saying? Like, he played a gay bodyguard in Be Cool, and I thought it was the fucking funniest shit ever. And then Walking Tall and what was the other one?
The Scorpion King was a start.
Scorpion King was a start.
Yeah.
But what was it? Walking Tall and
he had a few there. Welcome to the Jungle, which the Rundown was good.
Yeah, Rundown was good. Hell, the Jumanji movies he's been in were good. Like,
I enjoy his movies still.
Like,
but it's
happened though.
I don't know. Well, not only that, like. Well, no, that like if you needed ticket sales to be boosted for Elimination Chamber, if you're going to keep coming in only when you want to come in, the only storyline you can really be involved in and not screw up everything else is some fun segment where like you come out like Austin comes out and drinks beers and stuff. So Rock come out rock bottom like I don't know Austin Theory or something or the Miz or something like that. But that's not going to work for the Rock. His ego's at this point is going to be like I have to be in the main event segment, and because he's on the board of directors, he has that say. And my fear is, if there is a political rift going on backstage and Rock and Brian Gerwitz get their way and Hunter's ousted at some point, we could have major issues on our hands. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I hope it don't get to that point. And who knows, maybe it would be okay, but The Rock would have to be far more involved or at least have his people do it for him. That's concerning. I'm just saying. I'm just going to put that out there. Yeah, but let's get back to Cody Rhodes real quick before we move on from this. The guy that ended a 1,316-day, 4-year reign of Roman Reigns, of which Roman Reigns had help from the entire bloodline, and Cody was able to overcome it. But this year, Cody lost his championship because of 140-pound Travis Scott's interference, a low blow, and a belt shot. Not to mention that since his return at WrestleMania 38, Cody Rhodes, his record at WrestleMania is now 2 for 5. His win at WrestleMania 38 versus Seth Rollins and his win at WrestleMania 40 versus Roman for the championship were great. Yes, as Brandon mentioned, that title win last year was awesome. But he also lost at WrestleMania 39 to Roman, which when they finished the story the year later. At WrestleMania 40, the year he won the title, he got pinned by The Rock in a tag match. And now this year he loses to John Cena. So let that sink in. I mean, Cody Rhodes, the way they booked him with this loss to Cena, in a way, possibly cheapens everything they built for him over the last 2 years. He deserved better than that. I'd be real interested personally in hearing Cody's side of the story as to what happened at this main event. It was WCW levels of bad. The ending was just flat out garbage. So thoughts on I know you said they've been booking Cody strong, and they have this year. But some of that makes you kind of go.
This is what sucks about Cody. And I'm being for real. Okay. Cody is a shit title holding babyface. It doesn't work. His whole personality doesn't fit it.
I thought it did for a year, but now maybe not.
But that's because of the weight and the level of Roman's heel run is what carried
You're probably not wrong there. Yeah.
He was the ultimate fucking villain. You have to now transfer that to something of what John Cena, like John Cena's concept of being a heel who's not really a heel, but the idea of what he wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
So again, asserting the Rock in this is stupid because, like, think about it this way: the premise of John Cena's heel run is because he wants to ruin wrestling.
Yeah.
Like,
a lot of people were trying to defend the main event the way they booked it. John's trying to ruin wrestling and play the storyline. No. You can ruin the wrestling and storyline, but still put on a good show. There was a completely different series.
Yeah.
Okay. This main event was not good. The wrestling was bad. The ending was booked terribly.
Like he said it himself. Like, he knows, like, when he said, when I feel like I've lost a step, it's time to go. And then he even said, like, do you see those guys in that ring? He's fully aware of this situation. But anyway, regardless,
and he's not going to wrestle much this year either. So.
My point is, this storyline doesn't need The Rock, like, period. It just doesn't.
No, it never did.
It really doesn't. But with Cody, he needs something. So now him chasing this title is the best. He's going to look way better. And I don't know why it feels like that with Cody. I can't answer that fucking question. But the best parts to me was leading up to it being John Cena was the time that him and CM Punk were in the ring and they had a conversation. And you could see Cody is tired. And, like,
I'm sure he needs a break for sure.
Because it's real, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a weight. But that adds so much to
That's the
character.
Championship too. Yeah.
But if he doesn't have that look and that feel, it doesn't fucking work for him. I don't know why. I can't explain as to why that is.
Yeah.
And I get it. Everybody's character is different, especially when they have that title. Stone Cold's, it helped propel him. Taker's was fucking phenomenal. Triple H's was great. But the way Roman's was and how it ended was phenomenal. But you have to now take that, what that was, and recreate it. And Cody's just like, he can't. It's one of those things where, like, he's a good champion, yes, but he's not a good champion in the sense of caring about him carrying that title.
Mm-hmm. And you might be able to get a little more legs out of this if Cody comes back and chases John and maybe beats John right before John retires to get the belt back. Yeah. But at some point down the line, you're going to have to do something with him. And a lot of people are saying maybe eventually, because I guess The Rock's idea was to turn Cody heel. And Triple H mentioned Cena instead, because why would you turn your biggest babyface heel right now? Eventually, I can see it. But if all the reporting is true about Cody when he left AEW is true, Cody doesn't want to ever go heel. So maybe you could convince him to do it. True, fair enough. So yeah, I mean, he's got a little bit of ways to go to make it that impactful. But yeah. I mean, so I don't know, but maybe a heel turn down the line is something if Cody's willing to do so, because he was getting boos in that match. No,
it'd be nice to see. It'd be nice to see Cody go heel,
become a real American nightmare. You know what I mean, for his opponents, that sort of thing. You could do that, but I don't know. We'll see where they go with it.
Pull off the blue collar, blue chipper heel. You know what I mean? Like, he could pull off the lineage kind of heel. Mm-hmm. It worked with Dashing when he had that face mask.
Yeah.
So, like,
gimmick was kind of weird, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
It was weird.
But to kind of put a button on this again too, night 2 of WrestleMania, again, total wait time, almost a 4 hour day, 2 hours and 4 minutes. It was like an hour and 40 or 3 hours and 45 minutes. So again, more than half the time fans were just sitting there. Nothing was going on for a grand total for both nights, Saturday and Sunday, 7 hours and 34 minute show. 4 hours and 16 minutes of it, nothing was happening outside of entrances and ads, and wait time. Only 3 hours and 18 minutes on a 7 hour and 34 minute show had actual wrestling. Please, for the love of all things, change that, WWE.
Yeah, because you got to think about it. People go to these shows, and it's a whole weekend or week event type deal, right? But you got to think about it. Before the shows, you got people getting up early to go to other events that are centered around this. So for a lot of these people, this is like an 18-hour day of wrestling content.
Commentators,
man,
kickoff shows, all that stuff. I mean, it's insane to these guys. No wonder they were falling asleep during the Hall of Fame ceremony.
Yeah.
I mean, no doubt about it.
Yeah, all the signings and shit you got to go to and all. Yeah.
You can look, you had 3 hours and 18 minutes of actual wrestling on this show. You can add an hour of entrances and video packages and ads and still get the entire show done in 4.5 hours in one day.
Even
There's
if you
no
have
need for this.
The wait time, like put on like small little dark matches, you know, use some of this dead air time where you're doing whatever you're doing to like supplement the crowd with like, you know, maybe indies guys, local guys doing some shit in the ring. Like there's ways to fill this space to make this even bigger of an event.
Yeah, not everything maybe has to be on camera, but do it for the live crowd.
Yeah.
You know, but or not even that. Of the matches at both nights of WrestleMania, not all those matches, in my opinion, were WrestleMania worthy and needed to be on the show. I get it's a big payday for these wrestlers, and everybody wants to be on the biggest show of the year.
And I get you want to reward some people in some aspects of like your hard work, so like we'll put you on the show type shit. But like again, you can still put them on the show, but not be on TV. Like have it for the crowd, you know, just something that like because like. That dead air or dead time, you could tell when it kills the fucking crowd.
Oh yeah,
and it's like, and I get it. A lot of you're over cheered, you're overstimulated. You know, you've been yelling your face off for the last hour and a half. You need a break. So like, and I get that's why some of the matches are what they are because they're supposed to be that come down shit before you have a big marquee match coming up. But like, I don't know. I feel like there was a couple matches that you just could have went without. You know what? That fucking ladder match that we got should have been on
SmackDown. Yeah, exactly. That DLC match. Take out the New Day thing, put in that. You'd be fine. Now it may not have got 30 minutes, but you could have shuffled some stuff around. But for me, 5 out of 10 for WrestleMania 41 overall. It's kind of half a good show, half not. They did not make me want to sell a kidney, I'll tell you right now, in order to be able to afford going to WrestleMania, even in the cheap seats when it comes back to Indianapolis in a few years. If it's like this next year in New Orleans, I may not go to WrestleMania, because it's not worth the money. I mean so we'll see how it goes, but it's definitely didn't do any favors for me. So real quick, I'm going to skip AEW tonight just because there's not a ton to talk about there. Plus, we'll talk about it more, once they get closer to their pay-per-view, and we'll wrap up WWE real quick and move on, get away from this. But there was a couple other little things I want to talk about with wrestling. If I could find the actual thing here. There we go. All right, so I don't know where Miranda went, by the way. She's still alive?
She couldn't breathe. Like her side was hurting.
Oh, God, that's not good.
Backed up. She just wanted to stretch out.
Yeah, her camera's still here, so we'll find out. All right, well, don't leave me then. Don't leave me solo. But anyway.
No, I got you.
Preferably. All right, cool. So, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, so the fallout, though, for WrestleMania, which we'll go over kind of quickly here to kind of move on, but was much better, in my opinion, with the one exception of course, the women's tag team title going right back to Liv and Raquel, in my opinion. Randy Orton, RKO Cena on the Raw after WrestleMania, setting up a title match at Backlash in Randy Orton's hometown of St. Louis, Missouri. As Cena pointed out on SmackDown, Cena wants to kind of make that a point when he beats Orton at
that promo was personal.
That was. I love the part where on SmackDown where Cena looked at the kid that cries like, "Oh, great, a 6-year-old just flipped me off." That tells you the reason why I don't have kids. So it was great. Good on him. Good improv moment. So yeah, good stuff there. And this is of course going to be big nostalgia. I mean, a lot of people got sick of this match because Vince went back to that well one too many times. But this will be the first time
they work so well together.
Yeah, they do. And this will be the first time that Cena will be the heel in this situation, and Randy Orton will be the babyface. So that'll be interesting to see, at least at Backlash. So Backlash is not usually a show that really does real great buys and things like that, but it could definitely sell a little bit, no doubt about it. One last time between these two as well before Cena hangs it up as well. So nothing wrong with that. And that's
what we wanted. People wanted Cena to play some of the greatest hits here with some of his favorite opponents. I mean, granted, we won't get, a Triple H thing. That won't happen.
Or Edge, things like that.
Yeah, Edge, stuff like that. Like, this one, though, these two, man.
Could be good, especially at least one night in St. Louis for sure.
That young Orton up there at the top, boy.
No kidding, man. That's a legend killer there, right there. But we also got the return of Rusev, who destroyed Alpha Academy on Monday Night Raw as well. So good to see him back as well.
Him and Otis should be good.
Just to kind of quickly recap, that could be great. Also, just to kind of recap Raw real quick, Sami Zayn congratulated Jey Uso. Sami Zayn suddenly teased a heel turn as Uso was celebrating, It makes sense considering KO's influence on Sami Zayn this year as well. Kind of being left out from Jimmy and Jay this lead up to WrestleMania. Could have some jealousy issues there, so that could be fun to watch. NXT Women's Champion Stephanie McClure made a Raw appearance and wrestled Women's Champion Io Sky. Gunther choked out Pat McAfee on the show. Kind of.
I will tell you this: Pat took that choke like a champ.
He did, no doubt about
it. Got turned purple and everything.
Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted by Mike's chat. He said, how's it feel having this podcast on Rusev Day? Feels great, Mike. Absolutely. Every day is Rusev Day. We love Rusev, no doubt about it. Yeah. So also we got the which, by the way, is Pat McAfee written off Raw now, or maybe we have to wait till
I want to say
yes. Or are we getting Pat McAfee versus Gunther at Backlash?
Ooh.
It's not quite football season yet. I know I had to do draft coverage this weekend.
I didn't even think about that.
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see what happens on Raw this week. But definitely food for thought. We also got the return of JD McDonough, who returned to help Dominic Mysterio retain his Intercontinental title and his first title defense against Penta. Finn Balor was shocked to see JD McDonough. Didn't quite know he was coming. Finn is definitely not in control of the Judgment Day, as we've said. It sounds like Dominic may be taking over the leadership role there, or him and Liv both. And Finn maybe on the outs, maybe as a baby face, or maybe as a heel still. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But the main event, obviously, we saw Braun Breaker officially joined Seth Rollins and Paul Heyman to kind of start this new faction here. Looks like we're getting a tag team match with Roman and CM Punk versus Seth and Braun at Backlash, which will be a fight. And a lot of rumors going around that maybe he's forming Seth. That is a Evolution 2.0 type situation. Maybe we'll get Becky Lynch could join this crew now. She just turned heel. It would kind of fit with that being Seth's real life wife. A lot of people are saying Austin Theory could maybe be the Randy Orton situation.
I would love for that. I would love for that to be the case.
If Seth is Triple H, Braun is Batista, Austin Theory could be the Randy Orton situation. Maybe you can even bring in Waller if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think Austin Theory would work though. Austin Theory would be great. I think you put Waller back on NXT. Not that there's anything wrong with Waller. I just think like him and Ricky Saints could be a good thing. Him and Ethan Page could be a good thing. Like, yeah, I think you put Waller back on NXT for a little bit.
Mike did mention in the chat. I think I might have read something about it. The storyline Gunther is indefinitely suspended following the choke on McAfee. I thought I read it was like this week. Maybe it is indefinitely. You're probably
I think it
right
was indefinitely, but
I'll take your word for it. But
I think Pat will demand to face Gunther because it makes sense.
You could do it that way. Yeah, that's possible.
You know,
or maybe something that waits and happens at SummerSlam. Maybe you could do it there too. Something like that. Pat be getting ready to go off for football at that point, so maybe you could write Pat off during that completely. Go through destroy him. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But again, total and I get it's the Monday Night Raw after WrestleMania, but Raw was mostly storyline based. Only 3 matches on a 3-hour show on Monday Night Raw. It's like, come on, guys. I mean, I know it's WWE, but come on. But on SmackDown 2 this week, Zelina Vega, to wrap it up, is the new women's U.S. champion, defeating Chelsea Green. As she was winning the U.S. championship, her real-life husband, Aleister Black, also made his return to WWE and gave a Black Mass kick to The Miz, the roundhouse kick.
I missed that move so much.
And by the way, again, kind of playing off WWE cop and AEW a little bit, and a return very reminiscent of his debut in AEW versus Cody Rhodes. He roundhouse kicked The Miz, who was also wearing a white suit. So
I think what we're going to get,
it's hard to deny.
I think what we're going to get with Aleister Black, because this is all his story. This is what he wanted to do there. He's going to do it here. Instead of it being Cody Rhodes, though, it's going to be The Miz. So however that story was originally supposed to play out, it'll play out this way here.
Yeah, very well possible. But yeah, either way, good to see Aleister Black back, and hopefully they actually do things with him.
Miz
yeah, no doubt about it. Braxium from NXT is now officially a main roster tag team here. Axiom and Nathan Frazier now been called up, and they've been having great matches. So good on them there. They'll enhance that tag team division that is actually on fire over on SmackDown. Hopefully Raw can eventually get to that point as well. And like you mentioned earlier, the TLC match at SmackDown saw the Street Profits defend their titles against DIY and Motor City Machine Guns. And this should have definitely been on the WrestleMania card, in my opinion, because holy crap. By the way, I'm not getting used to Tommaso Ciampa with his
I don't like it.
I know he had to have stitches put in. That's why he had to have the beard shave, but I don't like it either. But he took the Edge spear spot from WrestleMania 17 back in the day here. And of course, Montez Ford climbed up to get the belts to end the show. So yeah, good stuff all the way around here. Like I said, the fallout this week of WWE Pro Wrestling was far better than Mania itself, in my opinion. And I'm still going to hold to this. If you watch my bonus podcast last week, I went over Dynamite that broke the WCW Nitro record on TNT and TBS. On that show, Will Ospreay wrestled Konosuke Takeshita, and I still hold that there was no men's match on the WrestleMania card that beat Ospreay versus Takeshita on Dynamite last week. So definitely go check that out if you're interested in a great match. In my opinion, that was the best wrestling match of the entire week, and that includes the women's triple threat match at WrestleMania 2. So good on AEW in that regard. But again, this was WrestleMania week, so focus is mostly on WWE here. So any other thoughts on that before we move on?
Didn't see it, so I have to watch it. But this tag match, though, man, the street. I don't know what the idea for them was when they left NXT, or what vision Vince had for these guys. But this is well deserved from a team that's been stuck around there, been put through gimmick hell, been reduced to doing nothing but commercials and "we want the smoke" chants. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they're entertaining as shit. They're both very athletic. Montez Ford is good at what he does. And seeing him win, those guys not only win the titles for the time they won it, and retain them in a match that was as crazy as this, where each of these teams could have held that tag titles, it was dope. But you're right, I fully agree. This should have been on in replace of, and I like the War Raiders and I like the New Day, but this match,
far
the
better.
Story that went into this match with these three teams would have.
You could have done New Day and War Raiders the night after WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Easily. I mean, you know, you maybe even could put something on the SmackDown before and taking a SmackDown match off to make room for this 30-minute TLC match. And it would have been far better. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. So good on them. Good to see that their second, or this big run here for Street Profits is also working so far as well. Mike said prediction: Braun Breaker will be the Batista of the group and will main event WrestleMania against Rollins for a world. Yeah. I mean, if you follow that mold, that's exactly what happened in the Evolution storyline. So eventually, and you know what? And it could very well work too, because Braun Breaker is definitely going to be put now in that main event category, especially. And Seth will probably eventually lead to that point where he's taking event. Yeah, you're right. I fully expect that maybe next year.
Get the thumbs down thing.
I hope they don't do that part again. Then it's 2 on the nose. But you're right. I think it very well end up being that way. So good call, Mike. Very good call. I like that. So like I said, we'll talk about AEW a little bit more once we get closer to Double or Nothing, which is coming up. And they did say a little bit of that, but we'll talk about it later.
Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker would fucking destroy. Like, that would be a hell of a match.
Yeah. God. Braun will destroy them all. Hey, we got Aaron. Aaron is here, buddy. What's up, buddy? Hey, let's go. Hey, I like the new picture. That's pretty
dope. What's up? Yeah, thanks.
You just missed the wrestling segment, so you're good. Maybe we can talk a little bit more about the movies a little bit. Hey, like I said, we ain't got a whole lot of movie stuff to talk about, but we do have a few things to discuss. So I think we'll do that next, and we'll move forward there, and then we'll get into football and politics, and we'll call it a night. So let's get into the movie stuff. All right, so last weekend on WrestleMania weekend, as a matter of fact, Star Wars Celebration was held in Japan, and we got a few news items. They really didn't announce a whole lot, but a few things I just wanted to go over. And I'll kind of run through these quick, and you kind of give me your thoughts on it afterwards. So that way we can kind of get this moving a little bit here. But Star Wars, they did announce that on May 28th, 2027, and I lightly touched on this last week on the bonus podcast, that a new movie is coming out called Star Wars Starfighter. And it is going to be directed by Sean Levy. And for those of you who don't know who Sean Levy is, he was the director of Free Guy, starring Ryan Reynolds. And, of course, he's the director of Deadpool and Wolverine. So he will be directing Ryan Gosling, and he will be the lead star in Star Wars Starfighter, coming out here in about 2 years' time. So with that now, Star Wars has now got officially 2 movies on the slate. Next year, about a year from now, it'll be The Mandalorian and Grogu. And then in 2 years, we'll have Star Wars Starfighter. And there's about 7 other movies that are kind of in the works right now. We'll see if they end up coming to fruition. But these two sound like they're definitely happening. Also a celebration. Lucasfilm celebrated the 20th anniversary of their animation division. Lucasfilm announced that the 5th animated series in the franchise will debut in 2026. And it will be titled Maul Shadow Lord. Yes, for those of you who only watched the movies and were confused by Darth Maul's appearance at the end of Solo, a Star Wars story, Darth Maul did not die in Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. He survived that fall and being cut in half at the hands of Obi-Wan Kenobi. And he does end up dying later on in the Rebels animated television series at the hands of Kenobi on the sands of Tatooine. But I won't tell you anything more about that. But if you want to kind of get an idea where his timeline is in his life, that's where it is. Yeah, and there's more story to tell in the new animated series being set 1 year after the Clone Wars and Revenge of the Sith. Sam Witwer, who voiced Darth Maul, is returning from the Clone Wars and Star Wars Rebels to voice him once again in Maul Shadow Lord. So this series is definitely going to be along the underworld side of things because Darth Maul kind of ends up becoming this ringleader of like a syndicate group known as Crimson Dawn. And they kind of are roughly loosely mentioned in Solo, a Star Wars story, which is why you got the tease of him at the end of that film. So they're going to finally start to go back and tell that story and fill in that gap of Darth Maul's timeline here between him and Clone Wars and leading into Rebels, where he does meet his ultimate demise. Yeah, so this is very well. And Star Wars animation, by the way, in the 20 years has gotten very much better, since 2005 when they originally did the original Clone Wars movie, because that movie was a little clunky if you look at the animation nowadays, but this stuff looks absolutely stellar nowadays. So yeah, hopefully we'll get the tie-in to Solo, a Star Wars story, to kind of bridge this little hanging thread, as it were. So that could be a lot of fun as well, because it does take place before the Star Wars Rebels timeline as well. We also got a few announcements for Ahsoka Season 2. Rory McCann has officially been announced as the new casting for Ahsoka's Baylan Skoll character, following the original actors, Ray Stevenson's unfortunate passing. So yeah, he looks the part, so I'm looking forward to seeing it. Kind of got this old menacing Count Dooku look to it here, so kind of looking forward to seeing him in that role, and hopefully he'll carry on that mantle as well. And Ahsoka Season 2 will also see the return of Admiral Akbar from Return of the Jedi. Season 2 is now filming, and Akbar will be featured going toe-to-toe militarily with Grand Admiral Thrawn. So that could be interesting to watch on camera. Two of these heavy hitters in the Star Wars mythos going one-on-one. And Akbar will join Anakin Skywalker, played by Hayden Christensen once again, and the entire Rebels crew returning for second season. We'll also be getting some of these characters making a potential appearance in the new Mandalorian and Grogu film next year, as I mentioned, including Rebels Zeb seen here with Mandalorian and baby Grogu. So definitely going to be seeing that as well. We've got the volume 3, I should say, of Visions, the anime non-canon spin-off shorts coming to Disney Plus this year, as well as a new spin-off of that series being announced for 2026 that follows the 9th Jedi from the original Vision series. So we're going to be getting that as well as they announced Star Wars Celebration heading to Los Angeles in 2027 on April 1st to April 4th in about 2 years' time as well. So we'll hopefully have a lot more movie announcements and things like that at that point. So as of right now, this is what the Star Wars slate looks like. It's kind of hard to see, I know. Most of this is like video game DLC and Lego specials and stuff like that. What's most important is Andor Season 2 is currently being run on Disney Plus. Tales of the Underworld this year on May 4th. There's some animated shorts tying into the Clone Wars stuff and things like that. We also got The Mandalorian and Grogu, the movie next year, which comes out 3 weeks after Avengers Doomsday. Hopefully that doesn't hurt it. Hurt Solo, a Star Wars story after Infinity War. So they're once again 2 years, or the year after that, with Star Wars Starfighter coming out 3 weeks after Avengers Secret Wars. So let's hope it pays off. It's like Disney wants to bookend May with Marvel and Star Wars, because Marvel was Marvel has always been a May thing, and Star Wars has always been a May thing as well back in the day. So kind of want to get back to that. And of course, Maul Shadow Lord next year, and Ahsoka Season 2 most likely next year as well, following Mandalorian and Grogu. We'll have to wait and see. Thoughts on some of these announcements? You guys care? I know some of you may not care for Star Wars as much as me and Matt, but yeah.
What's Zero Company?
It's some video game. It's something new. I really couldn't tell you a whole lot about it, to be honest with you. It's got new characters and things to it too. So I don't think it has anything to do with the Jedi Fallen Order series, which there is rumors that we're coming around that we're going to get a third in that series as well. But I think that's still a few years off at this point. But yeah, and I think there's a DLC mentioned for Star Wars Outlaws in there.
Did you play Outlaws at all?
No, I did not. I think Matt was interested in it though.
The only Star Wars game that I've been playing, like legitimately, and it's making me want to watch this shit again. And I know it takes place, I think it's before, is I've been playing Star Wars: The Old Republic.
Which is another thing I'd like for them to breach in the movies at some point. They have not done it yet. But they did mention it in their timeline of where movies and stuff could take place. So maybe they will eventually. But
it'd be cool because like some of the characters that are in Star Wars: The Old Republic,
like Darth Revan and
it
was like Darth.
Yeah,
Malik
you touch on a lot of that. Like Revan's holding. If you play a Sith, you go pretty much into a lot of old caverns and stuff, looking for artifacts for missions and shit. As far as like in the beginning of the game. And being taking place on Korriban is pretty dope. You get to see Nar Shaddaa, and after it got sacked by, it's really cool. Like, and I told you, we started to play. We should really get back into it because I would love to see like where your Star Wars knowledge is and some of the stuff that's been going on.
I would probably need a refresher course on certain things, but yeah, for the most part, it's still intact. It's been my life for the most part.
I mean, because I'd be curious to hear like your take on some of the stuff too, like as far as like whether we play Republic or I'm sorry, Rebel or Sith side or Empire side. But I think we should.
And for like the Knights of the Old Republic or whatever era that they haven't touched yet, I would really like to get into like them to show us more about how the rule of two. I mean, I know it's in novels and stuff like that.
But I
like to see it on camera. Yeah, all that stuff. The Sith and the Jedi like armies would be great. Things like, I mean, I don't know. There would just be a lot of cool stuff I think you could do. And they're supposed to be making the movies they're supposedly still working on, which have not been officially announced like release dates or anything. They've got a James Mangold movie who directed Logan. He also is working on a Dawn of the Jedi, like the beginning of the Force type situation, like the genesis of Star Wars and the Force. That could be interesting. An untitled Charmin Obeid Chinoy movie, which is the Rey New Jedi Order film after Episode 9, potentially. We'll have to wait and see. An untitled Taika Waititi movie, who obviously was known for directing Thor Ragnarok and Thor Love and Thunder. That movie I'll be interested to see if it even happens after Thor Love and Thunder kind of didn't go well. Also, we got an untitled Simon Kinberg trilogy. That could be episodes 10, 11, and 12. We don't know yet. But Simon Kinberg is obviously a well-known producer of the X-Men franchise. And then, of course, the untitled Dave Filoni movie. Dave Filoni is obviously the guy who's run most of the animation side of things and now is heavily involved with The Mandalorian and Grogu. And that's supposed to be the Thrawn movie that's kind of going to culminate the Mandalorian, Ahsoka series, and things like that on the big screen. So we'll have to wait to see if that ends up being a thing, too. But all that stuff I'm interested in. But
you had me listen to that book, The Rule of Two, and the character, I can't remember his freaking name. And if I can find the book again, I'm gonna have to. But I was thoroughly. He became, even though he's a Sith, to show the background of how the Sith work and how it operates and like the actual like the hierarchy and how it goes, like that was dope. And that
was it Darth Bane?
Yes.
Darth Bane is slightly mentioned in the Clone Wars, the animated series. The Clone Wars, the animated series, is very good for deep like Sith and Jedi lore, which is why I love Dave Filoni. Which it all comes straight from George Lucas too. But Darth Bane is mentioned in that series as being the one, as the one who created the rule of two and things like that.
Man,
Yoda
he is a dope character. That whole story was fucking. I was locked in. You know what I mean?
I think you'd really enjoy the animated stuff that Star Wars has done. To me, the animated Clone Wars, Rebels, and hopefully Maul, Shadow Lord, and even Bad Batch is pretty good. Resistance wasn't that great. It just wasn't my cup of tea. But the other 3 or 4 that they've done, very good animation, very deep in the mythology and the lore of it that the movies don't have time to touch on. I think you'd be locked in.
Where should I start then?
Clone Wars, but if you're really interested in it, let me know because they're kind of the release order does not put them in storyline chronological order. I can give you a list, but they're on. Everything's on Disney Plus if you're interested. But,
right, well, I'm gonna have
I can direct you after that, but then I can let you know about all of it. But yeah, it's definitely nerd territory for sure.
Yeah, but like I said, I would love for you to play. We played this game. Like I said, we started it, but like you should definitely because I'm curious to hear your take on the characters and like how it lines up.
I've got at least where we can record game streams to a T now.
And
Live is another
PC,
question.
so
So we can always do some game streams and record them.
Yeah,
so.
it'll be on
we
PC,
can find
so
time.
it'll be way better.
And I've still got it downloaded. I believe. Well, I switched PCs.
Probably got to update it.
Either way, I can update it. Mike in the chat said, if you were to watch the 9 Star Wars Skywalker Saga movies, what order would you watch them in? Now, I'm assuming you mean somebody who's already seen it. If it's somebody who's never seen Star Wars, I'd probably start with 4, 5, and 6. That way, you preserve the Vader surprise being Luke's father. But I think most people know that, even if they don't watch Star Wars at this point. So if it's me, I'm watching them 1 through 9 because it's chronological that way for me. But
so a podcast I listen to, these British guys, one of them has never seen Star Wars ever.
Wow.
So this was last year. He started and went through the movies, right? Now I don't think he watched. I think he watched them in chronological order. But anyway, he was so mad. And again, nobody spoiled it for him. So this is his reaction to what he's seeing real time. But hearing somebody talk about it when you know what happened is crazy work. He was mad at the whole Leia and Luke Skywalker and Han Solo triangle.
And
then when he watched the next movie,
find out they were brother and sister.
He
no pun intended. Brother
died laughing.
Well, and the funny thing is too, I think now everybody criticizes the sequels for not having a story already done when Episode 7, The Force Awakens, came out. And they didn't know where they were going. George Lucas had at least story elements ready to go and done all the way through the end when he did Episodes 4, 5, and 6 at the time. But I don't believe he had it all fleshed out completely, because obviously the kiss between Leia and Luke in Episode 5, I don't believe they were intended to be brother and sister at that point. But it evolved into that. And yeah, that now you can look back on it's like, yo, that's awkward. But Mike said, I do 4 and 5. Then yeah, that's a good way too. 4 and 5 first. That way you preserve the Darth Vader surprise. Then you do Episodes 1, 2, and 3, find out the backstory of Vader. How he became the father of Luke, and then you do 6 through 9. That's a good one too.
Just told me she has never
seen
the
machete order
Star Wars movies.
Okay. I know Nate at work has seen the originals, but not any of the new ones since 83. So that's a little, at least he's got that already down. But yeah, if I'm Miranda, I would maybe do it like Mike suggested a little bit.
4 and 5.
Not only that, 4 does a pretty good job of explaining the Force and some elementary stuff you probably would need to know. 1 and 2 and 3 kind of just jumps into it. So I could see that being the better way to go about it. I'm not going to lie. Especially for someone who's never seen it. Me, since I've watched them, I just watch them in chronological order now.
And here's the thing, too. He also enjoyed the prequels. I was like, I couldn't. I don't know what it was about it. Maybe it's because, watching them in order probably
I'll tell you right now, though. If you watch the Clone Wars like you were talking about a minute ago, which is it's Episode 1, 2, then Clone Wars the series, then Episode 3.
Okay.
Again, there's an order there.
That fight scene,
at the end of 2,
with his purple lightsaber, it really kind of sold it for me there.
Yeah.
So like, I don't hate Clone Wars. I think I hate elements of Clone Wars.
Well, no, that the Clone Wars animated series does have a few episodes here and there that are more on the kids side of things, especially with Jar Jar Binks. But for the most part, there's a lot of really dark stuff in there.
I don't think Jar Jar's a bad character, but I think he's a bad character. You know what I'm saying?
They don't overuse Jar Jar in the series either.
All right, cool. Because I couldn't deal with it. Like it was really.
They have like a couple episodes where it's centered focused solely on him, but that's about it.
Yeah, but in an animated sense, that character makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes
it makes more sense for animation. Yeah. And even he's kind of appreciating it now. You said you didn't like the prequels when they came out, but here's the thing: the prequels now.
Yeah.
To me, once you watch the Clone Wars animated series kind of fills in the gaps that the movies didn't have time to kind of just go through. It makes me appreciate Episodes 1, 2, and 3 more. Sometimes I appreciate them more than I do the originals.
Oh, okay.
7, 8, 9 still kind of on the bottom end of the barrel there, but for now. But maybe in 20 years, maybe people will appreciate them more like they do the prequels now.
Yeah.
But yeah, the prequels at first, people hated them, no doubt about it, for sure. So. Well, he wasn't stuck on the screen, Aaron. I just didn't take him off there. Or is he still on there now? He said his comments still stuck on the screen. Anyway,
it's off.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just left it on there. My bad. I kept it on there too long. But anyway, so yeah. I mean, but yeah, there's some good stuff here. And by the way, speaking of the prequels, if you like Revenge of the Sith, Episode 3 is now, and Star Wars are celebrating its 20th anniversary this year. Actually, this month. It has now been re-released in theaters. It is in theaters now. If you want to go rewatch it on the big screen, now is the time to go see Darth Vader officially fall to the dark side. So, yeah,
Man,
so go check that out.
great.
No doubt. I can't believe it's been 20 years.
Yeah.
20 years since the last George Lucas made Star Wars film, too. Yeah, that's
I thought the pod racing was cool, but I didn't like Anakin as a kid. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that was a little cheesy, and Jar Jar making it extra cheesy. Episode 1 was good for the pod race and the lightsaber fight at the end. The rest of it was just set up for the most part,
Oh, I will say this too. I want to say there's a story that I listened to with Darth Vader in a book where like he gets dropped off. Him and Palpatine get dropped off in like on the outside of some village or something like that. And this is when he's a young Vader. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's Lords of the Sith is the book you're talking about.
Fucking massacres this.
Yeah, it's one of the better books I've heard. I mean, I've kind of fallen off on reading some of the novels at work, but yeah, I've heard it was outstanding. I need to listen to that one.
Darth Vader, young Darth Vader, was probably one of the most deadliest, and because like he didn't take. When I say he didn't take, I mean you could look at him wrong and he would fucking kill you. And Palpatine being the one behind him, like nurturing this whole side of him, is insanity. That was a good fucking book too.
That's what I've heard.
I got to go back and re-listen to these, dude.
Yeah, you get me all hyped. I want to listen to some of this stuff too. So I'm excited for more Star Wars. Celebration at least did that a little bit for me. They just need to fulfill what they promised, because that's been their biggest issue. They've been promising stuff and then not following through with it. And deliver when you do so. That's all you got. It don't have to be a lot. Like next year, it sounds like we're getting one movie, an animated series, and maybe some shorts or something. Maybe Ahsoka season 2. After that, it's another movie and maybe another season. So yeah, it'd be fine. You don't have to do 3 movies, 7 series, or whatever that nonsense is. So just make them good. That's all I'm asking. Yep. All right, so one more bit of movie news, and then we'll move on to football. We got a new trailer this week, which I've not even seen this yet, so we'll all watch it together here, which I've normally not seen a lot of these. I try to save my reactions for the channel just to be transparent. But Predator Badlands, we got the trailer a couple weeks ago for the Predator animated movie that they made. This is the live-action Predator movie that's coming out this year. Let's check it out real quick. Let's let you guys know what we think about it. Rex Head.
I didn't think you survived.
Oh, cool. It's the same director. Good. Right? Getting this like Chronicles of Riddick vibe.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it stars Whoopi Goldberg.
Look.
You're hunting something that can't be killed.
What? What? Okay. Huh. Okay.
Is this like going to be like a story of like where they come from and like
I don't
what
know.
they actually like?
Maybe
because it looks like at one point they were being hunted, or that was like a tribal thing. Man,
yeah. Maybe that would explain the appearance looking a little different too. If this is kind of set like a long time ago.
It's more like of like their beginnings.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of armor here. You know what I'm saying? Like usually they're full of like tech and gadgets. So yeah, this you might be on the money there. I'm not totally sure.
That looks actually
this took a lot of criticism online. The look, but at the same time, if what you said is true, it would make narrative sense for them to look a little bit different.
They look like they should. I mean, they're supposed to be these alien hunters, but like if this is the story of like how they became to be what they are with hunting big game and shit, like this seems to be that like origin story of the predator race.
Yeah, if that's the case,
it looks kind of fucking cool.
Yeah, like I said, you need to watch Prey. If you
I haven't
definitely
seen it
along that line. So they're definitely crawling up the right tree here. Obviously, they released the poster along with it, kind of highlighting the green blood and things like that as well. So that is really cool to see. But I also wanted to kind of ask you guys if you kind of think that the franchises of Prey and Alien in particular are on the upswing here, because Prey was a good movie. Alien Romulus was a good movie. The ending, a little bit, part of it I didn't really care for. You got the little mutation thing going on again. But with Alien Earth coming to Hulu this summer, and now Predator Badlands with this and the animated film where it goes through different points in time, Vikings, World War II, samurais, and things like that. This definitely sounds like they're kind of, going back up a little bit here when it comes to this sort of thing. Obviously, we've talked about how movies have ebbs and flows. Marvel's been a little bit on a downtick. Star Wars has definitely been a little bit. DC's been in the basement. So we're hoping they all come back up. Terminator would be an interesting one. If you could turn that one around, I'd be like this. I'd be intrigued.
No, I think you let that go unless we're going
that one
somewhere
maybe
else with
done
Terminator
for at this point. But then again, Jurassic World is another one. It's kind of like stuff I've seen for this new one looks decent.
But
are we hitting a bit of a renaissance here?
But what's gonna suck about this whole Jurassic Park thing? It's gonna make it feel like this movie is gonna make it feel like what it should have been from that point forward. But if that's gonna be the last one, that's gonna be shitty. You know what I mean? Like, especially if it does what it's supposed to do. This Predator thing, think about like the first time you saw Predator, and then it was like, oh, these are cool, but it was just a bad guy. It was a cool looking bad guy, but it was just a bad guy. And then you got him again in like this urban setting, and you're like, what the hell? Yeah, still a cool bad guy though, but it really wasn't about him. He was just the bad guy.
Yeah. Lately,
they've actually been showing you more of a glimpse of like this antagonist, but like it looks really cool because I want to know more about these guys. Like,
the lore of it, more. And maybe that's what this movie's going to do.
And then with Alien,
maybe you'll see the evolution of the look during the movie too.
Yeah, that's dope. And then with the Alien, seems to be like, I mean, I love the design of the aliens in the movies. Like
Alien Romulus is what Jurassic World Rebirth instead they're going to do is get back to the horror element of it. And Alien, don't get me wrong, has always been on the scarier side of things. It's not been like, Jurassic World that kind of got away from that a little bit, but this is just the way they wrote it. Sometimes it was just like, all right, been there, done that. But yeah, that was a good movie. And if Jurassic World Rebirth could do the same thing, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad to see some of these classic movie monsters kind of making their way back around. And I want to double check here, but yeah, I'm pretty sure. Did I or did I not see a Jurassic? Yeah, that's a T-Rex skull on the right.
Yeah, it's a T-Rex skull. Yeah, but it would also prove the point of like the ancient hunters. Like that's what they were. Like, but obviously big prizes. These were top predators of whatever time and region they're from.
Yeah,
so it fits.
Now I did see something mentioned. I didn't see what it was, but there was something I saw online about how this skull here in the middle. Somebody mentioned that there was an Independence Day alien. That does look like an Independence Day alien head. So that's interesting to me if they're kind of tying in some of these movie monsters and stuff that they fought over the the years or whatnot. That's really cool. The T-Rex is really dope though, by the way. So that looks like Vince McMahon's office right there.
The Rock has one in his office too.
Who did?
The Rock had one in his office too.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Copycat. Vince has probably had that for decades.
But like the big skull is like the ape-looking thing though.
Yeah.
To the side of that, like
that spinal cord with this one.
Yeah, that's crazy work.
Nope, right there.
I'm intrigued by this. I want to see this.
I want to go to like a museum or something. It's got like all these great classic movie set elements and stuff. That would be a lot of fun. And I know they've got some stuff like that at the Smithsonian. I don't know about all, but there's probably a cool one out there. But yeah, that's some dope stuff.
Yeah, even the poster, it says, what does it say? First hunt, last chance. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. No, you're fine. Yeah. So yeah, you're probably right. Maybe this is a bit more on the. I'll have to do some research onto what the actual movie is storyline wise. But yeah,
I think I'm intrigued. It looks like their home world though. Like it does.
Well, we've seen we saw a world in Predators where they were like picking off people to hunt and placing them on a world as like a hunting ground. I don't know if that was their home world or not, but it was definitely a world that they kind of obviously had dominion over. But yeah, this very well could be the home world. If that's the case, even cooler. So yeah.
I want to see more of these. Like I wouldn't mind.
Well, hell, let me know. We'll go in November. I'm down. We'll go to the cheap theater or something. Whatever we gotta do.
I want to see. I want to see this. This looks cool.
Yeah. I don't know if Aaron can talk. I didn't know if he had any thoughts or not, but we're gonna move on if you don't. So yeah, kind of bummed out that Miranda's not here. I was kind of maybe get her thoughts on the Steelers, but we'll see.
I'll ask her. I can ask her. She'll right here.
If she feels like it. Yeah. Well, the Steelers are coming up here in just not quite at the beginning. So if you want to wait a second, that's fine. But anyway, all right. So let's move on. Like I said, the NFL draft was this week. Let's move on to that in the sports segment. So let's check it out. Here we go. All righty. And of course, when it comes to the world of professional football, I'm about to say pro wrestling. There's a reason I about did that because there is a little reason why it kind of goes hand in hand here a little bit. If I can get this thing to pull up. Here we go. All right. So I'd be remiss if I did not mention this. I was going to mention during the wrestling segment, but it also applies here to acknowledge the passing of Steve Mongo McMichael, the legendary defensive tackle for the Chicago Bears and former WCW pro wrestler, by the way. He was 67 years old, and he passed away after a very long battle with ALS. And I'm not going to show you the pictures here of him, in his roughened state, as it were. But he definitely struggled for a very, very long time. So I don't know about you. This is some of the pictures of him from WCW back in the day, good 20, 25 years ago at this point. But I didn't watch a lot of the Four Horsemen growing up, kind of like, Mike did. But this was my Four Horsemen.
Yes.
This is kind of my introduction to them, was Steve Mongo McMichael, Ric Flair, Chris Benoit, and Arn Anderson from left to right there at the top. And obviously Mongo McMichael, all credit to him for giving a shot at this. He was not the greatest of pro wrestlers.
I was about to say the same thing.
But at the same time, he had that personality from being with the Chicago Bears all those years. And it did work well for the group, I thought, for the most part, from what I can remember. So I don't know about you. What are your thoughts on Steve Mongo McMichael's life, career in pro wrestling and in football?
The only thing I can remember from Mongo McMichael is I forget who it was. He was wrestling it was the shoulder blocks, and they kept throwing me off because he would get down in a 3-point stance, and it was like he would hop forward and hit him with his shoulder. And I just remember him doing it like 2 or 3 times, and I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
there was some rough spots. I'm not gonna lie to you, and he probably laughs about them now, But
his time on the commentary booth at times when he was there,
it was good.
I enjoyed those. His times on the microphone, it was rough in the beginning, but once he found his feet, and I think being paired with the Horsemen helped him out a lot. I think he got better on the microphone, but it was like in ring, he was there to get the hot tag, throw a couple shoulders, and then dip out.
Yeah, pretty much. He come down there with, obviously, at the time, his gorgeous wife, Deborah, before she ended up marrying Stone Cold Steve Austin, and I think they got divorced and all sorts of stuff, too, but that's another story. But Mongo McMichael definitely got better on the mic, probably in large part due to the fact that you had the legendary Bobby the Brain Heenan there, as well as Tony Schiavone, who's still doing great work with AEW. So, a lot of good stuff there from Mongo McMichael. And Mike even mentioned in the chat that Mongo was also a WCW United States champion. As you can see, you're at the bottom left-hand corner. He's holding the United States Championship belt there in WCW. He was also in Lawrence Taylor's corner at WrestleMania 11. I have to go back and watch that. I don't recall him there at all.
I didn't remember that, really.
One part of his entourage, as it were, I'd assume. Interesting. Well, it makes sense. I mean, the football connection and everything. So I wonder if that kind of broke him into it. It might have been kind of the catalyst. Mike might have to let me know that one for sure.
Maybe.
But this was kind of it was a sad thing to hear, obviously, but in a way, at the same time, he was suffering so much. I think it's almost probably better, in a way. I know it's kind of weird to say, but at the same time, definitely well wishes and thoughts and prayers go out to the family of Mongo McMichael, no doubt about it. But kind of on to lighter news, not a great way to segue out of that, but at the same time, we got some announcements from the NFL before the NFL draft. The Lions and Chargers, the Detroit Lions and Los Angeles Chargers, will be hosting the Hall of Fame game on July 31st at Canton, Ohio, for the Hall of Fame ceremonies there. So be the first official game, as it were, even though it's just preseason, heading into the new season in July. At the end of July, not even August. So that's kind of interesting to see. Let's see. Mike also said that Mongo also had a brawl with Kama, aka the Godfather, on Raw leading into WrestleMania 11. Definitely got to go check that out. Yeah,
I'm gonna have to check that out, dude. Like, I had no idea.
Gotta have to pull Peacock and look up that old Raw episode for sure. That's gonna be a deep pull. I'll have to find the date on that and everything. But anyway, we also got before the draft happened, we got the signing of Tyler Lockett. Finally found a team. He is going to the Tennessee Titans, and he will now be joining his old coach Pete Carroll, as well as the new number 1 overall selection in the NFL draft, Cam Ward. So the Tennessee Titans doing a little bit of work there, and I don't know about you. It always feels like the Tennessee Titans and Jacksonville Jaguars always look great on paper after free agency and the draft. It don't always translate to the field. Now watch this year, it will most likely. Because the Jaguars did some good moves too, which we'll talk about in a second. But yeah, thoughts on Cam Ward being the number 1 overall pick? I don't know much about the kid. I don't watch a lot of college football.
Was he the one that played at Florida?
University of Miami. Yeah.
University of Miami. Yeah. So like in the early beginnings when they were talking about these, star quarterbacks in the college scene at the time, his name was brought up there, but he wasn't like 1 or 2. There was always something that somebody didn't like or he didn't do well or whatever. That must have changed, something must have changed in that, whether it was his interviews or his performance at the combine. But he went from nothing to number 1 overall. To go to Tennessee, I wish you the best. Like, I truly do. The Lockett will help you out. I don't know who all Tennessee has now.
We'll double check here. We're looking at the rounds in a minute, but I know they had DeAndre Hopkins at one point, but that's kind of out, at this point. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I mean, it's a good start. Getting him, and Tyler Lockett's a good, deep threat. Now there are times he disappears completely from the field, so we'll have to wait and see. But I mean, you got to start somewhere. And number 1 pick, a good quarterback's a good place to start. So when it comes to the NFL draft overall, round 1 obviously took place Thursday night. Cam Ward going number 1. Number 2, Travis Hunter goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars after Jacksonville trades up and basically gives the house for this kid because they gave up, I think, a 2nd-round pick. I think they might have swapped and stuff to move up here, as well as they gave up their 1st-round pick next year for this kid. So if Travis Hunter don't pan out, it's not going to be good for Jacksonville. But I think it's kind of hard to see this not working because the kid's so talented. He could play corner and wide receiver. Probably, I mean, it's going to be hard. I think they want to say that they say they want him to play both spots, but to do that all game long is going to be almost impossible. I can see him maybe playing corner most of the game and coming in on wide receiver packages or something. But not wide receiver the whole time and then running in for corner occasionally. I think it would have to be the other way around. So we'll see how that goes. But Tony Khan and Shad Khan, his dad there, makes a big pick there at number 2. Abdul Carter, which is kind of where a lot of people thought Shadir Sanders might go to the Giants and the Browns. We'll get into Shadir Sanders in just a second, but Abdul Carter goes to the Giants, the edge rusher there. The Patriots pick up Will Campbell, the offensive tackle. Getting into more the higher or the more splash picks here. Ashton Genty, I think that's how you pronounce his name. The star running back goes to the Las Vegas Raiders, so that'll be interesting to see there. Brock Bowers there as well, kind of rebuilding that offense a bit. Also, the Carolina Panthers take the 2nd best wide receiver, I guess, off the board to help out Byron Young. Is Byron Young? Yeah, I think I pronounced that right. Kelvin Banks gets offensive tackle for the Saints, who thought might get a quarterback, but the Saints said, we ain't taking Sanders either. Colston Loveland, the tight end, goes to the Bears. Now, a lot of people thought that Colston Loveland might fall and Tyler Warren might be the first tight end off the board, but that it was not the case, which good for the Colts. We'll talk about in a second. Other big names here, I guess Matthew Golden. I'm sorry, got that backwards. The wide receiver for the Green Bay Packers. The first time the Green Bay Packers has taken a wide receiver since 2002. In the number 1 pick for them in the 1st round. So Aaron Rodgers is like, what the hell, man? But at the same time, Matthew Golden, good for them there. Jackson Dart goes to the Giants. The Giants, who were projected to take Shadir Sanders, moved back into the 1st round to get Jackson Dart as the 2nd quarterback off the board. So that's interesting to see there as well, passing up on Sanders as that run began there, as I believe 5 or 6 quarterbacks were passed up on before Sanders was actually taken. But night 1 of the draft saw 205,000 people show up in the parking lot of Lambeau Field for this event. So massive crowd for night 1, no doubt about it. So any other thoughts on night 1 that stand out to you right away outside of the Steelers and Colts?
No, I was just worried about what my team was going to do. Could care less about anybody else's.
All right, well, let's get into them then, I guess, here. And all the other teams make good picks as well. The Steelers, though, they drafted defensive tackle Derek Harmon out of Oregon for their first pick here. Now, this is a very, very sad story for those of you who don't know about this here. Derek Harmon, his mother was in I believe she was on life support and in a coma during the draft. I guess she had some medical issues. Like, I thought I read somewhere it might have been strokes. She might have even had to have brain surgery at one point. I can't remember. But he was heading over to the hospital after the draft to let her know that her son got drafted by an NFL team. And sadly, unfortunately, shortly after that, she passed away. The Steelers and, of course, everybody around the league are obviously sending their heartfelt condolences to the family of Tiffany Sane, who is the mother of Derek Harmon. So yeah, this is a rough time for that family and stuff. I mean, happy for the kid to get drafted, but that's a rough way to come into the league. Glad that she was able to, even though she was in a coma, I'm sure she heard her son let her know in her final moments that he was going to be a huge success in the NFL. So that's probably what gave her the strength to let go, possibly even too. You hear stories like that all the time. So yeah, definitely.
Her baby boy was going to be taken care of, and he's going to do everything he can to provide. Like that's
crazy.
Shitty. Yeah.
Definitely sad, but definitely, yeah, kind of a rough way to go about it for sure. But the Pittsburgh Steelers had to move on, obviously, and of course, Derek Harmon will be a great player for the team, I'm sure. But they drafted 6 other players here. Caleb Johnson.
No way, they got Jack Sawyer too. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I was about ready to say Brandon may become at least a little bit of a Steelers fan, or at least a Steelers fan light here after this draft. Look at it. He's all excited, man. Look at him. Brandon, of course, and Miranda both being from Ohio, and Brandon is a big Ohio State fan. So drafting the outside linebacker, Jake Sawyer, as well as, of course, the quarterback from Ohio State, Will Howard, which the Pittsburgh
and
Steelers
the fucking quarterback,
which I thought you'd be more excited about that than Sawyer.
I am, but at the same time, like, I'm not a Steelers fan, but I'm an Ohio State guy.
It, right? Keep saying it.
And like these two were the two guys that we talked about a lot in those games. The one with the IU and the games leading up to them getting to where fuck.
Miranda all last season was like, come over to our side. We got cookies. It's okay. Become a Steelers fan. I tell you, if the Colts suck this year, Brandon's going to be waving a terrible towel by the end of December. I got this feeling.
If the Colts suck this year, I'm coming on this show.
It was a rough year for him last year.
Jersey, whether it be Jack Sawyer's or fucking Will Howard's.
Will Howard may have an opportunity to start at this point.
Yeah.
Unless something happens with Aaron Rodgers, which interestingly enough, by the way, with Aaron Rodgers, by the way, the Vikings made a trade with Seattle, I think, or something like that. Sam Howell, I think, went to Seattle or something. Yeah, I think that's what happened. So it opens up the space now for a veteran quarterback like an Aaron Rodgers maybe to go to Minnesota. Not saying that's going to happen, but if I remember that correctly. But yeah, if he doesn't come to Pittsburgh, it's Will Howard and right now Mason Rudolph. So maybe you give the Ohio State guy the ball. I'm just saying. I mean, it was a little bit of a later pick in round 6, but Tom Brady was drafted in round 6. So,
dude, they don't like. You can tell Pittsburgh is either very defensive heavy,
always,
and then super offensive line.
They got George Pickens. They drafted this Caleb Johnson. They've still got. They don't have
another wide receiver. No.
Well, yeah, but they got George Pickens, but they just got DK Metcalf too.
Oh yeah, they do got DK
Metcalf.
That? Oh my fucking Lord.
So I'm just saying.
You need to tell me Sawyer could be throwing bombs, or Howard could be throwing bombs to DK Metcalf or George Pickens.
Yeah.
This is fucking sick.
If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that's where Metcalf went. Let me double check.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he went to Pittsburgh.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. So, yeah. So, like I said, Colts better step it up. You're going to lose a fan over here, and you're not going to lose me.
Hey, you better get it together.
I'm just saying, the Steelers did some work.
Don't get me wrong. You're still going to be like, I'm still going to be with you. Like, I'm still,
you're going to have two teams like Nate does. Well, they're both
half of my jersey on some real shit.
I mean, Nate's got two teams, one in the NFC, one in the AFC.
Yeah.
You got one of the, but these are going to be butt heads here. That's going to be the problem.
Yep.
So maybe, maybe you just hope for one of these two teams to win. That's the way you go.
Yeah, that's all I care about. One of these two.
You know what I'm saying? But good to see the Steelers look like they had a good draft. And I'm not even talking about these other guys.
Team. Yeah, the Carson, man. Oh my gosh.
Carson Bruner, a punt returner, cornerback, and a defensive end. So yeah, definitely stocking up on defense because the Steelers definitely do that. So
yeah,
I mean, if any of these pass rushers can get in there and with
and Sawyer
JJ Watt,
we watched him do it.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So, woof. This may be rough in the AFC. As for our real team, or at least mine.
No, you're right. You're 100% correct. Our real team, because this is the only one I cared about. When I seen this,
I'm sure Miranda's happy though. I'm not going to lie. I'll speak clear. I can fully say that here for sure. But the Colts, Penn State tight end Tyler Warren, like I said, who was projected to maybe go to the Bears, falls right into the Colts' lap after the Bears take Colston Loveland. I mean, this could not have worked out better for Chris Ballard. A monkey could have made this pick
Yeah.
at this point based on our draft needs and stuff. But
We were
at the same time,
all off we needed a tight end.
Yeah, well, not only that, we said if you get a tight end, it must be a guy who can catch the ball, and you must utilize him. Stop
But
getting.
he can also block.
This guy can also block, and he's also he could run the wildcat. He actually think he played as a quarterback at one point, so maybe he's a starting quarterback at some point. We'll see. But at the same time, this guy's kind of a can do it all type guy. So big body, big frame, can shed blocks, can hurdle.
God,
so this guy could be our next Travis Kelce, maybe a Gronkowski.
Yeah, Gronk more, yeah.
Or a lot of people are making the comparison too, since he does wear number 44. Maybe he's our next Dallas Clark, which
I'll be happy with that.
And not only that, it's interesting to note that Tyler Warren is the first tight end that the Colts have taken in the first round since Dallas Clark back in 2003, I believe it was. Ironically, wearing number 44. Now, number 44 was not in. I think it's an homage to another old football player, but not him. But either way, right now, Zaire Franklin wears number 44 on the roster. Does not mean Franklin's going to give that up, but it doesn't really matter what number you wear, in my opinion. Just be a baller. And it sounds like we got ourselves a dog, as Pat McAfee said. So at the same time, this is what the offensive weapons look like right now for whoever the quarterback may end up being. We'll talk about that in just a second. But Josh Downs, Michael Pittman, Tyler Warren at tight end, Jonathan Taylor, Alec Pierce, and we drafted A.D. Mitchell last year if he can improve. The middle of the field, especially with Downs and Warren, could be nasty.
Yep.
So yeah, whoever the quarterback ends up being has no excuse at this point.
Yep.
Got all this help. Plus they got Khalil Herbert, and they drafted a running back as well for depth and possibly to improve. Yeah, this all looks potent right now. On paper.
I'm get this quarterback situation figured out.
Getting overly excited. Brandon has talked about this before, but at the same time, I like what they've done in the offseason so far. You add Cam Bynum on defense. You add Travarius Ward as well to shore up that secondary. Maybe got to get they did draft a linebacker as well, which we'll talk about in a second, to kind of have a VJ Speed leaving. But yeah, they filled all their needs, and so far, so good. What do you think of the offense so far?
When they picked this guy first round, I was genuinely happy. I said, okay, don't fuck the rest of this draft up. Now just fill in these gaps. Get, if we need anything else, like go for it. Don't. But this was a huge piece of what we needed. And I'm glad we got it.
Like I said, use him. He's got the talent to become our Travis Kelce at some point. I hope I'm not overselling it, but at the same time, on paper, and if you look up some of his highlights, which I've posted on my Facebook for sure. But you could definitely check them out online, and it's definitely worth it. This is who I wanted from the jump. I didn't think because a lot of people were projecting him in the top 7. He fell to us at 14, so that's a value technically. And they didn't have to trade up to get him, which many people thought they would too. So also a win. So definitely good there. Any other thoughts on the Colts offense before we get into the rest of it?
Nope.
No. Oh, good. All right. Well, let me switch over here real quick, and we'll get into the offense. While we're waiting on that, Mike wanted to send in a quick chat here real quick. He said, I know he's a little bit late on a wrestling note, but Dark Side of the Ring this week will feature Hot Stuff Eddie Gilbert. Trust me, he had a great mind and was one of Jerry Lawler's best rivals. He was like 33 when he passed 30 years ago. Wow, that's pretty young. Wow. Wrestlers back in those days definitely died pretty young. I've heard the name, but I couldn't tell you a whole lot about him. So that would definitely be something I need to check out. No doubt about that. All right. Thanks for letting us know about that, Mike.
Real quick, how did Baltimore do in the draft?
Well, I had the first round pulled up here. Let me go back to it right quick. Then we'll look at the second and third round here in a second. We'll find out together. I don't remember. I know that. They drafted a guy in the secondary, I think, in the first round.
The cornerback, I believe.
Safety, Malachi Starks. Number 27 there. Well, we'll check. I really did not pay a lot of attention.
I was just curious.
But we'll see in the second and third round here. We'll talk about in just a second. Let's see here. I'm trying to pull that up. All right. So the Colts, as of right now, the rest of their picks look like this. I've read how to read this, so bear with me. Obviously, Tyler Warren at tight end for Penn State. JT, who was announced by Jonathan Taylor, by the way, at the draft, was really cool. JT announcing JT, but his name is JT Tuimoloau.
You got it.
Tui. Just T-O-I, Tui, Molo. Defensive end out of Ohio State. You should know him.
Big dude. Yeah, big Samoan dude. Yeah. Dude, did they just clear out
Ohio State,
State's
there was other guys who got picked up later in the draft too. I saw Ohio State's always a big school, gets drafted though.
Yeah.
We got Justin Wally, so it's Wally's world at the quarterback spot, deep depth spot there out of Minnesota. Jalen Travis, offensive tackle out of Iowa State. JD Giddens, running back out of Kansas State, so he'll be a good at least third guy there. Maybe I don't know if Trey Sermon will still be on the roster. We'll have to wait and see. And then the interesting, we'll skip that one for a second.
What?
Tim Smith. Hold on. Tim Smith, defensive tackle out of Alabama, big body dude, and Hunter Wohler is the linebacker, possibly to kind of maybe eventually replace EJ Speed from Wisconsin. The interesting one, though, is that quarterback right there in the middle, Riley Leonard out of Notre Dame. So you go from South Bend about 3 hours away, come south to, about 2 hours away to Indy, and we get the Golden Domer as the third quarterback on the roster now. So you got Anthony Richardson, you got Daniel Indiana Jones, and now you got the Golden Domer, Riley Leonard. Obviously, we do need at least 3 quarterbacks on the roster, especially in preseason. This is a true quarterback competition right now, in my opinion. Now, I've heard Riley Leonard may not be like, starting level yet. I only know that, I think, from our friend at work. But at the same time, good to see him get picked up here. Maybe it can develop into something. Probably not going to be the start of this year. It's probably still Jones or Richardson, but I'm all for local guy, or at least a local college guy. So yeah, nothing wrong with that. And not only that, if Richardson or Daniel Jones don't work, maybe you got a guy for the future to build on.
I mean, we watched.
Maybe I'm being optimistic.
We watched them play in that game against Ohio State. Now, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, running team.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly. But yeah,
didn't do no fucking good. But
had to rub that dagger, stick that dagger in the knife and twist it in it. But anyway, sorry, Nate, if you're watching.
You watch the same game I watched, son. Like, it is what it is.
Hater. But anyway, yeah, so good to see the kid drafted there. But yeah, interesting, in my opinion, to get another quarterback there. So, which a lot of people didn't think it would happen. But yeah, as for rounds 2 and 3, I thought the Browns in rounds 2 and 3, Carson Schweizinger, the walk-on, as well as you got Quinshawn Judkins, one of the 2 running backs at Ohio State, go to Cleveland. So one guy stays in Ohio. The other running back at Ohio State,
Quinshawn Johnson, he was crushing it in that game too. Like, he was running his ass off.
Yeah, so you add him to Schweizinger, and then the what was it, the tackle or whatever they took in the first round, and then you add Sanders, which we'll come into in just a second. But the other running back at Ohio State goes to the Patriots. Travion Henderson goes down there to New England. So Luther Burden, the wide receiver to the Bears, another big wide receiver pickup. Tyler, I think it's Shog. I think that's how you say it for these Saints. He may be their quarterback of the future there. Let's see what other big names here that I can see off the top of my head. Nothing else is sticking out. I guess Jack Beach or Bitch, I think that's how you say his name. Going to the Raiders to kind of fill out that too. So yeah,
the Raiders that it was the running back they picked up in the first round. I was watching some of his highlights.
Ashton Jeanty.
God, he is.
For some reason, I thought Josh Jacobs was still there. I forgot he went to the Packers already. So they definitely needed the big back for sure. So another big weapon there, no doubt about it. I don't know exactly who their quarterback is at this point, but
and I think too
they did draft one too. I think
quietly New England is building a team.
They are around Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, what's the quarterback?
Drake May. Drake May. Yeah. I believe they drafted some wide receivers as well. Yeah, there's one right there in the 3rd round, Kyle Williams.
They're building a team, dude, and it's.
Speaking of teams continuing to build here, the Houston Texans, by the way. I don't think it was in the 1st round, but Jalen Noel or Noel, wide receiver in the 3rd round, and I believe I can't remember if they got one. Yeah, second round, Jaden Higgins. So they're loading up behind Nico Collins there. Obviously, one of their guys went down to an injury. He probably won't be back at least to start the year, probably. But they're loading up at receiver too to get that offense, and CJ Stroud to continue there for sure. So, yeah. So that's those are the only ones that stand out to me right now. But a lot of good picks all the way around. But those are the ones that I listen to the most. Any other thoughts on the first 2 or 3 rounds there that you know
of? They win. I mean, other than the one pick person going so damn late.
Yeah, which we're going to talk about in a second. Yep.
I thought it was good. Jalen Milroe went to. Oh wow.
Yeah, there's like a lot of quarterbacks. Milroe, where did he go? Did it say there?
Seattle. Yeah, 92.
Yeah. He went to Seattle, so they may have their future guy there. I think there was a couple other quarterbacks that went. Off the top of my head, I can't think of who they were. But yeah, so of course, the big one, which we'll talk about in 2 seconds here. But before that, though, there's another quarterback that went. The San Francisco 49ers picked up the Indiana Hoosiers quarterback, Curtis Rourke. So he'll be backing up Brock Purdy most likely for the time being. But it's always good to see an Indiana Hoosier here locally get drafted to the NFL. And they may have had a few others after that big year they had this year, but this is the only one I saw. So forgive me if there was other Hoosiers out there who got picked up the NFL. Hopefully they did. I'll have to look into that, see who they were. But yeah, definitely notable this late in the draft for sure. But the most notable late round pick, no doubt, was the ever controversial Shadir Sanders. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Colorado quarterback and the son of NFL Hall of Famer, correct? Deion Sanders.
Yep.
Dropped like a 2-ton rock in the draft, though, not due to race, like I heard some idiots saying.
No,
it's like these imbecile pundits don't realize that 80% of the league is actually African American. I don't know how it could be about race, but anyhow.
And the first one to go was a quarterback.
African American, yeah. But it was because of his attitude, poor interviews,
first three
and
players to go.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are we doing here? But it's his personality, interviews, and brash personality that caused him to fall. However, Sanders mercifully got drafted in the 5th round, pick 144 to the team that was projected to pick him up in the 1st round at pick number 2.
And the thing was, it was a team he actually wanted to go to.
Really? I know there's been some tweets floating around of Deion saying who would want to go play for the Browns right now. They're a mess.
Yeah.
Maybe he could turn it around.
I think that was the issue. I don't think his confidence could have got misconstrued by one analyst as just that cockiness and this, that, and
or arrogance. Yeah.
But I do think it was his father. And it sucks because literally Deion is the reason why coverages got changed in the NFL. Like, rules got made because of
like
Deion.
it or not
because he was doing anything wrong. It was because the impact he had on a game, period. He took one team to the Super Bowl and won, and then went to the team that they beat in the Super Bowl to take them to the Super Bowl against the team that he won the Super Bowl with the first time.
Yeah, sure. I'll take it.
He did. He was on the defensive side of with Atlanta, and then went to Dallas, was a wide receiver, and then went back to the Super Bowl against Atlanta.
Okay, and a little before my time. That's the only reason I don't remember it. But I didn't start watching until like early 2000s and stuff. So, but yeah.
But I think that was his downfall. I think that was what it was, and it was more or less a lesson to his father than to him. He just paid the price for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with
you. Because there was a lot of quarterbacks that went that, listen, they're good, but they weren't better than Shadir.
No, and when they were showing the highlights of Shadir, I'm going, yeah, he's got a lot of talent. So whoever is going to take him is probably going to get a really good player if he could stay out of trouble. That's what the concern, and that does scare a lot more teams off than many people realize. But as I'm kind of, go ahead.
Your greats didn't go in the 1st round either, or the 2nd round.
A lot of them don't. So especially at quarterback. I mean, there's some like Peyton Manning who did. But there's a lot of. I mean, Tom Brady was a 6th round pick, and there's a lot of guys who went 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and 5th. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean
Brock
anything.
Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go. And some guys are undrafted who end up coming in the league and do pretty well too. So you just never know. But the thing with, go ahead.
When you mean stay out of trouble, are you talking about like from the law or just like PR?
Well, both. I don't think he's done anything illegal.
Yeah, he hasn't. He's probably one of the quarterbacks that and players in the NFL, now in the NFL, that hasn't had any off-field issues with the law or anything.
It's just more about his maybe perceived arrogance or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So and I have seen plenty of interviews, where he feels like, or he looks like, he's got that problem. So and that's not good because teams want to be able to mold you and have you do things their way. And if you're reluctant, it's not going to sit well with some of these coaches and stuff like that.
But that's the thing. We don't know that.
Yeah, we don't. I mean, he may be a perfect soldier for the Browns. Who knows?
It may be just the image of who his dad is. But his dad, he's been that same person. Like, Deion Sanders was always Deion Sanders. So it's like one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't. He's also the same guy that took 2 colleges that were irrelevant and made him something.
Well, we alluded to it a little bit earlier. Let me kind of steer this to where it's like maybe this is going to work out perfectly for the Browns, though, because did the Browns just steal this draft?
Yeah.
Let's think about this for a hot second, okay? everybody was talking about how he dropped, but the Browns were, like I said, projected to take him in round 1 at pick number 2. With that pick, the Browns traded back a few spots, picked up defensive tackle Mason Graham, and ended up with 2 top picks in round 2, on top of adding a first-round pick next year, giving them 2 first-round picks in 2026. And they added 6 players before they even took Shadir Sanders, including the walk-on linebackers we talked about and the Ohio State running back. If Sanders can stay out of trouble, this is the steal of the draft at the round value he was taken at. At some point, the risk versus reward was going to be so good that he becomes worth the pick. And if he doesn't work out, you bitch him and you just cut him. So it's low risk, very high reward for the Browns in the 5th round at pick 144. So this could work out brilliantly.
If you think about it, him dropping so low and nobody seemed interested in taking him at any high rate or whatever, it made it available for the Browns to then just sneak in to take other high-level players. And if they were already committed, so let's just say hypothetically, the Browns told him, like, listen, realistically, everybody's expecting us to take you early. If we don't and nobody else has put the commitment or investment in because of these stories and all this, right, we can let you drop. We can pick up X, Y, and Z to help you.
It's a risk, but
what if they believe that he is their quarterback of the future, right? And him dropping so low lets them provide a more nurturing and help environment for him to grow into, but also benefit their team. So, like, him getting him all these other star players to enhance what he already does, you 100% correct. Cleveland could have just.
And next year, like I said, they're stacked at draft picks next year. They could build on him again next year. So I've not seen something like this maybe play. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Draft Day with Kevin Costner. It's all about the NFL draft. In that movie, there's basically a scenario where he kind of comes away at the end of that draft with everybody he pretty much wanted that would help his team succeed. This is about as close as you're going to get to that storybook draft day going exactly your way if Shadir Sanders plays out the way you hope he will. And ironically, the movie was also about the Cleveland Browns, by the way. But yeah,
this is
if Shadir Sanders ends up being what talent-wise he has the potential of being, and all 31 other teams passed on him, including the Browns 5 times, 5 or 6 times. This, I know, as rough as it probably was for Shadir Sanders to go through that long wait process in the draft, they may make the rest of the league look like absolute fools.
But did you hear what he said? All his personal statement or public statements. He said, I ain't worried about it. God's got me. God has a plan. And like,
I mean, I've always said you trust on him, you're going to find yourself in the best position possible. And they very well may have found it. So at the end of the day, everybody wants to laugh right now at Shadir Sanders. And don't get me wrong. Part of me was kind of like, well, if he is the way he is, the way they say he is, he kind of deserves it. Well, time will tell on that front for me because I don't know much about the kid.
Everybody thought that about Travis Hunter, and he's now in Jacksonville.
Yeah. At the number 2 pick, which now they're going to have to pay Travis Hunter a lot more than they're going to have to pay Shadir Sanders. The Browns got off cheaper here.
But you also got a lot of high picks in regard to that. Now you can pay this quarterback that you believe. Let's say he comes out and has the greatest fucking rookie season with Cleveland. Yeah. Now you're justified in the money you're paying. And now you have him on a rookie.
You're going to get him cheap for 5 years, at least 4 or 5 years. Yeah. So, and but the thing about the quarterback spot there is now they have officially 5 quarterbacks on the roster, which probably made the decision a little easier for the Browns at this point because they had selected quarterback Dylan Gabriel in this draft. So they've got 2 rookie quarterbacks on the roster. I wonder how Dylan Gabriel feels right now. But they also re-signed Joe Flacco in the offseason from the Indianapolis Colts that they let go for a year. And he was a comeback player of the year 2 years ago with Cleveland. They also already had Deshaun Watson, who is dealing with an injury, may not even play much this year. And, of course, that's a whole other issue. Yep. And, of course, they have Super Bowl winning quarterback Kenny Pickett.
That's wild to say out loud.
I've been saying it for weeks on the channel. But, so the Browns now have 5 quarterbacks on the roster. Likely somebody's getting cut before the season because there's no reason to have.
2 people are going to get cut before the season.
I can see maybe Dylan Gabriel going on the practice squad. I don't know. But maybe Dylan Gabriel's really good, too. I don't know. Maybe Flacco gets cut or Kenny Pickett. Hell, Deshaun Watson, you might keep the 2 young kids for all I know.
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, Shadir Sanders is a lottery ticket at where you took him. And if it don't work, you send him packing. Simple as that.
And look, you have, if nothing else, you have 2 bargaining chips to a team who could use another quarterback that you can get a draft pick out of.
Yeah. Yeah. So
there is a trade window after the draft. So
yeah, and there are already people being signed that were not drafted as well as going on this afternoon too, or this evening. So yeah, this is always a fluid situation in a way. So
yeah.
I'm just saying, I saw all these people make fun of Cleveland, and I even thought it in my head yesterday at work because it was going into round 2 and 3. I was sitting thinking, what if he were to actually go to the Cleveland Browns even round 2 and 3? Because that even there would have been a steal based on where they were projecting him to go in the top 20.
Mm-hmm.
And you can even round 5, a top 20 talent, you get him at 144. Insane, guys. This is fantasy football type stuff. You don't see in the NFL like this. But if he's a head case, you cut him, and everybody was justified their thought. But if he's not, everybody's going to look real stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And you think he don't got that stick in the back of his head that everybody passed up on me 5 times or more, including my own team. But all's forgiven when you actually get drafted by the team, though. So I don't know. I'm just saying. Interesting thoughts. Any other thoughts on the NFL draft? That's the whole. The one thing I didn't like about it was it seemed like the farther he fell, that was all that the analysts were talking about with Shadir Sanders. It's like there are other, all right, we get it. He's not draft picked yet. The world doesn't revolve around this kid. Let's hope that don't start happening with the freaking league. But yeah, so
how the league is though when they get certain players, man.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully, don't start dating Taylor Swift, or we'll have a real problem on our hands.
We went through that whole thing with Patrick. We're still going through that whole thing with Patrick Mahomes. Like,
why would you speak that into existence?
Maybe be Beyonce. I don't know.
Gosh, dang it!
That's even worse.
You are the worst.
Terrible. Hey, man, I don't see it work anymore. I gotta do something to give you guys a hard time now. So,
I already have high blood pressure. You
don't need any more.
I don't need you adding more of it with that kind of crap.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. Well, this is now we got to the portion of the show where I believe Mike's going to check out. Although he might want to stick around for the very first segment of the news and politics segment. So if you're still there, Mike, thank you for watching, and hopefully Slara's still there too. Enjoy you guys every single week here on the channel, no doubt about it. So let's get into the last segment of the show, news and politics, and we'll wrap it up there. And let's get into it.
Make America great again.
All righty here. So news and politics. We got kind of 2 weeks to go over, and I've not even covered everything. I actually cut some stuff out of this, just so you know. Yeah, we got some stuff to talk about. So let's get into it here. Before WrestleMania this week, the tribal chief Roman Reigns, as a matter of fact, from WWE, stated that while he's a registered Democrat, he considers himself a centrist. And he said during the last election, only one candidate was speaking sense, giving us information and answering questions. So in his opinion, it was a no-brainer who to vote for. Now, he didn't say who he voted for, but I think you can read between the lines there. Kudos to Roman Reigns for acknowledging that. Not many Democrats have the courage to admit the obvious fact that Trump was the obvious pick here. And so perhaps because of that statement, or most likely because of Trump unleashing American commercial fishing in the Pacific, American Samoans gave Donald Trump the ulafala, which is a symbol bestowed upon the tribal chief in Samoan culture as an acknowledgement of their leadership. So I want everybody here, at least me and Brandon, who we can see here, to raise their hands and acknowledge your tribal commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, right now, as Brandon's not even acknowledge him.
I was looking up something. We're good. I was looking up something to do with this story. Go ahead.
Do as I say, damn. No, I'm just kidding.
My bad.
So yeah.
Wow.
I was trying to look up something that had to do with this. Go ahead.
But anyway, that's funny. Mike said, "Well, guys, I'm actually out. Gonna crash. That's actually barely hanging on." That's fine, dude. I understand. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for watching, and I hope you're still enjoying the show. Hope to see you. Maybe next week we'll have to wait and see. I'll let you know if we have a show or not. We got, like I said, we got to go to the wedding. We got to go to, but yeah. So yeah, Trump, the tribal commander in chief. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I thought it was cool. I thought it was a cool exchange. Like again, it's one of those things where like, whether you like it or not, there was a lot more people in this country that respect and like the man and understand what he's doing. So being presented with something like this shouldn't have been a controversy, because if it was Biden who got one when nobody would have said a fucking word. Actually, it'd have been in reverse. They'd have played it nonstop on fucking TV to where, you'd have thought it was the second coming of Christ. So
exactly.
I think it's cool. I think it's dope.
Even Slara's acknowledging the tribal commander in chief,
right,
which
let's
is great.
calm down, folks.
And Mike said, by the way, hope Miranda does feel better, so maybe it won't be another sausage fest again next time. He said, good night, gang. So yeah, absolutely.
Night,
so absolutely. But yes, the tribal. I don't know. It's got a good ring to it. The tribal commander in chief. So I like that.
And it looks genuine. This isn't something that's like forced. You know what I mean? This is a genuine. Like, I think it's dope. Truly. Especially from a culture who is deeply rooted in a lot of traditions, as Samoan culture is. It's dope.
And of course, Roman Reigns took a lot of flack from the online, critics and wrestling fans. You know what? He's entitled to vote for who he wants to vote for, guys. You had no problem when Rock was endorsing Joe Biden and then refused to endorse anybody because it was an embarrassment. So, just saying. Just move on. All right. Well, speaking of moving on,
you said it right.
Yeah. Speaking of moving on, which I wish we would, but apparently we're going to talk about this a little bit tonight.
Hey, maybe the Biden endorsement is the reason why The Rock isn't doing much with WrestleMania.
Well, it's interesting because this last time he refused to endorse either one. But yeah, I mean, I don't think so. But maybe. I mean, there's a lot of people who think WWE is kind of a MAGA company now because of their relationship with Trump in the past.
I hate the fact that
just stop with it. You're allowed to screw you want.
Everybody is now interjecting politics into every fucking thing.
I know it's ridiculous.
And it's like, let's move on.
But anyway, it does affect a lot of things, but yeah,
it does, but not on the grand scale of what people make it out to be.
I mean, especially when it comes to the world of pro wrestling, can we just enjoy wrestling? And even the backstage politics is enough. We don't need to bring real world politics into it.
Thank you.
My God, which we talked about earlier at length. But anyway,
politics in that to begin with. Let's just
plenty to go around. So anyway, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who has now become the left's new George Floyd, in my opinion. Now, I'm not going to sit here and rehash the entire Kilmar Abrego Garcia story because it's almost 2 weeks old now, and I'm sure most of you know the details of it by now. Everyone who knows, though, they know he was simply not a Maryland man or a good father, as the media claims. He was an MS-13 gang member, even had MS-13 tattoos on his hand, as well as evidence right here with the post that Donald Trump put out here as well, with the actual picture of his hand with the MS-13 symbols on there indicating he is a gang member. On top of the pictures of his tattoos, two highly respected courts found that he was an MS-13 gang member via court documents. He was also trafficking people across the country in a truck. His own wife had a restraining order against him for beating her up, etc., etc. Despite all of that, he is an El Salvador citizen. And because of that, he has an active deportation order. End of story. Nothing else matters. Everything I read to you besides him being illegal matters, but that.
Yeah.
Simple. So, and the media who is peddling all this knows they're telling lies because when Trump was laying out all these facts that I just kind of, roughly summarized for you here, MSNBC, or as I'm now calling them, MS-13 NBC, cut away to keep the truth from its viewers. So listen to Trump trying to explain all this, but the news didn't want their viewers to know the truth.
In 2019, Garcia was issued a deportation order. Two separate judges affirmed Garcia was a member of MS-13, which is a gang that may be even worse.
We've been watching President Donald Trump there swearing in the new administrator of the CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, Dr. Mehmet.
Great timing, MSNBC, but let's be real. You planned that. Absolutely. You don't want people to know the atrocities that this man has done because it doesn't suit your narrative, right? But anyway, all I know is I feel the frustration of Cleveland here, although I don't have the same tattoos this meme has on his fists that represent
the not Cleveland, by the way.
Oh, who is it? Sorry, I'm
Arthur.
Oh, my bad. Why did I think it was Cleveland from Family Guy? Anyway,
because of the black fist. That's crazy work.
That's not true. Come on.
No, it's because Cleveland wears a yellow.
That's messed up. Had nothing to do with it.
It's because Cleveland wears a yellow shirt and blue jeans. I get it, but he wears a yellow short sleeve shirt.
Fair enough. All right. I feel
You know what I'm
Arthur's
saying?
frustration. I get it. I want to punch through the wall, but yeah. But whoever made this meme, by the way, that's wild. Going through all that trouble to put
Crazy
those
work.
symbols on there. But yeah, the whole thing with this Garcia guy though is absurd. But the Democrats are absolutely dying on this hill. So why are they dying on the hill of this though? Multiple district court judges have tried to block Trump from deporting illegals on top of many other things they are attempting to block Trump on. Then Democrats said that the Supreme Court ruled that the Trump administration must return Garcia from El Salvador to the United States. Well, but that's not true at all, though. Now, is it? In fact, 2 weeks ago, the Supreme Court affirmed Trump's legal right to use the Alien Enemies Act to be used for deportations. And following the Garcia deportation, what SCOTUS actually stated was that the Trump administration was to facilitate, quote unquote, his return. El Salvador, if they should choose to send him back, that's what the Trump administration had to do, is facilitate it, because it's now in El Salvador's hands, not ours. He is a foreign citizen. But what the left doesn't want to tell you is that the word facilitate does not mean what they want you to believe it means. Facilitate, if you Google the dictionary, it's a word that means make an action or process easy or easier. The word that the left wants you to believe that the court ruling from the Supreme Court stated was adjudicate, which makes a formal judgment or decision about a problem or disputed matter. So the actual ruling said facilitate. So it means there is no judgment or decision-making process involved. It's to make the process easier once it's already been decided upon. And that belongs to the El Salvadorian President Bukele. So just so you know here, the left is once again gaslighting you into believing something that the Supreme Court did not say. But yeah. But Trump even had the Attorney General Pam Bondi explain it in plain English to CNN's Caitlin Collins in front of the El Salvadorian President Bukele in the Oval Office during a press briefing. But of course, the media doesn't want to report the facts on that matter. Instead, they want to cry and whine that an innocent man was wrongly deported here. But it's just all BS. At the end of the day, it's just media spin. The Democrats are arguing that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was deported without due process. That is their new favorite term, due process. But should illegals get due process? To me, the Constitution only applies to legal citizens. Anybody else disagree with that?
No.
The Constitution only applies to legal citizens. There's been some debate based on how due process is worded that it applies to any person, not just citizens. But I was always under the impression that the rights under the Constitution only apply to legal U.S. citizens. Am I wrong on that, or what are your thoughts on it? Am I off base?
No,
I was always under the impression. Okay, because I mean, there are people saying out there now because it does say any person. You can't, fine. But again, the Constitution has always been meant for citizens. So I don't get the confusion here. But let's say that I am wrong, right? And it actually applies to even illegals. I would argue that Mr. Garcia got his due process when he had his deportation hearings years ago. I mean, that's the way I look at it.
Yep.
So miss me with all the argument that liberals are bringing up here. Our country was flooded by tens of millions of illegals without due process under Joe Biden, and yet when these illegal aliens are deported, they're supposed to get due process now. So regardless, I voted for Donald Trump to be president, not the Supreme Court or any other court. This is actually a 90-10 issue at worst, may even be 95-5 in favor of deportation. So we, the people, want them. Stop trying to hinder the will of the people, in my opinion.
Yep.
But the will of the people isn't good enough for Democrats. As pictured here, we have Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen, as he tried to go down to El Salvador and failed initially to meet with Garcia to get the clickbait moment that pulls on those heartstring emotions, right? But Senator Van Hollen here cares so much that he's willing to travel to a foreign land on your taxpayer dime, by the way, to advocate for the release of this innocent father seen here on the left, Mr. Garcia. But, because Trump's an evil man, don't you know? He don't care about this innocent man. But Van Hollen doesn't care about meeting with the mother of Rachel Morin either, from his own state of Maryland, who was killed by an illegal gang member just like Garcia. The mother of whom just had to relive the death of her daughter in the murderer's trial over the last few weeks. So I don't know about you. That don't seem very fair to me if I'm a Maryland citizen like maybe Rachel Morin's mother. But anyway, the left-wing media doesn't care about this either. Doesn't care about Rachel Morin. For 2 whole weeks, the liberal media didn't even mention the murder trial of Rachel Morin for 1 single second, but it was nonstop coverage on the deported criminal. One person who does care, though, is border czar Tom Homan. Here's his response to all this mess in regards to the Maryland man, who is not just a simple, innocent father. Let's listen to Tom Homan.
Yesterday, the president said this, and I quote, "We cannot give everyone a trial because to do so would take, without exaggeration, 200 years." Now, the court has said that those subject to the statute needed to be given the opportunity to challenge their removal. To me, I interpret that as a sense of due process. How do you interpret that?
I think due process was given, like the Maryland father, the MS-13 terrorist that was removed. He had due process. He was ordered removed by 2 different immigration judges. But here's what they're doing. But here's the plan. The Biden administration overwhelmed the system. 10.5 million people came to the border. They know it's going to take years to get through the court docket. By then, they're hoping there's another Democratic administration in. They'll have U.S. citizen children. Then all of a sudden, nobody wants them removed. We're spoiling their plans to have future Democratic voters and through a census, have control of the House. Through a census vote, Democratic sanctuary cities get more seats in the House. This is their plan. That's why they overwhelmed the system. That's why they didn't detain them. When they detain them, they get a hearing in 35 days. They released them. Now it's going to take 5 to 7 years. They're going to keep playing this game through the immigration court, through appeal after appeal after appeal, district judge to slow us down, because their hopes is they'll gain power again, then they can award amnesty to 10 million illegal aliens that are released in this country illegally. That is their plan, and we're trying to remove these public safety threats and national security threats as quick as possible. They're putting every roadblock imaginable in front of us to prevent us from doing that.
Nailed it 100%, in my opinion.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to tell you, Trump also cares about the family of Rachel Morin, who lost their loved one, while Democrats, have you noticed, by the way, that when Democrats do finally discuss the horrible atrocities these illegals commit, they always take the stance that the true victim is the gangbanger, the rapist, the sex trafficker, never the actual victim, like Rachel Morin here, as Trump is meeting with her mother in the Oval Office, while we got senators from Maryland and other Democrats traveling to El Salvador to talk to the criminal. Again, this is ridiculous, guys. Any thoughts on that? Them being
sucks.
Yeah, like, what are we doing? But yeah, there are people who will still continue to support the Democrats here when this is the type of people they want, and it's got nothing to do, like Tom Homan said, about them caring about these people. You know, it's about them wanting to, have power and have congressional seats, and these illegals vote for them in the census. That way, they continue to stay in office. That's all it's about. It's always been about. So yeah, So let me switch over here to the next thing here. All righty, kind of blowing through this. Not much feedback from Miranda, but she's not here. I miss you, girl, for sure. Miss you. No, I hear you. I understand. But anyway, and Matt, got bigger and better things apparently. But anyway, all right. So apparently, But so back to the original question: why are Democrats so willing to die on this hill? As Tom Homan pretty much laid it out, here's why they're so desperate to keep illegals in the country. It's not about some moral high ground that the Democrats think they have. It's because of power. Without illegal aliens, Republicans would have a 27-seat advantage in the House of Representatives. The distribution of illegals in Democrat-controlled cities give the Democrat Party at least 10 additional seats in the House of Representatives as it stands currently. If the illegals were removed from the country or removed from the census calculations for apportionment, the Republicans would have a 27-seat advantage in the House. So you go from 7 or 10 seats, additional seats in the House for the Democrats, to swing all the way to 27 seats for the Republicans. So that's what this is about. Plain and simple. And we've been saying that they've been trying to get him here for votes for months at this point, even before the election. And it's only ringing more true the more and more we go about things here, for sure. Now, remember when the Democrats also were in charge and they pulled the FBI off of child sex trafficking cases and made them hunt down everyone within a mile of the Capitol on January 6th? They locked those people in gulags without due process and defended their actions with the phrase, quote, "no one is above the law," right?
Yep.
Well, tell me then, why did the courts not get involved then when American citizens were being locked in DC's gulag without due process for years, but they are interfering now with the deportation of criminal gang members from third world countries under the very constitutional Alien Enemies Act. Now these courts have everything to say. They had nothing to say when they were locking up January 6ers without due process. Where's your bleeding hearts? Oh, is it because they attacked the Capitol? But I thought all criminals deserve due process no matter what. Apparently not, because it's different when you're D for Democrat. That's what we've been saying. So to me, if you skip the due process when you came into the country, you should be afforded no due process on your way out. If you don't accept the legal process coming to America, you don't deserve the legal process going out of it too. You don't get to hide behind that now. So yeah. You can't have it both ways. Here's Fox News' The Five explaining how this is absurd. Despite the resident Democrat moron on that show, Jessica Tarloff, trying to justify this to some degree, don't fall for it. It's clear as day that Democrats are absolutely against deporting people.
The process. We're not against deporting people. Just get it right.
Yeah, you are.
You want everybody. You brought them all in, and now you want to do it one by one. There was a lot of mind reading in there. Nobody's freaking out about this except the Democrats.
That's not
like
true.
In the last decade, we deported about 350,000 people a
Perfectly
year.
comfortable
So
with it.
Jesse, at that rate, it would take 28 years just to get the illegal immigrants that Biden let in.
Did you hear that?
Well, Jessica keeps on saying there's all these mistakes. First,
That's
she said
fucking crazy.
a bull's hat. And then he has tattoos on his hand that spell MS-13.
It is true. I just showed you the photo.
Symbolism, Jessica. What are you, a gang detective? Cut it out.
I just
And then he's wearing paraphernalia that says the slogan for MS-13. And then he gets caught up in a gang sweep with ranking members of MS-13 as part of a murder investigation. Then gets pulled over and he's suspected of human trafficking. Then gets accused of slugging his wife twice, and she has it on video. And suddenly his name isn't Maryland Dad, it's due process.
Yeah.
You transitioned pretty quickly, Jessica. And to say this administration never admits a mistake, you guys never admitted you opened the border for 4 years.
Yes, we did.
Come on. You're saying this
No,
guy
you didn't.
You're saying this guy's afraid to go home? Because that's funny. In 2019, when he was popped, he said he wasn't afraid to go home, Jessica. Yeah. Funny that you're into due process now, after bringing us the Me Too movement, cancel culture, and the Trump trials. You can't break into the country and ignore the process of coming here and then want a process to leave. You cannot cut the line to come here and then ask to be put in a line to go home. If you guys are going to be the defense attorneys for every criminal gangbanger in America, after you've allowed the gangs to invade and now say all of them need lawyers, it's going to be an eternity, Chester.
Exactly, which is why this is absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah, I mean, this is not hard to understand here. And by not allowing a president to do mass deportations after he won the popular vote, based almost entirely off the process to do so, you're not only jeopardizing the fragile legitimacy of your institution, but you're sending this country down a dark path we may never recover from. So explain it to me like I am 2 years old, Democrats. Why could Obama, Clinton, and George W. Bush remove millions of people, far more than Donald Trump has, by the way? Why can they deport without notice or a hearing, but Donald Trump cannot do that? I mean, the numbers are right here in front of you. In fact,
good point.
In fact, while we have a Clinton appointed district judges trying to tell Trump he must grant all illegals due process for his deportations, did you know that Barack Obama, under him, 75% of deportations were non-judicial in nature and were without due process? Where was the outrage then when Obama was doing it for the majority of those cases? The overwhelming majority. Hell, let's go back even further. What about under Bill Clinton, who we had 90% of those deported under him were without due process? Silence. But now because it's Trump, it's a problem. It's not a problem at all. I guess, by the way, I guess Obama and Clinton are both Hitler now. Wait. It actually might be true for these two guys, though. Hitler, especially Clinton over there, him and his wife suiciding people all the time. So yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous if you ask me. So President Trump does not need permission from any court to continue deporting invaders. He has a constitutional obligation to repel invasion as commander-in-chief, according to Article 2, and furthermore swore an oath before God to fulfill that solemn duty. Any thoughts on this? Yeah,
you're 100% correct.
Just nailed it. Yep.
It's just funny though. I mean, it genuinely is funny, but like, it's, you have all this evidence. I had this discussion with somebody, and it's like, if you could spot the story, you can find the plot holes.
Yeah.
And but enough people don't. And then the ones whose job it is for you to, or for them to guide you away from that, they're good at it because you don't care. Like, or not that you don't care, you don't care enough to do the research.
That there's so much of it overwhelmingly you with the lies that the truth falls through the cracks.
Well, if you control media, you control the narrative. Like, and that's what it is. Like, from social media to still, syndicated media. Like, if you're in control of that, then you're in control of the story. You're the one.
That's how you're able to label Trump as the conspiracy theorist or the right-wing extremist, because you're preaching so much of that garbage that's actually the lie on all the left-wing, media outlets that, the right don't usually get a word edgewise to the mainstream audience. It's those of us who have had our minds woken, to use a term. Awaken is probably a better term. Yeah, we're the only ones who could, see past it because, it's just so overwhelming. But yeah. So with all of this, we are indeed in a constitutional crisis, just not the one that the Democrats and the media want you to believe, because the judiciary tyranny of these corrupt district court judges unconstitutionally trying to block Trump's agenda at every turn. Is it time for Trump to defy the courts with all these blocks that they're giving him with the local district judges? Any thoughts on that just initially?
Why not? Biden did.
Yeah, that's exactly the tweet I just brought up. The Supreme Court tried to block me from relieving student debt, but they didn't stop me. I've relieved student debt for over 5 million Americans. I'm going to keep going. Which we're going to talk about student debt here just a little bit too, by the way.
You can talk about that. I got no clue.
Well, I'm just talking about what what came down this week. But anyway, but yeah, we'll talk about it. But so yeah, I mean, Democrats are okay with defying courts all the time. Joe Biden did it to ram through his student loan forgiveness, but nobody says a thing about that. And God forbid the future leader of the Democratic Party, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, thinks it's okay too, when she wasn't busy fighting oligarchy with Bernie Sanders by flying around on private jets. By the way, if you've not seen those photos, those are interesting.
Yeah.
Jets together. I don't know about you, but isn't that what oligarchs do? Fly around on private jets all the time? Everybody else flies commercial. But anyway, here she is saying that defying the courts is absolutely okay if the courts are partisan. She said this during Joe Biden's last term.
That I believe that the Biden administration should ignore this ruling. I think that the courts have the legitimacy and they rely on the legitimacy of their rulings. And what they are currently doing is engaged in an unprecedented and dramatic erosion of the legitimacy of the courts. It is the justices themselves, through the deeply partisan and unfounded nature of these rulings, that are undermining their own enforcement.
So you're saying the Biden administration should ignore this court, but what does that look like? What does that actually mean?
I think the interesting thing when it comes to a ruling is that it relies on enforcement. And it is up to the Biden administration to choose whether or not to enforce such a ruling.
Which is why Garcia is also not coming back, because you have to enforce what the Democrats claim. The SCOTUS ruled on him that you have to bring him back, which that's not what they said. But yeah, so by their own logic and arguments, there's precedent for Trump defying the courts, as a matter of fact, because that's exactly what Joe Biden did. It's what AOC has advocated for. So if it happens, I don't want to hear this whole thing about Trump's just doing what is he's ignoring the judges and the courts and the Supreme Court. I don't want to hear it. But because if Trump were to actually do so, the media is going to say he's a fascist and a dictator. And if Democrats were to actually win the midterms, they'll attempt to impeach Trump as well. But of course, they call him Hitler and will attempt to impeach him anyway. So even though the true fascism is these courts attempting to stop a duly elected president's agenda simply because they are liberal judges, nothing based in actual law, because nothing Trump is actually doing is against the law. But this is where we are in this country now. I mean, AOC sounds like the Republicans right now saying that the courts, you can't trust them, back in that video. So, I mean, it's just stupid. However, before we get to the point of potentially defying the courts with Donald Trump here, there's some huge news, actually. Former House Speaker Newt Gingrich has an update on this district court situation. He said recently, and he quotes, why isn't Congress doing more to deal with these district judges who seem so out of control? I can talk about that because I actually just testified at a Judiciary Committee hearing in the House just about a week ago, talking about the need to redistrict district courts to local district decisions and not allow district court judges to make nationwide decisions that affect everybody as though they were an alternative president. I'm delighted to report that Congressman Darrell Issa actually passed a bill which would block district court judges from having nationwide injunctions and instead limit them to their own district. It went through the House, and Senator Grassley has a similar bill in the Senate. I suspect it will pass, and I suspect that President Trump will sign it. So Congress is moving to put district judges back in their own districts and not allow them to pretend that they are an alternative president. This must pass, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It'll put these district court judges back in their role. Know your role and shut your mouth, as The Rock, when he was actually fun to watch, actually once said. Yeah, I mean, that would be a major move moving forward to ensure the will of the American people is actually done with future presidents. So, yeah, I hope that happens. Yep. Get these judges off of Trump's back. Now, the Supreme Court can still rule against Trump, sure. But these district judges all throughout the country that Biden rushed into office for this sole purpose of blocking Trump, that was not based in law, should not have a say. End of story.
Yep.
If you disagree with that, you're not for our constitutional republic. You're just not. Any thoughts on these judges?
Isn't there still the one that they're blocking right now? He's the one that they need to continue with doing what they're doing with these arrests and all this other shit too, because they can't do any convictions as far as like these federal judges and the ones that got away with helping the illegals. That one judge.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna talk about them just right now, actually.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool.
So yeah, you're like minds think alike. But time will tell on whether or not the district court judges get put in their place. But wait, what's this? Could it be people are actually being held accountable? Is that what I'm seeing right here? Some of these judges are being dealt with for harboring illegal aliens. 2 judges this last week, over the last 48 hours, have been arrested by the FBI for aiding and abetting illegals. In the first case, Judge Juan Cano, which is the guy on the left that you see here, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, but I really don't care because he's a criminal. Him and his wife of New Mexico were arrested by federal authorities this last week after they harbored a Tren Aragua gang member at their home. Authorities allegedly discovered disturbing images on the gang member's phone, including photos of decapitated and mutilated bodies. Video later surfaced showing Judge Cano and the gang member he allowed to live in his home, handing him and his wife a firearm.
That's no
toy right there. That's
What is it? Yeah, it's heavy. Put it on. A ver, claro, patrón, ¿cómo es que sí?
So yeah, I mean that's pretty telling.
Wild.
Yeah, I mean this is why he was arrested, and his wife for that matter. So yeah, I mean it sounds like for good reason too. We also got the second judge, Judge Hannah Dugan of Wisconsin. Now this was a little more interesting. She had an illegal in her court proceedings, and basically she ushered him out of the courtroom under protection of her or people who work for her in the court, while I showed up to detain him and deport him. So she basically tried to usher him out of the courtroom to protect him. So she got arrested for that, for interfering with a federal thing here. So yeah, so again, that she went to a big extreme right there in the middle of her courtroom.
That's
because she didn't like the law. I'm sorry, but you should not be making decisions like that on your emotions. It should be, you're a judge. You should be taking your personal bias out of it, in my opinion.
For sure.
But yeah, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But yeah, so here is one of the 2 judges arrested. I don't know about you, but I'd have I'd have her arrested for this image here, for this image alone. It just shows her bias. I wonder which way she leans politically just by looking at this. I mean, I personally think it's a crime to put that mask on Abraham Lincoln's statue, number one, for sure. But judges, like I said, are supposed to be impartial. But both of these cases, along with the partisan judges attempting to block Trump's agenda in these local districts, they're creating a massive discussion on judicial ethics that I think we need to have as a country. Because if this continues, we're not going to have a country. Simple as that. The president has to be allowed to do his job.
And you guys are making it fucking difficult.
Yeah, that's what they did to Trump's first term too, which is why they tried it this time as well, because it worked the first time. Everybody's like, well, Trump didn't get anything accomplished his first time because he couldn't. This has got to change, and hopefully under this DOJ, it will. They better have thought this through before they went through it. But of course, despite all these facts I just laid out for you here, useless idiots like Harry Sisson and the media in general are acting like this is unprecedented and want to let the world know this is what dictators do, though, by going after judges. No, Harry, these judges broke the law. Dictators indict a former president and their election opponent, arrest his lawyers and accountants, raid his home, have federal agents go through his wife's underwear drawer. They silence free speech, attempt to take your guns, and make you take poison shots or lose your job. All of which Joe Biden did or attempted to do. So if you want to see fascism, Harry, look in the damn mirror.
And you co-signed all that shit.
Yeah, and he's still shilling for it. The entire Democratic Party has lost their ever-loving minds, if you ask me. And these state judges aren't above the law. Here's the actual... Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped ahead here. Sit this one out, liberals. So my apologies. In the case of these two judges, it's a federal crime to harbor illegal aliens. It's a federal crime to obstruct illegal immigration enforcement as well. I guess no one is above the law, though. It only applies when it's an excuse to attack Trump. Here's all the Democrats and Democrat shills and Mark Hamill's in there. No one's above the law when they were going after Trump, even though there was little evidence and all that sort of stuff. But with these guys, with their absolutely been proven to be lawbreakers, no, you can't throw them in jail, right? So yeah, these state judges aren't above the law. Here's the actual photo of Judge Dugan being arrested. Plaster this image all over the place to send a message to these corrupt individuals that playtime is over. That is the message that needs to be sent. So yeah, they actually gave her a full-blown perp walk here. So interesting.
As they should.
As they should. But yeah. But make no mistake about it, though. This Trump going after judges or his political opponents is going to be the mainstream narrative now moving forward, no doubt. Just wait till they start arresting politicians.
Oh, my Lord. It's going to be... You think this is bad?
It's going to get worse.
Oh, my God.
And it needs to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
It has to happen. Otherwise, we can't get back on track. You may not like it, but that is the fact of the matter.
As they're arresting him, they should all have shirts that say no one is above the law.
Yeah. And I think they ought to have shirts that say every single one of their crimes that they have to wear while they're in prison. And their courts as well, and the court rulings as well. Yeah, all that stuff. Democrats will paint what Trump may do with corrupt judges and politicians and all that stuff as fascism, when in reality, it's accountability and justice, ladies and gentlemen, as I just laid out here to you with these judges. So I don't know about you, but this is what I voted for. So strap in, as Terrell Owens once said here, get your popcorn ready. I gotta admit, this is one of the great photos in NFL history. I don't know who took that shot, but that's a great picture of T.O. Back in the day. So shout out to Nate, the Cowboys fan that we worked with.
You guys buckle up because it's gonna get rough for y'all.
Well, I have to look and see how the Cowboys did on the draft. Yeah, so
we'll get rough for y'all. Man.
Oh, you mean the judges? Okay, not the Cowboys.
Oh yeah. No.
It might be rough for them too. We'll wait and see. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm still pulling for it. But yeah, we'll wait and see. So in fact, you know who might be arrested next? The Trump administration has officially referred the New York Attorney General Letitia James for prosecution by the Department of Justice. Letitia James, the woman who ran on getting Donald Trump, may face prosecution for the exact same thing she tried to jail Trump with: mortgage fraud. The irony here, you cannot make this up. I mean, this is insane. This is a huge story. It's just very huge, just like her underwear, I'm sure. But
that's wild.
I don't know why. Whenever I see Letitia James, and I always think about this scene from Road Trip. What did you do, dude? Did you kill a cheetah? But so sorry about your eyes there. But anyway. So yeah, great movie, by the
No,
way.
at least she was cute.
Yeah, she was cute. But anyway,
She
because
was.
of this, Letitia, huh?
So at least she was cute. Letitia, it's not. She's not.
No.
These are my favorite photos.
Which,
These
by the way,
AI
I was going to ask,
creations,
what is it with these? I've been seeing these all over the place. I don't know what this fad is.
I don't know who started them, but these have been my favorite AI photos. Like the whole dollification or action figurification shit is fucking dope.
The 80s, the 90s and stuff. Yeah, which we had action figures that used to sell like hotcakes now.
Oh man, dude,
I got pops now, so they've taken over. But anyway,
but still, like those were like some of like the old vintage packages were amazing. Like these toys came. Ah man, good times.
I hear you. So yeah, but because of the Trump administration referring Letitia James for prosecution, Letitia James is now saying, you guessed it, Trump is going after his political opponent. I can't with these people. I just this is what she did to him when Biden went after his political opponent. Okay, so first of all, you did it to him first. What do you got a problem with here? You think this wasn't going to come back around on you?
No.
They clearly thought, it's not the way this works, guys. But Letitia James tried to say Mar-a-Lago wasn't worth any more than $18 to $27 million, and now she's facing prosecution for doing the same things with her properties. This is called karma. By the way, if you believe that Mar-a-Lago was only worth $18 to $27 million after looking at this room alone, I have a bridge to sell you.
Yeah, seriously.
This room here alone is likely worth that much by itself. And now Letitia James is likely guilty of what she accused him of. This is priceless. So, yeah, I'm sure Miranda's thrilled about this. She mentioned anything about this at all?
Yeah, she talked about it too.
Oh,
I can't wait. I can't wait for some of this shit to play out.
These people.
Oh, my Lord.
Who did all this to him. And all of that, there's legit evidence in her case of mortgage fraud. Not Trump's, who paid all his back with interest, I might add. But anyway, speaking of interest, student loan stuff we'll talk about later. Some of these people have no idea how interest works.
Yeah,
clearly. But anyway, but speaking of useless idiots,
man, I had high hopes at one point. I really did,
and we even gave him a little bit of credit a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Which credit to Slar, by the way. If you're watching still, Slar, thank you for letting me know that the video got tagged on YouTube, because we showed the entire clip of Bill Maher explaining about his White House dinner with Donald Trump. And apparently HBO didn't like that too much. But it's still up on Rumble if you want to go watch the entire segment. But we still got I had to clip that out so you can still check out our thoughts on it. We just couldn't watch his actual response, which we pretty well covered without the video. So it's no big deal.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you, Slar, for letting us know. I appreciate it. So this week, Bill Maher made headlines again for criticizing Larry David for using the term Hitler to describe Trump, saying it's a disservice to all the Jews who were killed. Now, I agree with Bill on that. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Describing Trump as Hitler does a big disservice for the Jews. We've been saying that on the right forever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's just ridiculous to call Trump Hitler. But Bill Maher, I'd be remiss if I didn't say he's still a hypocrite, though, because he's effectively called Trump an authoritarian fascist dictator on his show many times. He may not have ever said the word Hitler. He may have. I'd have to go back and look, but he's definitely alluded to the rest of it. So I don't know who he thinks is fooling here. So that notwithstanding, Charlie Kirk. I don't know if you know who Charlie Kirk is, but he runs Turning Point USA. Big name in the world of conservative movement for sure, and I really love him. To see him going to college campuses and debating college students.
Oh, okay. Yes, I have seen that.
I love Charlie Kirk, and he's a definite guy you should follow. He's got a lot of good facts, and he knows all of his stuff. But anyway, Charlie Kirk had to fill Bill Maher in on the details of the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case on Bill Maher's own Club Random podcast. Let's listen to that real quick.
Well, they didn't vote for.
They did vote for mass deportations.
People without any. I mean,
so you mean that Maryland case is what you're talking about, right?
The guy who they're trying, the said,
MS-13 member.
Well, there's no evidence that They did not present evidence. I mean, I don't really want to get into the weeds on this one because I got to do it on my show Friday.
You're right. Your script writers haven't wrote the script for you yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Supreme Court. I guess we have to get into the weeds.
There's even new evidence in the last couple of hours that I don't. You lead the conversation. You tell me how deep you want to go on it.
None.
Okay.
I mean, but I hope that if it comes to light, let me button it up this way. I hope that if it does come to light, that there really is no evidence that this guy was a gang member, that he got swept up, which is very understandable. That when you do a sweep, when you're doing big things, yes, nothing is going to go perfect. But if it does come to light, I would hope that some Republicans have the spine to say, yeah, that's not right.
Well, Bill, we've already proven
this
it.
guy
It
should
ain't
not be
gonna
there.
happen, Bill.
I mean, the Bill of Rights, it's pretty clear that you can't just disappear people
He's not
without
disappearing
any sort
people.
of trial.
Well, but sorry to interrupt.
And deportation is not the same thing as sending someone to a prison.
But he's a criminal. That's
But
where
you
he's
are
going to go.
allowed to deport under the Alien Enemies Act.
Correct.
Someone who is part of a recognized terrorist organization, which MS-13 is pretty close to a terrorist organization.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you're bending all these words.
And he's not an American citizen.
No, he's
You gotta
not.
acknowledge that.
No,
Right?
absolutely.
Pointing out
not.
your
So that's important.
fallacies.
But he wasn't here illegally either.
No, he was.
Illegally.
Yeah, the Maryland man. As long as we're not talking about two different cases.
We're talking about Garcia.
Yes, he was an illegal immigrant to the country.
I thought he was waiting for asylum.
You could be illegal waiting for asylum.
I see. So
Bill.
So they could deport him. That's right.
Yes.
But we never did it. But to a prison.
It's an edge case. I acknowledge it's on the edge.
Okay, good.
He's a criminal, Bill. That's why he's going to a prison.
Mm-hmm.
If it was just normal illegal, it wouldn't be like that. God, I swear. But so anyway, this is just one example in a long list of things that Bill Maher was uninformed on over the years. He famously didn't know about the LGBTQ community, proclaiming that men can menstruate until Dennis Prager went on his show and informed him of that. And Dennis Prager got laughed out of the building by his audience and his Bill Maher's panel for his troubles, and Prager ended up being correct on that matter. Bill Maher also didn't know what the World Economic Forum was or who Klaus Schwab was until Roseanne Barr told him on that same Club Random podcast of Bill's. So again, didn't have any clue about the players on the chessboard. And Bill Maher also famously did not know about Hillary Clinton denying the 2016 election results for 4 years after Trump won, despite railing against Trump for the exact same thing until Megyn Kelly embarrassed him on her show, which we played here on the channel multiple times, because it's hilarious, by the way.
Yeah,
and now
still didn't want to admit it then.
Yeah, he didn't want to hear it then. Like he did the same thing he did to Charlie Kirk here. He told Megyn Kelly, "Well, you have your opinion on it. You're bending your word." No, they're pointing out that you are believing misinformation, Bill, and you're too stupid to freaking admit it. That's what's happening. But you don't want to admit that you lost the argument. And so you start saying, well, you're bending. No, that's not what you're doing. And now, of course, Bill didn't know the details, all the details of the Garcia case. He only heard what was told to him through, mainstream media and probably his script writers, like I said. And he'll probably went on a show last night spouting all those same lies as well. Because I know Adam Schiff and somebody else was there. So there you go. Maybe if Bill Maher read a bit more instead of smoking pot, drinking alcohol, and denying the existence of God, perhaps he'd learn a few things. That's my thoughts. What are your thoughts on that?
No, you're 100% correct. And it sucks because a few weeks ago, you admitted to having a conversation with this man, getting to know who he really was. And now you just fall right back into line in certain situations and conversations that when you think about it, don't make sense. And the fact that you won't question those, it blows my mind.
Yeah. I think a lot of it is he's just too afraid to lose his fan base as well. Because if he does that, he's irrelevant. I mean, we welcome him on this side if he'd actually start speaking sense, but it's like one half-hearted step forward, 10 steps back for Bill Maher.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, ignorance is forgivable, in my opinion, the first time. After that, it becomes a little bit more of an issue here. Don't worry, Aaron. I know the thing went away. I'm pulling up the next thing. But anyway, so yeah. I'm kind of waiting for him to jump in there. But anyway, but when someone is willfully ignorant and actively avoids educating themselves, like Bill Maher's been doing here lately, it can't be seen as anything other than being intentionally misleading and propagandist. That's the way I view it. That being said, I hope that Charlie Kirk will go on Bill Maher's show now that he's done Maher's podcast. They even made mention on the podcast that there was a good way to kind of break the ice between the two of them. So maybe Charlie Kirk could do that and could speak more common sense on his show to maybe provide some actual truth. That's just a good thing. So hopefully that happens.
Yeah.
But then Bill Maher had guests on his show last night spreading loads of misinformation, of which is the complete fake news narrative that Republicans are regretting voting for Donald Trump. Let's listen to this segment.
Days is that the bad news is it's the worst first 100 days in U.S. presidential history. I can't think of a presidency that had it worse. But the good news, I think, for the country is it's the worst first 100 days in U.S. presidential history. For precisely the reason that you suggest, Bill, which is that a lot of the country that voted for President Trump because they didn't like the course of the country under his predecessor, because they were mad, because they thought stuff needed to be broken up and disrupted, are waking up to the reality of just how much worse it can get.
No, we're
and I'm
not.
hearing from so many friends who voted for Trump, who remember the first Trump administration as being an era, at least until COVID, of prosperity, and saying, hang on a second, 100% tariffs, I'm losing half of my workforce, I can't afford things, the price of consumer goods is still going up. This is not what I voted for. And that's a relief, because if it had been a successful first 100 days, if it had been just a little less bad, people would say, well, what's the problem if we're not observing due process? Or what's the problem if we're defying the Supreme Court? That would be even more worrisome than what we have now.
Except most of what he just said was fake and false.
Yeah.
Inflation's coming down, gas is coming down, eggs are coming. We've laid this out on the channel in previous weeks. Tariffs are actually bringing in money to the country right now. $15 billion, as a matter of fact, as of last count. That's higher than recent history, if not a long time. I don't know. I have to look into exactly how long it's been. But yeah, so I mean, it's like, and it's short-term pain for long-term gain. So it's going to be fine. Everybody needs to calm down. I don't know about you guys. Did you guys regret your vote?
Nope.
Yeah, me neither. What's that?
I do not regret for my vote.
Yeah, and I know Miranda was here and Matt was here. They'd say no too.
Yep.
I know well enough to say that. So yeah, I actually love what he's doing, and I think all of us here can say the same thing. These delusional people truly live in their own little alternate reality. Even left-wing bias CNN admits the narrative that Bill Maher's guests are pushing is 100% fake. Let's listen to them talk about how people are not regretting Trump, the vote for Trump.
Let's talk about Trump voters and how they feel. Do they regret their vote?
I mean, this is the big question, right? I hear all these stories, all these articles, all the Trump voters, they regret what they did back in 2024. I'm here to tell you, very few of them regret what they did back in 2024. What are we talking about? Trump voters looking back at 2024. We got a new poll out. The poll was conducted this month. What percentage would change their vote to a different candidate? We're talking just 2%, just 2%. That's not even a wide spot on the road. And then there's this additional 1% who say they would rather not vote. We're talking overall under 5% might or would have changed their vote, Donald Trump voters back in 2024. And then you ask, okay, the same question to Kamala Harris voters, and it turns out the numbers are rather similar. So if there was a repeat, if folks got to be able to redo their vote that they had back in 2024, would the result be any different? I doubt it would be. Or it would still be extremely close.
So yeah, there you go. Even left-wing CNN is saying that Trump voters are not regretting their vote. So stop with this stupid narrative. Less than 5%, 3%, maybe 2%.
I got a question.
Yeah.
So on TikTok, you see a lot of videos of people saying that they regret their vote because of, and they just don't show anything afterwards, or it's just like a ... And then they'll be like, no, I don't regret my vote. So are they responding to what the media is saying, or is the media responding to the TikToks?
I think they're responding to the media, because I've heard this from friends and even some family who said, well, how do you feel about, Donald Trump, people regretting their vote for Trump? And I just look at them saying, I don't know where you heard that, but it ain't right. It ain't true.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe there's some people pushing that on TikTok. Maybe there's some Democrats going on TikTok and saying they're regretting their vote, but I don't know a single Republican in my circle that I know personally that has ever once said they regret their vote yet. Period. So, yeah, I'm assuming it probably got started from the media first.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. A bunch of influencers and the ones that were already there, and therefore, like, that's what this is. It's a classic thing of, like, they're taking their side and making it seem it's easy to fool people when you could, do that. Like when you could just have a bunch of people who are relatively unknown, but now say they align with this side just to bash this side. It's easy to do. It's not complicated. It's a plot used in everyday life in that aspect. Like there were people who antagonize or want to make one thing look bad. So you just get a bunch of people who already don't like that thing to just say they were on that thing's side, because nobody's going to do the background research to find out who you actually voted for or what candidate you actually stand for. You're just going on here and making a 30-second clip of you saying, yeah, I regret my choice. But again, nobody knows who you are.
They're just hoping it'll spread enough where people start believing it, maybe.
That's what it is.
Sorry.
It's a mob mentality thing.
Yeah. Us MAGA supporters here are not going to just change. So I hate to tell you, we're not the cult personality here. The Democrats are. Yeah. We'll actually criticize something if it's bad, or we'll call it out, or we'll say if it's actually true or not. Democrats are lockstep and barrel with the narrative. It's just the way it is. So yeah. But moving away from that a little bit here, a couple other little news I wanted to talk about here. Speaking of the World Economic Forum that Bill Maher had no idea about, Klaus Schwab resigned from the World Economic Forum as the world rejoices. It sounds like he was forced out, though, rather than resigned after 55 years running the WEF. However, the WEF replacement possibly could be even worse. Meet his replacement. Oh, that's a very small photo. Oh, I wish these were bigger. Anywho,
fucked up photo. Jesus.
Yeah, look at his eye. It's got like this really bloodshot eye. I don't know if that's a permanent.
Dude, that looks like a mask.
I know. Let me see if
I
go
can back to that one first picture.
Oh, the first one. It probably is a mask. There you go.
Like that ass look. You see how his makeup is crazy work too.
Yeah,
that's craziness.
Yeah, he looks like the Terminator a little bit with that red eye, like that one little target eye or whatnot. But yeah, this is Peter Brabeck-Letmathe. I think that's how you pronounce it. The former CEO of Nestle. I guess he decided to get out of chocolate and start destroying people's lives. He famously stated in 2017 that, quote, humans have no right to access free water, unquote.
What?
So not only is he creepy as F to look at, he's authoritarian as well. I swear, demon is the only way they could explain this.
What did he just say?
He said, quote, humans have no right to access free water.
All right.
In 2017. He said that. But no, Trump's the one we should worry about, huh? You kidding me right now? But anywho.
Like, that's, ugh. He's unsettling to look at, like, truthfully.
Very unsettling. Yeah, that's terrifying. But anyway, speaking of other news items, the Pope Francis died this week on Easter Monday at the age of 88 years old, one day after meeting with Vice President J.D. Vance on Easter Sunday. So that got all the left-wing conspiracy theorists out there saying J.D. Vance probably killed him and that no one would want to live after meeting J.D. Vance. Such nasty stuff coming from the party of so-called tolerance and acceptance, if you ask me. No, you lunatics. Pope Francis had been ill for a long time, but from everything I've heard, I don't know about you, he was not a good person and would have even pushed things that would go against the Catholic Church. So, yeah, there's that. I'm not saying I'm happy he's gone. I'm not happy when anybody dies, but it sounds like he was not a good human being. So hopefully whoever the new Pope ends up being is somewhat more of the faith, in my opinion. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But, of course, that led to today on Saturday, April 27th or 26th, Donald Trump attended the funeral among many other current and former world leaders. But what did the media focus on during the Pope's funeral? They said Trump looks like an idiot because he was the only one to wear a blue suit to a funeral. How embarrassing Donald Trump is. But, of course, again, in true media fashion, when you pull out from the close-up shot of Donald Trump being the only one in the picture wearing a blue suit, there were many people at the funeral wearing blue suits, including former President Joe Biden, 3 rows up from Donald Trump, right about there.
Yeah, I can see him.
So, I swear, it's just, the media. We got him this time, they said. But at least he wore a suit, unlike Zelensky. I mean,
like legitimately, this is.
And look, Zelensky is right here, no suit, even to a funeral.
Wow. That's crazy work. That's crazy work.
least he's wearing black, I guess. But I mean, who cares what color it is?
That's a dark navy blue. That ain't black.
Oh, for who? Zelensky?
Zelensky.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I mean, you could definitely say there's different shades of blue suit. This one even looks purple. But yeah, a lot of it's
That's
lighting
crazy,
and the sunlight, things like that too.
It does, regardless, the suit
doesn't
color
matter.
doesn't matter. Like,
No, he wore a suit to the post funeral. Okay, he showed up.
he showed up. Yeah, thank you. I was about to say that. He showed up.
Like, what do you? But you know, I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, if that first photo of Trump be the only one wearing blue if it wasn't doctored to make it look like he was the only one wearing blue.
To make it stand
Well,
out
they
more,
set him
yeah.
around a lot of course, like, yeah, maybe if you pull back. But this other shot clearly shows other, especially men, wearing blue suits. So this is just absurd. I can't stand this stuff from the media.
It's the dumb hill to die on, too.
It's terrible. But anyway, but yeah, speaking of death, unfortunately, let's talk about this one. Jeffrey Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre, I don't know how you say her last name, apparently died of suicide this week. She was a known victim of Jeffrey Epstein, who was recently involved in a car accident, but she was hit by a school bus, back on March 30th. Now, to be fully transparent, reports vary on the severity of the bus accident she was involved in. Now she has apparently committed suicide suddenly about a month later. So despite saying back in 2019 in a tweet, by the way, or some sort of it looks like a tweet, that she was not suicidal. I'm making it publicly known that in no way, shape, or form am I suicidal. I have made this known to my therapist and GP. If something happens to me in the sake of my family, do not let this go away and help me to protect them. Too many evil people want to see me quieted. Or quitted it, or however she wrote that there. But anyway, now something about this, I don't know about you, just does not add up. For those of you who don't know, Virginia said that she was trafficked to Prince Andrew by Jeffrey Epstein, but had her case dismissed in a court of law by, check this part out, she had her case dismissed by the exact same judge who ruled that Donald Trump was liable for sexual assault with E. Jean Carroll.
That's crazy business.
Someone tell me what are the odds? What are the odds of that? The judge
Slim to none?
picture, yeah, the top right here. Yeah, Judge Lewis Kaplan, a Bill Clinton appointee, because of course Bill and Jeffrey Epstein clearly had fun times together. That's well documented, which we've also talked about. This same judge who oversaw the Trump E. Jean Carroll case dismissed the case against Prince Andrew, who was accused of raping Virginia Giuffre when she was an underage girl on Epstein Island. This judge formally dismissed all sexual assault charges with a nice sealed settlement and no prison time for Prince Andrew. So one case is completely dismissed without looking much into it, and another gets the book thrown at them despite little evidence of wrongdoing in Donald Trump's case. Do I got that wrong?
Mm-hmm.
And now, a living witness that could expose the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing is dead by suicide after recovering from a car accident, even if reports vary on the severity of the case. That makes no sense. At around the same time, the Epstein files have been heavily rumored to finally be released by the Trump administration, by the way. So, again, things that make you go, huh, right? Regardless, something is very sus about this. I don't think it takes a genius to figure out. Virginia, along with Jeffrey Epstein, did not kill herself. As Rush Limbaugh said, there are no coincidences with the Clintons. Hello, suicide hotline. I'd like to place an order.
Yeah, that's wild.
Well, while some justice is beginning to happen with some of these judges who've been arrested, other justice simply is not happening fast enough. Release the Epstein files so no one else dies. We need to get this taken care of. So, yeah. But speaking of Pam Bondi, we're almost done tonight, guys. I'm sorry it's going a little long, but WrestleMania was long. Some say, Trump directs Attorney General Pam Bondi to open up a criminal probe to investigate Act Blue over Democrat fraud allegations. Some say this is going to uncover far worse than USAID did. We've discussed before about how some donations were made under people's names and in large amounts, but when questioned, those people had no idea about the donation and they knew nothing about it. What they'll uncover looking into Act Blue could be high-quality entertainment. I don't know about you guys, but stay tuned. What do you guys think about this?
Honestly, like, finding out like some of these people had no idea they donated to something. Like think about like in the sense of like, you know how you pay for apps and shit, and like you don't realize you signed up for something, and you end up paying for something you don't realize you have. This is the same aspect, but on a larger scale, because you're donating thousands of dollars, and it's done in small chunks to where you won't notice it missing. Like,
yeah,
you know how pissed off you would be, and they're like, does any of that money get returned to you when you find out you were donating something you wanted no part of?
Yeah, you'd think, right?
Yeah, like I'd be pissed if I found out my money was going to something like this that I didn't sign up for.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all the stuff that yeah. I mean, it's just crazy stuff. Like all this stuff is like, just coming at us all at once. And they would say, "Well, Trump's not doing it. It's the first 100 days, ever in U.S. history." Well, really?
Yeah.
From whose perspective? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it's the people who are losing perspective. That's where it's from the people who are losing or lost. Like that's the perspective. So I already don't trust the thing that you say to begin with, let alone going to trust the thing you say because you lost. Now you're just bitter.
Yeah. I mean, Act Blue is widely known, obviously, for donations to the Democratic Party and their politicians. If you uncover all this stuff with USAID that was sending money to foreign nations and other things, using our taxpayers terribly, imagine what they'll uncover that Democrats were using to fund their campaign and probably pocketing themselves. This is where a lot of politicians could go to jail, especially on the Democratic side of things. This is a Democrat organization. Huh?
And should.
Yeah, it absolutely should. And when it happens, no, it's not fascism. It's justice, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. Simple as that. So yeah, but on a lighter note, Donald Trump is officially adding 2 100-foot flagpoles to the lawn on both sides of the White House. And guess what? He's paying for them himself. So here's a plan of the mock-up of what the flagpoles will look like. Why this was not done? I know there's a flag at the top of the White House, but why not? Just get a little bit of a nicer aesthetic to it,
Yeah.
And he's paying for it for himself. Doesn't even cost the taxpayer or the government any money. He's paying for it in his own pocket. So nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
I wish I had a place to hang a flag of my own. I wish I could do it on my balcony, but I don't think they allow it here at my apartment. But anyway,
probably not.
And when the next Democrat president gets in office, those flags are going to be taken down.
Yeah, they'll probably put up LGBTQ flags or something up there instead.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I believe there's a law that says it has to be below the United States flag. Nothing could go above the United States flag. So, yeah, in that case, they could completely replace them. I'm not sure how that would go, but anywho, hopefully they'll get something written in like a rule book or something, so where they can't do that when the next administration comes in or whatever. But yeah, so yeah. Also, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And the FDA officially announced this week a ban on artificial coloring dyes from all food products in the United States. The plan will phase out 8 petroleum-based artificial food dyes, including Blue 1, Red 40, and Yellow 6 over 2 years, with the ban expected to be fully implemented by the end of 2026. But even this, liberals are complaining about this as well. As this young lady points out how insane the left has actually become. Let's listen to this.
To tell me, you mean to tell me that now you're mad because they want to take the poison out of our food?
Apparently.
Y'all, are you okay? And you're mad because you have to pay your student loan back? Because the previous administration lied to you and lied and lied and lied and lied and lied again. Yep. Get it through your head. This is exhausting trying to freaking communicate with you people when you can't understand actual logic. Do you know how much of a nightmare it is to even be on the same planet with you people sometimes? Yeah. It's like you literally find something negative about a situation that even betters your life, the poison, right? Taking it out of your food, and you find a reason to get mad. You must live an awful existence. Some of y'all need some Jesus.
Amen, sister.
I don't even feel sorry for any of you anymore. I tried, like in the back of my mind, I tried to think, well, maybe, just maybe. No, there is no more. You guys are literally gone. Your mind is on the moon. It is gone. It's done. It's done.
I feel like that girl was Miranda's spirit animal.
Yeah,
I really
like, it
do. I
is
feel like that's everything
great.
Miranda has bottled up, and I don't want to say she's intentionally bottling it up, but it's got it bottled up, and she's just ready to explode. That's exactly what I expect to come out of her if it was the case.
But it's logical. It's common sense. Like you find you take again in something that is benefiting you, and you find the one small insignificant thing in that to be mad about. Like, this is the definition of misery loves company.
Yeah.
Like, to bitch about the things that you're bitching about, even though it's going to benefit you in the long run. Again, I said this a lot. These are some weird ass hills to die on.
Yeah, all of them. It's like, I'll tell you a story off air too that was interesting to me this recently. So,
Okay.
but there's something that reminded me, and I'll tell you later. But yeah, but this is I don't get it. I mean, RFK is just trying to help people. I mean, ladies and gentlemen. But she also mentioned in her video here too.
For that.
I don't get it.
Trying to help people. Like, I don't.
I mean, I get it if, like, big, farmer, people who make all this food stuff, they get mad because you're affecting their business, but that's different. The consumer should not buy this whatsoever.
And in that aspect too, with that, like, ensuring the fact that you'll have customers should be a benefit to you.
Yeah. Well, not only that, getting rid of some of this extra stuff that's being put in foods, it might actually make the foods cheaper.
Yes, 100%.
You know what I'm saying? So come on. Get on board, guys. Like, use logic. I beg you. But as she mentioned in her video, too, about student loans, starting May 5th, what is that, about a little over a week from now, the Department of Education will soon begin collecting payments for student loans that are in default, including through wage garnishment for potentially millions of borrowers if they choose not to pay, according to the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. This is a temporary COVID-era Biden policy that paused student loan payments during the pandemic, and now it's being rolled back. It should have never been meant to be permanent anyway. The Education Department will begin involuntary collections through the Treasury Department's offset program, which claws back delinquent debts by withholding payments such as tax refunds, federal salaries, and Social Security benefits. There will still be income-based payment options for those who need to look into those. But 4 in 10 Americans are not making payments on their student loans at all. But Democrats are now losing their ever-loving minds over this, like they don't do it with everything frickin' else. Here's one person explaining how she thinks this is outrageous.
Well, they just dropped the student loan bomb. Fuck. The federal government just announced that it's coming for your loans, and collections begin May 5th for student loan debt. If you're in default, they can garnish your wages. They can take your tax return. And they can even take, like, your benefits, like Social Security. And if you still can't pay it and you default, they're going to send you to collections. There are about 5.3 million people in the United States right now in default. This is going to hurt the people that are already struggling the most. They are really just trying to absolutely cripple as many people as fucking possible at this point.
No, they're not.
It's pretty clear they want us completely broke. They don't give a fuck about our health. They don't really give a shit if we die. Yeah, they're just gonna cut fucking everything. This really just paves the path for so much more bullshit.
Only if you're lazy.
Yeah.
I just realized that's about the same amount of people that have been at the protests. Interesting. Well, see you guys May 1st. That's the next one.
We talked about those protests a few weeks ago, too. They weren't nearly as big as y'all thought they were. But anyway, I'm sorry, lady. You had 5 effing years during the COVID policy to figure out your finances. It's not my fault you didn't get your shit together during this pause that you expected to be permanent. I'm sorry. Eventually, you got to pay back your debt. It's the way the world works, Cupcake. Hate to break it to you all. And there's a bunch of videos on X and TikTok about this, of people freaking the hell out. They don't understand. They don't understand how interest works. They don't understand that when you sign on a loan, you must pay it back. I thought we were going to get forgiven by Joe Biden. Okay. here's the older millennial dropping some a little dose of reality, I should say, on these people.
All right, let's introduce someone to a little dose of reality.
They just said that 92% of the people that went to college and racked up all this student loan debt don't and won't have jobs in the degrees that they got the debt.
That's a you problem.
So why y'all asking us to pay this money back?
Because that isn't new information.
No.
You knew that when you got the degree. Like, I knew this when I graduated high school back in 2002, that there are very few degrees that will actually lead to you making a lot of money. That the vast majority of the things you could go to college for will never, ever make you enough money to pay that loan back. Y'all can't play like you didn't know this. I knew this in 2002. So I know for some of you that were fucking born after I graduated high school, you definitely knew. And we're asking you to pay it back because that's what you promised to do. This is like people going, oh my God, how could they expect me to pay my mortgage? Because you signed that you would pay it back. Oh my God, how can they expect me to pay this credit card? Because you signed that you would pay it back. Look, I recognize the interest on student loans is some bullshit, but that's the consequence of letting the government get involved in your life. Because before the government was involved in student loans, they were pretty fucking affordable. It was only after the government said, we'll make sure that these people pay it or we'll pay it ourselves, that we will federally back these motherfuckers. Oh, and then Biden made it so you couldn't get rid of student loans in bankruptcy. Good job on that one.
Yeah.
But once that happened, that's when college became unaffordable. And here's the thing, you knew all the dollar amounts going in. You knew exactly how much college was going to cost you. Why is it so hard to do a simple calculation of, well, let me see, if I borrow $300,000 and I'm getting a degree in who gives a fuck, that's only going to make me about $30,000, $40,000 a year, I am never going to be able to pay this loan off. Like, why wasn't that a simple thought process is done when you're 17, 18, 19? I know I did that thought process. I know millions of other Americans did that thought process. It's amazing how none of us are the ones complaining. No, it's only the smartest generation we've ever had, the most technologically advanced generation we've ever had. Look, y'all are welcome to not pay your loans, but be rest assured, they're getting their money. And absolutely no amount of complaining that you got the wrong degree is going to make that any better.
And by the way, this pause that Joe Biden put into place during the COVID pandemic era, if you were smart, you'd have realized that during that pause, had you continued to pay your student loan payments during that time, there was no interest being charged on it. But you didn't take advantage of that. You decided to say, oh, I'm just not going to pay my loans. And now chickens have come home to roost. You got to start paying them again. And now y'all are complaining and bitching. And like I said previously, there are programs to help you get, as long as you pay something, for the most part, they will work with you. But refusing to pay at all, while you sip on your Starbucks and you go out on your yachts and boats and, or, you know, whatever it is you do, go out to dinner at these expensive restaurants, buy these Gucci bags and shit. You could, you know, sacrifice a little bit to actually pay back what you borrowed. You self-entitled little, I swear it, because this is coming from a guy who paid off his student loans by himself. $40,000, $50,000 worth, I believe.
Damn.
Am I debt free? No, I still got some credit cards I deal with.
Mm-hmm.
But gosh dang it, I was an adult. I had to live with a roommate for a while, which I was fine to do that with. He's a good guy. But I'll tell you right now, you know, at some point I was going to move it on my own once I got my finances in order. But sometimes you got to sacrifice things to make it work. That's life, sweetheart. I don't know why I got to preach to these people. It's like half the America just didn't grow up.
Yeah.
I swear it's ridiculously stupid.
It's also like half of America didn't realize what adulthood was going to be like, but you have every example of what it was going to be like.
Yeah, I mean, I you know, and if you have an interest, you pay more than your interest, and it will pay it down. You know,
Man.
Yeah. I mean, I was fortunate enough to be able to pay mine off during the pandemic and stuff.
Here's the thing, though, like eventually this was going to come up, like this was going to end. Even if the last regime was still in charge, you don't think they would have found some way to do it? Yeah. Like,
I mean,
you borrowed money, you got to pay it back.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, Yeah, you pay it back. If you can't pay it back, don't take out a loan. You borrowed the money, pay it back, like you said. Like the rest of us who paid off our student loans. I have sympathy that times right now are tough. I do. But many of the people upset about this simply don't want to ever pay their student loans back. It's got nothing to do about I can't afford it. You just don't want to do it. You can afford certain stuff that they allow you to at least make a small payment on. They work with you.
For that Gucci bag, you can afford to pay your damn threat.
Yeah. I guarantee you guys are some of you are financing your Amazon purchases or something. I guarantee you are, or maxing out your credit cards. That's on you at the end of the day, all right? For those people who don't want to pay their loans back at all, don't expect sympathy from me when you can't budget properly. I'm sorry that Joe Biden sold you a bill of goods and promised something he didn't have the authority to deliver, that you never have to pay it back and it'd be forgiven. But I, as a taxpayer, should not have to pay for your schooling. Sorry. And if you got it forgiven, good on you, because that ship has sailed. I still don't know how I feel about that, because I feel like you cheated the system. It's like, and I had to pay for it. Where's my money? Where's my refund check? Well, where's my interest back? You know, that sort of thing. Nope, I don't get jack. But anywho, New York Times also reported this week that a second Signal chat leak from Pete Hegseth from, once again, anonymous sources close to the situation claimed that he leaked vital information to his family via Signal chat. Red flag, again, as we've talked before on the channel many times, anytime it says anonymous source, close to the situation or what have you, red flag is probably fake. On top of that, NPR also falsely reported the Trump administration was looking to replace the Secretary of Defense, again, via an anonymous source. So yet again, the media ran with these wrap-up smears, as Nancy Pelosi once put it, as fact. And the mindless seals in the Democrat Party and on the left ate it up per frickin' usual. I don't know about you. It sounds like either it's completely made up or like it was past leaders and disgruntled former employees and deep staters that are being weeded out and are trying to cause problems now.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like to me.
It's a lot of, again, one of those situations of smoke and mirrors. Like you got to make another situation bigger to hide the truth of what's going on, because your side looks bad in this process. Like everything that you've done is now coming to light, but you don't want the vast majority of your constituents or your fan base to see it. So you have to cover it up with something else. And that's what a lot of this shit is. That's why this shit is easily debunkable and all this other stuff, because it's just a cover story. You know, they want you to pay attention to this part, but not the other part. But what you're doing is you're having the truth be exposed, and then what you've done in the background come out, so you look even worse.
Yeah. Or they want you to read the article. Here's the headline. Oh, you know, he leaks vital information again. No, Trump's looking to get rid. But if you read the article, again, it says anonymous source close to the situation under anonymity. It's like red flag. Hello. What do you need me out to direct you to say? That's fake news. Put your name on it. Simple as that. And I said that this week too about the NFL. They were talking about Shadir Sanders and stuff. Some people were saying this and that about him, and they wouldn't say who said it. I'm going, well, then I don't trust you. Same. Yeah. I have a hard time trusting people unless you tell me who said it. That way I could, if you're wrong, you get the blame for it. You don't just get to say stuff and then not have accountability for your words. Simple as that. But that's what the media and the Democrats do all the time. This is why the Trump administration is the most transparent administration we've had in a long time, if not my entire lifetime at this point. Sorry. But here's Pete Hegseth spitting facts and defending himself on that matter.
What do you want to say, sir, about the Signal chat controversy?
You know, what a big surprise that a few leakers get fired and suddenly a bunch of hit pieces come out from the same media that peddled the Russia hoax. Won't get back their Pulitzers. They got Pulitzers for a bunch of lies. Pulitzers for a bunch of lies and on hoaxes time and time and time again. And as they peddle those lies, no one ever calls them on it. See, this is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not going to work with me, because we're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters, and anonymous smears from disgruntled former employees on old news doesn't matter. So I'm happy to be here at the Easter egg roll with my dad and my kids, because, you know, this is what we're doing it for. These kids right here. This is why we're fighting the fake news media. This is why we're fighting slash and burn Democrats. This is why we're fighting hoaxsters. Hoaxsters. This group, no, this group right here, full of hoaxsters. that peddle anonymous sources from leakers with access to grind, and then you put it all together as if it's some news story. And when we know it, you know exactly what it is. So I'm really proud of what we're doing for the president, fighting hard across the board, and I'm going to go roll some Easter eggs with my kids. Thank you very much.
So how sick are our media when they had the audacity and the nerve to do this on Easter Sunday in front of the man's kids?
That's wild.
That's disgusting. And you want to say that, oh, Hegseth, the Trump administration, they're disgusting. No, that's disgusting. This is a holiday. Who the hell let the press in here to begin with?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if this is a time to do that on Easter Sunday, but regardless, I've got to get rid of the thing there. My bad. So there we go. So yeah, I mean, that's just absurd if you ask me. But by the way, his recruitment levels for the military are up.
The Army, Air Force, and Marines, you are up 108% in November, 119% in February, 108% after the election, 105% with the Navy. With the Marines, up 112% and 100%. They are through the roof. The U.S. Air Force, 100% of its goal. Same thing in February. And Space Force is also booming over 100%.
Of course, people are going to, on the left, are going to look at this graphic and say, well, November 2024, that wasn't the Trump administration of Pete Hegseth. That was when Trump was elected. Numbers went up after Trump was elected because they knew what was coming. That's what that means. So, yes, I mean, recruitment is up across the board in all aspects here. So, yeah, so exactly how is Pete Hegseth doing a bad job? Someone explain that to me. He leaked some information or the signal chat the first time, sure, but there was nothing vital in that, only like a home, but they had no locations, no coordinates, no nothing. There was nothing vital. And by the way, that mission was successful. So, yeah. On top of that, Hegseth also announced that the military is bringing back 8,700 troops who were wrongfully fired by the Biden administration over their refusal to take the COVID vaccine that we now know was unsafe. Trump announced this plan back in January, and now officially 8,700 troops have agreed to return. I wonder if they'll still receive back pay. That was discussed as well. That would be great for those guys and gals. Yep. But good on these soldiers, and welcome back, troops. I salute you here. This is what Hegseth means when he says common sense is back. All right. And the last thing on the show, I wanted to this is a good way to end it, I think. To tie back into what we discussed earlier, whether you're one of the only 2% of Republicans, apparently, who supposedly regret your vote for Trump, or the entire Democratic Party, these things take time, including some arrests that need to happen and prices to come down. But that doesn't mean that things are not happening during Trump's first 100 days. The left wants you to believe that Trump has accomplished little to nothing during that time. But that's simply not true. So let me leave you tonight with this. Do you all realize how good we have it right now? Trump is canceling World War III while trying to reset global trade and get rid of income taxes. Will there be a little bit of pain? Sure. But give it time. The long-term gain is going to be remarkable. I promise you. President Trump's tariffs have so far delivered record high revenue, $15 billion and climbing, as I mentioned earlier. RFK Jr. is taking chemicals out of our food and combating Big Pharma. Tulsi Gabbard is releasing files and catching leakers in the government. Pete Hegseth is reinstating service members who refuse COVID shots and removing wokeness from our military. A good thing, by the way. Kash Patel and Pam Bondi are rounding up violent criminals, gang members, and Tesla terrorists, and more, along with Tom Homan with the illegal migrants. Elon Musk is also finishing building Doge and is exposing hundreds of billions in government waste. And Doge will continue to do so once Elon steps back, which I've been hearing now he may be doing that soon to go back to work with Tesla, some of his companies. So that was planned, by the way. He's not stepping aside due to left-wing pressure.
But that's what they'll make it seem like.
That's what they'll say. I know. We talked about that. It's disgusting. And we didn't even talk about how the Trump administration officially declared COVID was a man-made pathogen and that Dr. Fauci lied. And slowly these people will hopefully face accountability and justice for that. So that's another bit of news we didn't get a chance to discuss. Happened a couple weeks ago while we were off. Anyone saying that nothing is happening could not be more wrong. Trump is implementing his agenda, keeping his promises, and it has only been 3 months. Just because certain things haven't happened yet does not mean they are not being worked on behind the scenes. So I'll wrap it up with this image here. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Enjoy the process and enjoy the show. Calm your tits, as I said a couple of weeks ago too.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's the show I got tonight, guys. What is your guys' thoughts on the show? Everything we discussed?
I mean, I think you're right. I think it'll be more profitable than people think, and I want to see them after this all starts to turn around, and we get what we voted for, how they spin that thing. I mean, if you can pick a negative out of taking poisons out of from killing you, I would love to see how you pick a negative out of you making more money and more money in your pocket.
I heard one way. I'll tell you later.
Okay.
But yeah. So
God,
yeah. So it's like there are people already trying to, again, it doesn't matter what Donald Trump does. They're going to find a way to poke a hole in it just to be against Trump.
Yeah.
It's simple as that. I mean, even Donald Trump was proposing things like no tax on tips. Kamala Harris had to rip that off from him in the campaign. I mean, but Trump's the one who came up with it. He should get the credit for it, And from what I understand, I think there was even some votes going around that Democrats were even maybe, voting against no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and no tax on overtime this week. So again, who really cares about the working class? It's not the Democrats if they're doing that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not to benefit the rich or the most wealthy among us. No tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security, which means, by the way, Social Security will still be a thing, doesn't benefit the rich or Trump in any way, shape, or form. So again, that narrative is busted. I don't know what to tell you guys. This is not hard to understand, but anyway.
No.
Any other thoughts? Absolute cinema. Just enjoy the show.
Yeah.
I got my popcorn ready. Gotta get a
Yep.
little extra butter on there, though. I like my movie popcorn for sure. So we'll I guess we'll end the show tonight unless Aaron's got any thoughts. And no. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess I'm just a little worried. Once the price of things start to get cheaper and stuff, that some of these corporations won't lower the price of it, and they'll just keep it the way it is. And
But then that's on that corporation.
Yeah, you just buy elsewhere. That's what I do. Especially if it's like the tariff stuff. Let's say it does go up from overseas goods. Buy American. Say if it's like Walmart's high, go to Target. Or what. Even though Target, I wouldn't go there right now. But yeah, I mean things like that. It'd just be like find an alternative. Local mom and pop stores, whatever you got to do. And then maybe there's certain things you can't do that with. That's they're fewer and far between. But I understand. I understand your concern though for sure. I just think that it's not going to be as big of an issue as many people think it will be. It's kind of the same way with
And
the tariffs.
and I don't think it's beneficial for them to do that.
Yeah, because they know they'll just lose business.
Yeah, so like, I don't think that'll be a major concern because I think you're going to go where the money is, and if the money is lowering your prices, because eventually you're going to make more profit that way anyway.
And the lower it is, the more you sell of it too, which adds to more profit. So just because it's more expensive doesn't mean you're bringing home more money. Just people are going to buy less of it too. So that's what makes the system great, in my opinion. It's driven by the consumer, which a lot of people were Marxists or socialists or whatever. They don't like that, but at the same time, that's what I think makes it great. And that's why I love listening to Charlie Kirk a lot of times on his stuff in colleges, because he'll point all this stuff out, be like, yeah, your line of thinking is flawed. It's completely screwed up. But they don't want to listen to it because they think they've been educated better because they have college experience or something like that.
Did you know that he's 31?
Yeah, still a young guy too. Yeah.
Really? I didn't know that. Jeez.
Yeah. Married, got kids. So yeah, he's a good Christian man from what I can tell. I mean, nobody's perfect, clearly. I mean, I'm not, nobody's not, or nobody is, so, but yeah, he's definitely, and he's also talking about college and student loans, by the way. He's also got a lot of great videos talking about how college is actually a scam. And I've been saying that for a while. You can go to a good trade school for far less money and definitely have no debt and get a higher paid job than most people who go to college right now.
That's the thing though. The trades have been utterly, useless. When I was in high school, there was a trade school. There was 2 different ones you could go to, and you learned value how to be an electrician, plumbers, fucking mechanics. Shit that makes the world go round that people don't really think about nowadays. But those are real trades, skills that you learn. And that's where the high paying jobs are, in these trades and skills. But with everything in technology now being more and more automated and shit like that, but at the same time, you need somebody to build those fucking things. You need somebody with the knowledge to even come up with the thought or design to improve and or to build upon these even automated systems. Like, but again, these trades that were kind of lost, and it sucks that, you know, I said the same thing about like home ec not being a thing anymore. I used to look forward to home ec class. Hell, even art class, that was a thing.
Yeah.
And it's not anymore. It's
band's been removed a lot, which I did too, as another art form.
Yes, another art form.
And granted, there's not a whole lot of money in that unless you teach it or become really good at your musical skill.
That's the thing.
But that's hard.
A musician and or a composer, or, you know, like even theater class, directors, actors, stuff like that. It's not a thing anymore, and I don't understand that.
Well, here's an interesting fun fact I learned from Charlie Kirk and some others as well, by the way. Do you know how much a Walmart supervisor at a supercenter makes a year? $400,000 a year.
What?
Don't think there's any trade skill there. You may have to have managerial experience or something, but
yeah.
I mean, now everybody's going to quit our job. They're going to start going to Walmart's, ain't you? I'm just saying, you know, went into the wrong business apparently. But anyhow,
I'm in the wrong business.
Sure. Now I wouldn't want the headache, but at the same time, you know, you got to deal with distributors and, you know, all that. I don't know, all this other stuff too, and your workers, you know, whole managerial stress that goes along with that. But yeah, so at least they get paid for it, so I'll give them that. So yeah, but anyway. All right, guys. Well, I guess we're going to get off here tonight. It's been a pretty good show, I think, all things considered. Like I said, next week we have, at least me, Brandon, and Miranda got a wedding we got to go to. So I don't know if we'll have a live show Saturday night. If not, I may put up a pre-recorded bonus podcast. I'm not totally sure. If not, we'll see you probably here in 2 weeks' time, I think. If that's okay with everybody else. So I'll talk to them about that. We'll see what happens. But thank you so much for watching this episode of the Dragon's Den podcast. If you're finding us for the very first time, whether it be on YouTube or on Rumble, please follow us and subscribe to us. Don't forget to like and comment and hit the notification bell so you get all the notifications about when we put up new content right here on this channel. Thank you guys so much for watching. Until our next video, guys, take care and God bless.
God bless.
I got to turn that off. All right, here we go. Bye.